such increases in productivity for the members that use it. You can go to, say you have to go on a business trip, you can go to multiple locations in a single day or a couple of days versus spending, 2 days in the airport, 1 day at the location, and then going to the next one. And you can also meet on the plane and talk about secure data or information without, worrying about your competitor who's sitting 2 seats over, maybe overhearing you and all of that. So
spies, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Well, there is a lot of advantages to using business aircraft. Obviously, for one thing, you don't have to worry about the TSA hokey pokey and the whole time lost in that.
Oh yeah, you just walk up, you get on, and
Boom,
you're ready to go.
You're off into the
Wheels
wild
at
blue.
And I get the full can of soda?
Yeah, full can of soda.
Damn.
And you've got a comfortable seat as well.
Yeah, there you go.
No screaming children.
Well, unless they're yours.
No, mine have grown up, thank you.
Yeah, you have to bring them with you. Anyway, you have like offices everywhere?
So we have, our main headquarters is in Washington, D.C., and then we've got a handful of regional directors around the area. So Christy Ivey is the one for Wisconsin. She's normally here, but she's back in Montana this week.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But they're all based kind of in their own ways, but most of us are out in D.C. But we have a lot of local and regional groups that partner with us to have that presence and support business aviation in their local areas.
Are you a resource for like companies that might only just want to charter a flight every now and then and need to know, who do I charter an airplane from?
Yeah. I mean, we get all sorts of inquiries of, I want to charter a plane. Who's in my area? We can connect them with people.
I was going to say there's resources for chartering, but really kind of any aspect of business aviation, because another one is obviously the conventions. I'm sure that's what a lot of people know NBAA for, be it BASE, be it the Professional Development Leadership Conference, or the PDP courses that they have for obviously the big part is how do I get into business aviation, how do I get a career in business aviation, but then another big aspect of it is continuing professional development with courses that you can take or getting involved in the industry with advocacy, with our Young Professionals organization, various committees and subcommittees. Obviously, the one I'm most familiar with is the Advocacy Committee, because that's what I got to help out with our D.C. fly-in a couple of weeks ago. But lots of different ways to continue to further your career as well with professional development courses.
Yeah, and for clarification, our D.C. fly-in is not like an EAA fly-in. We're not bringing our airplanes in. It's a D.C. term of bringing a large group of people to Capitol Hill to advocate on behalf of whatever issues that we are very focused on.
In other words, you're tasked with tackling congressmen and telling them, we need this. Professional development courses, does that include extra type training and anything that sophisticated?
So we're not quite on the technical side. We have members that do that kind of training, but ours is more on like leadership, operations. We've got a couple of certificate programs that people can take online that provide specific training in the business aviation industry. So the two that we have right now are our business aircraft scheduler certificate and a safety manager certificate, because these are things that people can't really go to school for. You don't need a dispatch license to be a scheduler, and there's no real good way to learn all of the basics. And so we try and find those holes and fill those in as we can on the educational side.
Well, that's good stuff.
Well, I was thinking that a dispatcher is a very safety-related job to begin with, because obviously you don't want to rent somebody an airplane that's too big, but also you don't want to rent them one that's too small.
Absolutely.
Too many incidents of overloaded airplanes and unhappy
too
endings.
Small.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, we're seeing a lot more demand for those safety manager programs as well, with 135 operations now being required to get.
Well, it's a
SMS
liability
and
issue, and they're trying to limit their liability.
Yeah.
Well, we've been speaking with Elena Hall of the National Business
Aviation Association.
See, I still only got the first half. I'm Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2009.
You're listening to the voice of EAA, EAA Radio, EAAradio.net. Green
Bay Austin Straubel International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Check out the EAA Aviation Museum in Oshkosh, Wisconsin all year long. With a collection of over 200 historic airplanes along with world-class galleries and displays, the EAA Aviation Museum is a year-round destination, combining the passion of aviation's past with the promise of its exciting future. Hours of operation, ticket prices, information on special events, and current exhibits can be found at eaa.org/museum.
Weeks Hangar on the very north side of the field. And in this segment, talking with Bill Sleeper, who is the chief pilot for the Trimotor operations that EAA does year-round, actually. And frankly, people may think that the Ford Trimotor only flies here at AirVenture, but in fact, it probably flies the most here at AirVenture. But you guys go around the country on tour year-round.
Yeah, the airplane is constantly going. We take about a 6-week break over the Christmas, Thanksgiving holidays, but other than that, the airplane every weekend is in a new city. And when Big Ford leaves here, it's going to Port Clinton, Ohio, and doing a tour stop at Put-in Bay, and then from there it heads east. Little Ford is going to Omaha, Nebraska, and then out to the Denver area, down south, and it's going to eventually wind up in California. It'll spend its winter vacation in Albuquerque, but next year we're going to run it up the coast. It'll wind up in the Seattle area and then work its way back east towards Oshkosh during the spring.
So you say it's operated single pilot by virtue of the fact that it's under 12,500 pounds, but you don't ever just travel alone, right?
No, if we're going to reposition the airplane, it all depends on the area. If you're out west where there's not a whole lot of airports in between landing destinations, we bring another pilot along, mostly to be able to use one of his legs in the event of an engine failure, because this airplane does not have any rudder trim. So if you have an engine failure, for some reason you have to shut down an outboard engine, you're going to be pressing on a rudder pedal for a long time until you get to an airport. So we typically it's up to the pilot in command, his discretion, if he wants to have a co-pilot or not. But if you're out in the Midwest, if there's a lot of airports, diversionary airports, we'll fly a single pilot in between those. So.
Huh. And do you carry a mechanic?
No.
Usually? No?
No. The airplane is so reliable. We've often had what we call TAMOs travel with the airplane and just hang around the weekend just in case there's something that goes wrong. And nothing ever goes wrong. It's every now and then a starter won't work or a carburetor, but it's such a reliable airplane that we found that the TAMOs just sit around and twiddle their thumbs until it's time to go home. So. Yeah.
Wow. So that is part of the reason the program is so robust. I think is it's
very successful.
Operates efficiently.
Yeah.
So, by virtue of what you've just told us, this requires quite a staff of pilots. Where do most of the pilots for the Trimotor program come from?
If you took a cross-section of all the guys that are on the roster right now, about 90% of them are airline guys.
Okay. And is that just because it's so easy for them to get around and meet the airplane?
That's helpful, but it's mostly the background that they have besides being an airline pilot. So everybody has, myself included, a fairly strong background in antique airplanes and tailwheel airplanes. And some people have multi-engine tailwheel time, although that's getting kind of rarer and rarer just because the Beech 18s are no longer operated regularly, DC-3s are not. So now we just like people to have a lot of tailwheel time, a lot of multi-engine time, and then we teach them how to do the multi-tailwheel aspect of it.
Yeah. Well, and some of the challenges you just described with, the heavy foot, no rudder trim, those are unusual for a multi-engine airplane of any size. And so you have to have some strength, obviously.
Very much so.
You can't be frail, obviously. So, guys, airline guys, are most guys retired because of the schedule, or
No, I got involved with this while I was still active, and I ultimately retired. A lot of the guys that are retired now started with the program 10 years ago while they're active. So
So you see a lot of that. And right. How do pilots who might be interested, how do they get involved?
Well, they can contact the EAA through the Weeks hangar here, and we just collect resumes and we put into a pool. It's kind of like an airline deal. If we rarely need pilots because we only have 8 per airplane. We have 2 airplanes that we're operating now, but we're probably going to be down to 1 next year when the lease expires on the larger airplane. So I don't anticipate needing any pilots for a while, but, there's always attrition. So we keep a pool of people that are interested, and, when it's come times to make a selection, we'll start going through the pool and make a few phone calls, see if there's still interest there. And
okay, and let's say they are interested still. What's next?
Well, if we have a need, then we do an interview, and the written requirements are 3,500 hours total time, 1,000 hours multi, 500 tailwheel. That's just kind of the basics that we have to put on paper.
Insurance requirements,
yeah,
probably.
It's not really insurance. It's just here's a starting point, and then what we look for is the outstanding applications. Okay, I've got 2,500 out of multi-engine time. I got Beach 18 time, that kind of stuff. So,
and that's like golden for you.
Oh yeah. Then we start sitting up in our chair. Go, oh hey, we better take a closer look at this guy, and ultimately it comes down to making. Let's say we're going to hire one person, so 5 or 6 candidates. We look real close. We do an interview, an online interview with all the instructors and the director of operations, and just get a feel for the person. And then out of that, we'll ask them to come to a tour stop with one of the instructors.
Okay.
And just, hey, here's what a tour stop is. This isn't just sitting around flying the airplane. There's a lot to it. You're managing this whole tour stop. You have help, but you're kind of like the guy that's in charge of everything. So that's a aspect that you need to understand before you sign on the dotted line that you want to get involved with this.
Well, yeah, and I mean that's similar to being a captain at a major airline internationally. When you get out there in the world, a lot of times, if you have to stop somewhere, you're managing the whole show. So
absolutely.
It's similar to that kind of training,
exactly.
I suppose. So that would make sense why airline guys are so popular for that, managing all those different things.
Exactly.
Management job. So, and then the training. Let's talk about the training because it's probably it's robust, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're not doing any single-engine ILSs to a missed approach. We're you take it out. It's just all hand flying, and just understanding the airplane. So the initial flights is you start out in the right seat, no matter what kind of credentials you have. Even if you've got tri-motor time, you start out in the right seat. Learn how to fly the airplane from the right seat. And we'll take you out, do all the air work, and do landings until you can do landings consistently enough where you can do landings with passengers on board. Then you go out on tour stops and you start collecting landings from the right seat. Once you get comfortable with the sight picture, crosswinds, things like that, you'll transition to the left seat. And the same process as you'll go out and do the air work, do a bunch of landings until you're comfortable, and we have you do it with passengers with an instructor in the right seat. And you do that until you have a minimum of 100 landings. And you've seen 15-knot crosswind, 20-knot crosswinds. Not that we routinely operate in those kind of conditions, but you need to be able to handle it when you do find yourself, oh, geez, look what happened. I've got a 25-knot direct crosswind.
And it's a barn door.
Yeah, and I got to deal with
barn
this.
Door,
right? And so you have to know how to deal with that, and we need to have you seen. We need to see you having dealt with that. And the judgment comes where if you have a 15-knot direct crosswind, start analyzing the situation. Is it worth continuing? Depending on how close the taxiways are to and the runways are to hangar buildings that create turbulence and little controllability problems in a crosswind. So
because we already said it's not that easy of an airplane
to... and it doesn't respond quickly. So if you have a gusting, shifting crosswind, then you just got to know how to do it, right? And it takes a lot of experience, and that's why we have 100 landings as a requirement, because you might be able to get a nice calm day and squeak them on one after another, but then we haven't seen any of the challenging ones, the crosswind that shifts from the left side of the runway to the right side of the runway after you pulled the power and flared. So that requires a little bit of skill and practice to get up to speed on that.
It's a big airplane with a big wing, and you talked about all the lift it creates without the need for flaps, which means to me, in my mind, that it could be somewhat, for a huge airplane, kind of kitey.
It can't. Yeah. Well, you on takeoff, we don't like to lift off until you're above the engine out best rate of climb speed, which is 72 miles an hour. So we're holding it on the runway. If you just left the tail down, push the power up, the airplane will come off the ground way before you're ready for it. So, speaking of tri-motors,
yeah,
there goes Big Ford. So, anyway, so you're holding it on the ground, and the airplane wants to fly. So you
and Little Ford.
Yeah, there they go.
They're going in formation now.
Yeah, they're shifting to the north operations. So anyway, so it's just a matter of just getting the feel for the airplane, the sight picture, and the sight picture in a crosswind, so you don't touch down sideways. It just takes practice.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Well, Bill, I appreciate you taking time to, I think people who come to AirVenture, they see the tri-motors flying all the time.
Yep.
And getting a little bit of the behind the scenes, not only on the maintenance side, but the flying side is really kind of cool because, there's really no way to know about it unless we chat. So,
right.
So thanks for making time for us.
My pleasure.
On EAA Radio. Appreciate it, especially since you've been flying all morning. And you're probably ready for a break and a shower.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's no air conditioning, right? It's just the window.
The window's open, and you hang your arm out and wave to the crowd. So.
It's cool flying, but it's not environmentally comfortable maybe at all times.
Correct.
Well, great. Well, thanks, Bill.
Right.
Bill Sleeper, who is the chief pilot in the tri-motor operation, previously John Hopkins, the manager of aircraft maintenance here at EAA. Thanks to him as well, and to Michaela Gillis of the Air Academy. It's been a great show up here on the north side of AirVenture. Tomorrow, on the fly, we'll be at Home Built headquarters. And so make sure you tune in and catch us at 1 o'clock tomorrow on the fly. I'm Jay Monchi, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
This is Robert Hayes, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
And that, as much as anything else, led to my drinking problem.
Need help promoting your company? We can help. EAA Radio is heard by thousands of people every day at AirVenture, and during the rest of the year at EAAradio.net. Sponsorship opportunities are available right now. Contact us at info@EAAradio.net. Call us at 920-550-1210. Or come visit us on the field during AirVenture.
Love aviation? If you love aviation as much as we do, you've got to check out EAA's podcast, The Green Dot. The Green Dot brings you personal experiences from hosts and guests, along with EAA news, general aviation topics, and history. They also cover all kinds of fun, interesting, and cool things happening in the world of flight. You can find The Green Dot on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, and other popular podcast channels. Or visit inspire.eaa.org and click on podcasts for The Green Dot.
Here's an EAA radio interview from Oshkosh 2023.
This is Digital Dave.
I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is Hot Start.
Yeah, unfortunately for all of you out there listening to us. But we have good news. I'm proud to introduce a new segment here today on Hot Start. It's the Vic Krause Show.
Yeah.
Hello,
Mornings
everybody.
with Mr.
Glad
Caffeine.
to be here. We're going to rename the show Wet Start.
Wet Start.
Yeah.
Well, that's apropos.
Well, if anybody or anything got hit by lightning out there, you'd really be a new definition to the term hot start.
So, yeah, we were setting up this morning. You know, we got all those flags and stuff. So I told Jimmy, one of the boys, Jimmy Leach, I said, Jim, would you mind go out in there and put up the poles? Yeah, we got 20 flag poles. They sit 20 feet in the air, aluminum, what? He goes, Vic, don't you think I ought to wait until the lightning stops?
Yes.
I said, you'll turning into a wuss. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Great day yesterday up at the tram tour. Processed just a phenomenal number of riders. And these people braved a really hot afternoon. And thank goodness for the canopies that our sponsors put up for us to give those folks some shelter and shade. But we had up to 150, 175 people in line yesterday.
Oh, wow. Do you have a number for how many you ran through the whole tour?
Yesterday we ran somewhere in the neighborhood of 30-some tours, so 30, just about 1,000 people yesterday.
That's impressive.
1,500, that sound about right. 30, 90, 100 times, yeah, probably.
I don't do math this early in the morning.
30 times 100, what's that?
That's 3,000.
Thank you. I knew I screwed up. 3,000. That was a record right there.
That
was
is a record.
That is
absolutely
fantastic.
is. Another thing too, a large number of youngsters, and that's my deal. I want to see the wide-eyed F1 irises of the young kids when they get on the tram and take that tour. You know, the old guys, they've seen it all and done it all, and they're more than welcome. We take a lot of vets and seniors and what the heck, but the youngsters, that's what I'm. In fact, so today, Wednesday, this is the 26th. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Top cover day at the tram tour. Okay?
Top cover.
Your hat.
Oh.
Here's the deal. Concord, Covington, Hartzell, Tempest Aero Group, they all ponied up a pretty substantial number of beautiful hats. Some embroidered, some have, the embossed logos on them. These are not, the $5 throwaways. These are $20 hats. Youngsters, and I mean youngsters, we ain't no senior, nobody's getting these but the youngsters. So they're a giveaway at the tram tour.
Okay.
And we'll probably give out, probably 500 of these hats from all the different sponsors. So that's going on today. Top cover day, big deal, I think. And the kids love the hats. And we make them promise and pinky swear.
Oh, boy.
They're going to wear them all day.
This is some serious conditions here.
Yeah. One of the parents said, last year my kid wore it to bed. So I said, we've indoctrinated him. He's ours.
He's
ours. Another big deal. Can I throw this out?
Sure.
You did say it was my show.
It is your show, yes. We just worked here to make you look
good. Get another cup of coffee, Dave. Well, So anyway, here it is, the gift shop. Brace yourself for this. This has hardly ever happened in the history of EAA. A discount.
Really?
No, I know. This sounds absurd. You probably thought I was struck by lightning
my
on the
heart's
way
palpitating.
Yeah, but so here it is. You join Warbirds of America today. You got to be a newbie, a new join, not a renewal or what. But you come in, and they got a 400 square foot membership tent just to the east, right by the, what do you call that, finding tower or wayfinding tower?
Yeah.
Right at the base of the wayfinding tower for Warbirds is a 400 square foot membership headquarters. They've also got a 10-foot banner that says 10% discount on any and all Warbird merchandise at the gift shop with any new membership.
Well, there you go.
So join today and save. So that's going on up there at the gift shop and the membership thing. So everybody keep that in mind. So
this will probably be the first time where the husband goes home and says, "But honey, it was on sale."
Yeah, comes home with a 50 caliber machine gun.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck is he doing, but So memberships, we're trying to drive it. That's kind of our deal. We do the tram tour. It's free, and we provide what I think is one of the premier attractions here at Oshkosh, where you can jump on. You guys have been on it. You for sure firsthand know. We got some great narrators. You hear some really awesome stories that they relate. A lot of it is personal from family members that were in the military. And but nevertheless, at the end of that 30 minutes, you've had a very good experience. I don't know anybody that had a negative one. Okay. And so that being said, and it's free. Did I mention FREE? Free. It doesn't cost. Obviously,
free.
We do not turn away donations. In fact, I'll mooch them as much as I can. And that's another thing I'll throw out there. We had a record day. We have jars, and it says, "Hey, save a Warbird, throw in a $5 bill, take one of our beautiful new badges." We made those special with the Warbirds of America logo on it, those real nice badges.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that, but 2-inch, inch and a half badges. They're really a cool-looking thing.
Vic,
yeah,
we haven't seen them yet.
Yes.
Well, when I saw you guys coming, I had them put them all away.
Yes, and the free hats, and the discount.
Yeah.
And then they said they were closed.
Yeah.
They did give you a water, right?
No.
No water? Boy, well, I'm sorry.
Tough crowd. Hey, how many warbirds do you have up there now? Do you got a count?
Fighter Town's full, so they have talking to Rhonda, she's the big kahuna at Fighter Town, runs that whole operation, and she told me, Vic, we got an issue. This was Monday. I said, what is it? She says, we have 35 or 36 warbirds registered, P-51s, Corsairs, what have you, registered to come in. We only have 31 parking places. I said, what a great problem. So it ended up, if you noticed out there by runway 5, the tarmac, they've got a number of big prop, like Corsair-sized airplane, Bearcat, what they are, and they're parked out there. They just didn't have room for them in Fighter Town.
Wow.
So good problem, right?
Yeah,
Well, Vic, I was out there on Monday.
Yeah.
You had 6 Corsairs, 15 Mustangs, and 2 B-40s. Quite a collection.
I think they were up to 8 Mustangs yet. Sorry, erase. They were up to 8 Corsairs yesterday.
Wow.
And yesterday was a big day for Warbirds in Review. Bud Anderson down there at 1 o'clock doing the Old Crow, spiel, his stories. The guy's 101, a buck one, 101 years old.
Yeah.
And he was out in that sun. So don't let me hear you two guys complaining it was hot if you have to stand in line for an hour again.
We'll just mutter under our breath.
Do that. Do the muttering. That's a good thing. But the heat, we're responding. We do, and we want people to be comfortable. I don't like seeing people discomfortable.
Especially when they pass out.
One of our members, a guy by the name of Mike Pollock, he's a farmer about 50 miles. He's got 150 acres. He's one of my volunteers. He came up. He said, Vic, I got some barn fans. I said, for God's sake, Mike, bring them things. Now, these suckers are 3-4 feet in diameter. Mm-hmm. They run at a fairly low RPM, so they don't make a lot of racket, but they move air. He put 2 of those out there to blow on the people to cool them down in the middle of the line. It was pretty cool.
Okay, but when he brought out the feed trough, that's a bit much.
Yeah. Here you go, folks. You want a cold drink? It's in the watering trough.
Yes. just mosey up to that.
Yeah.
Nevertheless. So this is my show. What else should I do?
You could leave.
Oh,
shots fired.
A guy under each arm. Up I go and out.
Yes.
What's that big hook that comes in?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And yanks you off the vaudeville stage.
In this case, it would be hooking us, not you.
No, man, good. I'll throw this out because this is kind of, I think, a measure of when you make it. I've been doing this with you many years, you guys. We've been talking from when we used to just take people around in a Red Ryder wagon.
Yes, exactly.
Which is a long time ago. But nevertheless, so we've grown and grown and grown, and every year our footprint is bigger, and we process more people, and we receive more donations, and all the good stuff and all the good measures of success with this tram tour. But yesterday, it just hit me. I think we really have made it. Yesterday, in just one day, I did 3 video shoots. One for AvWeb. They had called us, hey, we want to do a whole segment on the tour and your stuff. So I did one with AvWeb. Hartzell came in the afternoon with a big setup and all the lighting stuff. We went out by the course. It did a whole nother thing that they're going to post on their website, and Concord, another one. So in one day alone, 3 video shoots promoting the tram tour.
Vic, I heard at one point you said, I can't work like this. I'll be in my trailer. Is that true?
I can't take this anymore.
Yeah.
I'll put a big star on the side of the trailer.
Where's my assistant?
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Vic Krause, legend in his own mind.
That's right. He shall forever be known as Hollywood Vic.
Hollywood Vic. Yeah.
Now, they took one look at us and said, nope.
It's funny you mentioned that. Back in the day, this is in the 70s, there was a guy that I knew real well out in West Coast, California, raced motocross. His name was Jimmy Holly, and they called him, and he was a really handsome, good-looking young guy. Blonde hair, the archetypical Californian, except he didn't surf, he raced motocross. But his name was Jim Hollywood Holly.
Yeah, there you go.
That was a cool name.
That's a natural. It's
yeah,
a natural.
it was a natural.
So, Vic, you were going to have a special.
Yeah, you've talked right out of time.
Oh,
can you believe that?
Vic, how could you do that to us?
Yes.
Yeah,
Vic, if you're going to have your show, you got to hit the brakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that takes care of that.
Yeah.
My first show and I blew it.
Yep. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2022.
I'm Paul Prydecker.
And I'm Fareed Gio. Welcome to our final segment of Squawk 1200. And joining us in the studio is Candy Bernstetter, who is a national membership chair for the Airline Pilots Association. She's also a member of a congressional board to address underrepresentation of women in U.S. aviation. And she's served or serves on an FAA advisory board for women in aviation. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks, guys. I'm glad to be here.
Candy, we had an opportunity to meet before this interview. Today is the EAA
Women Venture.
Women Venture Day, so it's appropriate for you to be here because of the advisory board that used to exist. And can you tell us a little bit about your work on that and what some of the initiatives are, and what progress are we making to increase women in aviation?
And before you start, I forgot one honorific. You are a captain, Candy Bernstetter.
I am. I'm a FedEx 767 captain, and I represented the Airline Pilots Association on this board. So in 2018, in the FAA Reauthorization Board, this was to be put together, and we were appointed by the Secretary of Transportation. And it took a little while, and then COVID hit, so we did so much of this work virtually. We met for the first time in 2020, and we divided into, there's 30 members, and we divided into 4 subgroups. One of understanding the problem, like what's going on out there. I was on the subcommittee of professional development and mentoring. We had one about recruitment and retention, and then one for success stories. And we worked together independently in those subgroups and then came together for public meetings. And really proud to say in March of this year, our board sunset, meaning we were finished with our work, and we turned our report in to the Secretary of Transportation, the FAA Administrator, and Congress.
So you may have finished with your work, but there's more work to be done, right?
Absolutely. A matter of fact, a bunch of us are here at AirVenture, and at 2:30 today in Forum Stage 8, we're going to talk about our report. So we came up with 55 recommendations in different areas of aviation and aerospace, because this is more than just pilots. This is the whole aviation industry. It's manufacturing, it's airport management, it's maintenance, air traffic control. It's everything you can think of under the sun. Jobs you've never even heard of in aviation, we're trying to support and recruit for. And we're going to talk about those recommendations today at 2:30. 13 are congressional, and we were lucky in May to go meet with a lot of our representatives of Congress on the Capitol Hill and talk about our report. Now, we're just being individual citizens, doing our thing, because we're no longer a board. Once we completed the report, the board is disbanded, or sunset is the word they use. But we're really still trying to work to make sure that everything we put together doesn't just get stuck on a shelf and not acted upon.
So I'm sure some of your recommendations go directly towards how we can manage some of the barriers to interest and getting a career in aviation. Can you chat about a couple of those for us?
Yeah, I mean, one barrier is funding. We all know it's expensive to learn to fly. A lot of our recommendations are for increased governmental funding for both minority serving institutions, increasing GI Bill levels, and maybe expanding back into the private pilot level, and just expanding some other government funding programs so there's more access to money for flight training and to become pilots and mechanics and all the professional degrees and training you'd need to do some of these jobs.
So once somebody becomes a pilot like you did, the job isn't done. There's more barriers, there's lifestyle issues. So did your recommendations address some of that?
We did. Remember, there's 55, and they're in four different groupings, and of course, culture is in all of these areas. It's about recruiting and retaining women, meaning we need some family leave policies, child care policies. We're one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have paid family leave or paid maternity leave. But keep in mind, everything we're fighting for, whether it's funding, paid leave, everyone in aviation is going to benefit. These aren't programs for women. These were barriers for women. But if we can knock these barriers down, everyone in aviation, men, women, young, old, military, civilian, coming into the sector can benefit.
Most likely so, the entire family benefits because both parents, if they want to pursue their career, they don't have to worry about, having one person deciding, I'll hold off or maybe I won't do that.
Yeah, and that's a conversation I have a lot. Matter of fact, when ALPA returned to AirVenture a few years ago, I was lucky enough to run into a rising sophomore for the University of North Dakota in your Gateway Aviation Center, and she was really excited telling me about her flight training, and her mom came up to me and said, oh, I'm so glad my daughter's finally met an airline pilot. Now, you can tell her she'll never be a mom if she wants to have this career.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, I thought she was kidding at first, and I started to laugh, and I realized she really thinks that airline pilots can't be moms, and no one questions flight attendants being mothers. So we really need to break down the barriers and the stereotypes that people think, well, if I do that, I can't have a family. It's actually not true. There's lots of ways to do it, and we have a supportive networking group amongst women pilots I know here in the United States. There's a group here in one of the hangars called FAST, Female Aviators Sticking Together. Women in Aviation is supportive, the 99s, all these groups, and we're trying to show people that you can do these jobs and be a woman and have family.
It seems in the general workforce, it's taken a long time for these accommodations sometimes to be normalized, and now this is the work that we're trying. The aviation industry, always kicking and screaming, usually at the back end of the pack, is trying to normalize this as well. And I suppose that's some of the thrust of your work.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, we're really talking about some societal barriers or cultural norms. Maybe they need to slide a little bit and change in order to accommodate everyone. There's a need in aviation for diversity of thought that actually makes a group at least 30% safer when people come from different backgrounds and have different kinds of ideas, and everyone should just be included.
Candy, I'm curious about, obviously ALPA is into so many outreach programs and processes and education. So do you have a mentorship program for women in the pilot group or maybe in this dispatch group or any representation? How do you mentor them once they're there to know what to expect and how to accommodate this career?
Well, for ALPA, we do a lot of outreach, and that's what we're doing here at 329 over by off Boeing Plaza. Every day we have 5 presentations. At 10 o'clock every day, we're going to talk about what a typical day in the life looks like as an airline pilot. The next presentation are pathways from classroom to airlines. So once you go ahead and get your pilot ratings, how do you get the time that you need to get an airline transport pilot and get your airline job? And then the next presentation, which I actually got to do today, it was a lot of fun, talks about how to land a scholarship and best practices for filling out those applications. Because, again, the funding is really key.
How to land a scholarship so your career can take off.
And,
Did you get that, Fareed?
Yeah, I got it. That was good.
I did win one in 2000, and it really did change the trajectory of my aviation career. So I know they work.
It's that one jump start. Yeah. We're speaking with Captain Candy Bernsketter, who is served on a congressional committee that helped make recommendations to increase industry participation by women. And what I wanted to ask you next is, in your discussions with your other committee members, it took place during the time that we had a burgeoning pilot shortage, and then the pandemic crushed it for just slightly, and then suddenly it is really, really desperate, it seems like. Did that affect some of your recommendations at all?
Well, I don't believe there's a pilot shortage. There's a supply issue maybe, and things really have changed. I don't think everyone expected the economy to take off so quickly post-COVID, and we're not even really post-COVID in the world, not even in this country. That's certainly
true, isn't it?
Yeah. But certainly maybe we could have managed better planning. Airlines could have managed staffing planning a little bit better. The FAA issued 8,000 airline transport pilot ratings last year, so there's obviously a lot of people available out there to do flying jobs. I don't know about all the other positions, though.
Can you just put some numbers on this for us in terms of what's the percentage of women pilots?
Sure.
And is it getting better, or has it been stable? Can you just quantify that for us?
Unfortunately, the needle really hasn't moved even since the 1980s. It's just about inching on 6%. I actually ran the numbers at the ALPA carriers. We have 40 airlines and 65,000 pilots in our group, and it's exactly 6%. So about 5.8 to 6% is average for U.S. airline women pilots.
Is that you have an international comparison?
I'd have to look up some data. I don't have that at the top of my head, guys. But 4.6% of ATP holders, which of course they're not all airline pilots, are women. So 4.6%, and that has also not changed. When you see a big statistic with a big number of women becoming pilots, it's usually issuances of student pilot certificates. But women actually don't stay in the profession as much as men do, and we're going to talk about that at 2:30 today.
All right.
Wow.
I run a summer camp for underrepresented kids, and we often talk. Women are part of that underrepresented group, and I often talk about those statistics. So those really hew close to what I've seen, as far as it's about 5%, and then if you break those groups down more, that it just really African American women are less than a percentage point of commercial pilots in the U.S., considering the fact that women are a majority in this country. You mentioned that story about the mom who wanted is like, this won't work. Have you seen a change, at least a little bit, in how the parents perceive women being having a career?
I just probably aren't in front of the right people to collect that information or data. I do a lot of outreach. I do go to schools, but unfortunately, I don't get to meet the parents very often. And that would be a great way, actually, to inform parents how things work, how their kids can get in aviation, and encourage them also to send their girls to camps like yours, or even Girls in Aviation Day with Women in Aviation. Of course, your Girl Venture camp here at EAA.
Yeah. So what else would you like to tease about this presentation at 2:30?
Well, I'm going to be joined. Our panel moderator is Lauren Hartland from Zipline, and we're board members together, and I'm going to be joined by Dr. Rebecca Ludy from the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and with Kelly Yost, who is a managing engineer with CNS companies. She has a really cool job. She does stuff with engineering at airports. So that's a little niche probably a lot of people didn't know existed in aviation.
Thanks for all you're doing, Candy.
All right, great. Thanks, guys.
We've been speaking with Captain Candy Bernsketter, who is with the Airline Pilots Association. I keep thinking there's more words to say in there. We really thank you for coming in. You're listening to EA Radio.
Here's one first broadcast at AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie here on Silly Sunday at EAA Radio.
And joining us is Miss Paula Blackwell. I hope I got the pronoun right.
That is correct.
And you're with Air Force personnel, civilian personnel.
Civilian personnel at the Air Force Test Center, yes.
Okay, just the one facility.
I work for the Air Force Test Center, but we manage 3 Air Force bases: Eglin Air Force Base, Arnold Air Force Base, and Edwards Air Force Base.
Oh.
Yeah.
All the cool ones.
Yeah, exactly.
How many civilian personnel do you have?
We have across for AFMC 70,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Across the Air Force, about 170,000 across the Air Force.
I mean, that's way more than active duty people.
Yeah, well, it's very comparable for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
these are all the people that are doing all the behind-the-scenes stuff that support the current active duty Air Force personnel.
Yeah, a lot of them, they're not just behind the scenes. They're program managers for the F-16. They're aircraft mechanics, maintainers for the weapon systems. They do a lot of cool things.
Now, that's interesting because I would have thought all that would have been handled by active duty personnel.
You know, a lot of people think that, and that's been why we've been here, our 12-member recruiting team, just getting the word out, because it's not just military who serve in uniform, it's civilians who serve out of uniform.
Oh, darn, I thought you were going to say we get a uniform. Like, that's not too shabby.
Right. Yeah.
You're in charge of maintaining the civilian personnel, so you're hiring and all that stuff?
So yes, my office of one of many centers. We have 6 centers, and I'm at one center. So one of my centers, I'm at TC, and I'm the HR director there. So I handle a small part of hiring for civilians for that section. But all across AFMC, we're charged with hiring those 70,000 civilians to support those efforts.
Now, are you hiring right now?
We are hiring. The Air Force is hiring and AFMC is hiring. We've got positions. You could imagine what you do off of a military base. We do it within a military base. So we need people to take care of childcare issues, financial management. We need HR type like me. We need engineers, software, mechanical. We need pilots. We have test pilot school at the Air Force Test Center. So
do you need somebody to just ride around and cut the grass? I could probably handle that.
Maintenance, we need maintenance. We need janitors. We need all types of disciplines, contractors. We have it.
Sounds like the Air Force is growing.
The Air Force is growing. Cyberspace, IT, coders, all of it. We need it.
Wow. Good pay?
Very good pay and even better benefits as well.
Sure, you get to watch tests flying out your office window.
There you go. Yeah.
Better than what I get to see. Anyway.
Yeah. Not only do you get to work on it, but you get to see it fly. Yeah. How cool is that?
Very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, Edwards Air Force Base, though, I mean, how many people are there?
Yeah, we've got about 4,000 civilians there alone.
Wow.
Yeah. Big base.
Must be some. I don't know where they all live because we drove through there and we actually drove right up to the entrance and oh, that's an airbase. We can't go in there.
Yeah,
we turn around.
Right in the Mojave Desert, right?
There's not much else there.
Yeah, not much else there. Yeah, for sure.
It's like, not necessarily sure this is a promotion.
I was going to say, are you people hiring ballast? Because he and I are ex-ballast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're working on wheel chalk.
Well, you don't have to be in the military to be a civilian. You don't have to have prior military experience. People really, during our week here, the outreach has shown that people just don't know. There's no prerequisite. The age is not a matter. You can become a civilian at any age. And you don't have to do basic military training as well.
Well, that's a break.
It helps
I'd
if you
fail
know
that.
It helps if you know which end of the hammer to use.
This is true,
well, that's
right?
the test. If you can fall off a log, we'll hire you.
Yeah. Must be a specialist position. I missed that one.
What about job security? I mean, we all know administrations change, the winds change, the budget changes.
Right. Yeah. So that's one good thing we can say about government service is job stability is there. Defending our nation, the DoD is counted on. And so you can talk about our benefits, but job stability is right up there with that.
That's huge these days.
Yeah, super huge. We will know, unlike other entities in private industry, you're going to have employment opportunities. Not only that, you get to serve your country either stateside or overseas. I recently returned from an assignment performing HR duties in Germany, so at Ramstein Air Force Base, Spangdahlem Air Force Base. So you get to serve not only in the U.S., but overseas as well.
Okay.
So there could be travel involved as well. How cool is that?
Yes.
Yeah, Antarctica is in your future.
Yeah. Hey, if you're a skier, great place to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say the HR duties in Germany are pretty much the same, except they're in German.
Well, German and English, because we've got to hire those military spouses who come over there with their husbands or spouses to work, and so we provide employment on military bases as well.
Do we get the deadhead on transports going places?
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, can I get a free trip to Honolulu out of this deal?
You got to be employed. So we are recruiting, we're hiring. Check out our website at airforceciviliancareers.com. We definitely have opportunities for employment in many careers.
Many careers. And long-term employment and
that's the key
chances for
one.
advancement.
That's the key one. Long term. I was a gypsy for many years.
Yes.
It sucks.
Long-term employment with retirement and pension and all of those great things that go with that.
And a cool job.
Very cool job, working on very cool things, whether it's AI or cyber. We've got it.
Or just the next generation whiz-bang flying thing.
Exactly.
Whatever that might be.
And actually those people to create those next things, what's next? Yeah.
That's a big part. And well, they're all doing a lot of thinking right now, watching what's going on in Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in our world today.
Yep. Yep. You guys are busy.
We all are busy, yes.
So I got a question for you.
Okay.
We went from F-22 to F-35. What happened to all the numbers in between?
Good question.
I mean, did they get They feel very, very disrespected.
Right? Yeah. No, they're very good question.
Probably
not in your purview, though.
Probably various prototypes that just didn't cut the mustard.
That's a lot of them, though.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
it sounds like it could be very interesting. You have no age limits, and I'm sure you're looking for qualified personnel. You're not going to just take any schlub off the street and throw them into a high-tech
position.
position.
It's interesting you say that, but we hire, and there's no age limit, so we're looking for those that do go to college or do go to technical school or maybe just go straight into employment and have experience. We have training programs, we have intern programs, we've got paid intern programs. So we offer a lot of educational development opportunities. We grow our next workforce. So it really is a great opportunity for stability in the workforce.
And a quick start.
A quick start as well. It's a great community to learn and grow. There's a lot of mentorship opportunities. And so it's just a really stable opportunity.
And here's the one thing that has always been a big thing of mine. You're promoting people from within.
This is true. A combination of hiring new, innovative folks for our workforce and then promoting from within, providing developmental opportunities to grow. So there's opportunities to start at GS5s or a wage grade 3 blue-collar job and just grow to be the next new leaders of our Air Force.
Yeah, I can just say, hey, did you hear the new program manager? He was a janitor last week.
Yeah, hey, I've
you
heard
can
of
be
worse.
anything working for the Air Force. You can definitely serve your country and work for the Air Force. It's a great culture.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
It definitely
I'm
is.
sure there are days when it's not, but
yes,
I mean,
with any job, though,
anytime
right?
you get to play with airplanes, in my opinion, it's a good day.
Yes, definitely. The civilians are the continuity. They're there to support when that warfighter goes out. Civilians are definitely the continuity.
The glue.
Mm-hmm.
The glue that holds it all together.
Yeah.
Or in my case, the muck that gums it up.
Yeah, we've done that too.
Yeah.
All right, I'll come on over. I've got a resume somewhere.
You've got a resume.
Yeah.
So this week alone, yesterday was our highest day with outreach. We contacted outreach over 2,000 people on Saturday. So it was a really big day yesterday.
That's like a huge job fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So many people just interested in what we have to offer and had no idea that civilians could serve alongside the military. They just didn't know.
That's cool. Do they have to salute?
That's very cool.
They don't have to salute, right?
They do not have to salute.
We
no.
wouldn't know what to salute.
But there are some common courtesies that happen in the military, but definitely not saluting is one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you be nice to the guy with a gun. That's a common courtesy.
Yeah.
Just common sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like a wonderful opportunity, and not just in the United States, but all over the world as well.
Yeah.
Do you get to pick where you work?
So that's another good point. The military they go where they are told to go.
Right. I heard that word assignment earlier.
Those assignments, civilians get to choose civilian opportunities that they're interested in. They can apply, they interview, and then they select where they're going, and they get to choose their next location. So that's the difference between the military assignment and civilians. So they have options. Yeah.
So it was your fault that you ended up in Germany.
There you go. Something interested that I sought after, and I was hired to do that. Yes.
How long were you there?
I was there a little over 5 years. Yes.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of the time.
I was going to say, did you drive fast on the Autobahn too?
Sure did. I had to get used to stop driving fast when I got back to the States as well. Yeah. So I had an opportunity on the weekends when I was off, Paris, Italy, Belgium. I got to travel a lot. So just great opportunities working during the week, and then on the weekends was my time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sounds like we ought to join up.
Yes, we should.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been speaking with
Paula Blackwell.
It was. Yes. I can't even read my own writing. For the United States Air Force.
For the United States.
If you guys are looking for a job,
check it out.
A lot of guys coming out of college are having problems finding jobs.
There you go.
So go talk to her. She's got a job for you.
Yeah, the Air Force is hiring.
The Air Force is hiring. We were able to talk to over 10,000 people this week to let them know the Air Force is hiring, and if you're looking for opportunities, come see us.
Very good. I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2023.
Digital Dave is out on an ultra super secret mission here. They have made the mistake of leaving me in command. So with me here today to help bail me out of trouble is Lindsay Costable from iHeart Flying. Good morning.
Good morning, Fast Eddie.
You have a whole entourage here. What's going on with that?
We do. We also have the founder, Rochelle, of iHeart Flying coming onto the call as well. But we have some very special people. We've got 2 former Hart Scholarship recipients with us today. It is Allison Schlotthauer and Kristen Brooks, as well as one of our very long-time partners, veteran partners, Scott Ashton with Aerox.
Well, welcome to the bullpen. So you gave them, yeah, come on, Eddie, get it here, baby. It's a slow start today. So you gave them scholarships courtesy of iHeart Flying, and they have literally taken off with it.
Literally taken off. That is right. They are propelling forward in their journey in aviation at this point. Yes.
That's great. What is their eventual goal?
Well, I'm going to let them talk about that. So Allison's first going to go on and share where she is right now, and she's actually the recipient of our last scholarship opportunity, which was a collaboration with Girls Love to Fly called All Hands on Deck.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Allison Schlotthauer, and I was the recipient this year. And I'm currently working on my instrument rating, working on my written, and I plan to start flight training in the fall.
Woo-hoo. What kind of aspirations do you have down the pike?
I would love to fly commercially for any airlines, but also in between, I would love to fly a seaplane, maybe charter or scenic flights.
There you go.
That sounds good.
You have your private already?
I do, yes.
And you're working on instrument. Nice. Good morning for that.
And we also have Kristen Brooks. And what's really exciting about Kristen being here, she's out of Denver, Colorado. And we have a very special event coming up in August that she's going to be helping to lead with our entire team as we celebrate National Aviation Day.
Yeah, good morning. So Kristen Brooks, I just passed my instrument check ride last month, and then I'll start commercial training here shortly, but really excited to team up with iHeart Flying for this big event in August.
Okay, what exactly is this big event?
Great. Do you have Rochelle on the line?
He's working on it.
Okay. All right. Well, while we're waiting on Rochelle to get on the line, about a year ago we had Flight Code Towers, one of our veteran partners. They reached out and they're celebrating their 1-year anniversary at the old Stapleton Airport in Denver. And they wanted to celebrate with us and raise money for iHeart Flying scholarships. So as we are in this HAND campaign, which is Heart Aviation Nation Delivers, we just are launching a new scholarship opportunity this week here at AirVenture called Hands Lift, Hearts Propel, and A Nation Delivers, all around this campaign effort. So with that, we will be out in Denver with a large team. There may be a historic C-47 sighting and flight. And an outreach event in partnership with Sheltair and Avfuel, supporting that endeavor, as well as Mac Air Aviation that Kristen trains with at Sheltair's BJC location. And so we'll have young people coming out to experience STEM in aviation. Stations will be set up, and it'll be pairing with our scholarship opportunities.
Wow. I don't know how you guys pull all this stuff together out of thin air.
It's industry that helps us. If not for the industry to come forward and say, hey, we step up, we support, let's do this together for the common good.
Well, it's an unprecedented time in terms of pilot demand, and I'm so glad you guys are there helping the ladies find their way. And we have on the line with us...
Rochelle's here.
Hello. He's trying over there. I commend his efforts.
Is this the network fun we get to enjoy here?
This is the technical wizardry.
Well, yeah. So we're thankful that Scott's here because without all of our partners to come forward to support from an in-kind standpoint as well as from the financial standpoint, we wouldn't be able to launch these themed scholarship opportunities. And we're well known for doing these unique creative launches as well as pairing them with outreach. So we thank Scott for being here and always coming forward and saying, I've got you, we've got your back. We want to help these recipients. We want to help progress women into the air and diversify the skies. So thank you, Scott.
Well, the entire industry knows that one thing you don't do is say no to Lindsay. So
I can believe that.
We are very happy to support the scholarship program and these amazing women as they progress in their aviation careers. And one thing that's been very important to me, I started flying when I was 17, and creating that sense of community for young kids and people as they progress through their aviation careers is super important to us. So we're thrilled to participate in the program, and we love what Rochelle and Lindsay and the rest of the team are doing, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
I just don't know how they keep it all together. It's like they're running in 14 directions at once.
She is very organized. I've seen it. She is very organized.
She has to be. Scheduled down to the minute.
Have to. You have to. Rochelle is too. She's very organized. So I think that having a team that we keep a structure, we have a strategy, we have good communication, and that's something that we actually expect of our Hart Scholarship recipients, because we spend a lot of valuable time working with the industry partners. Obviously, yes, requesting their support year after year, theme scholarship after theme scholarship. And that's the one thing that we ask our scholarship recipients is, hey, we are giving you very invested funds from our donors, our partners, ourselves. So we are obviously going to expect that you fulfill those awards well. You follow along in your journey as you say you're going to do. You follow through and you follow up. And so we are very thrilled that we've got over almost 30 some scholarship recipients over the last 6 years that we have supported, over $155,000 of flight training awards and pilot supplies and in-kind support from the industry. And so we're proud that our partners know us well enough to say, hey, look what they've done. Their Hart Scholars are exceptional. They progress well. They're actually doing exactly what they've set out to do, said they're going to do. And they keep coming back year after year. So
your organization is only 6 years old. That was what I was going to ask next.
6.5 now.
So you've got 30 scholarship awardees already. That's pretty impressive for a young organization.
Correct. Yeah, and we actually help. We don't just award them scholarships. We work to mentor them to make sure that they are navigating the industry well, especially if they may be younger and they may not have really had the experience to come at an air show or an NBAA base or conference or exposition. So we actually, with this particular scholarship launch today, this will launch here at AirVenture. We'll open up application next week. It'll run for 4 weeks open application. Get those scholarship applications in. Don't delay, because there's a lot, as these ladies know, there's a lot that goes into submitting that. And then once we know who the award recipients are as part of the process, we work with our partners and funding opportunities to then get them to the big NBAA base in October, which will be in Las Vegas, October 17th to the 19th this year.
Okay, so can I assume that you've gotten graduates out into industry now?
Absolutely. Yes.
So you've got some.
We have some heart.
Do you have your own special set of wings that you give them, like a little heart in the middle or something?
I like that. I don't know. We might have to pull that off, Digital Dave.
Yes,
I'll talk to Rochelle on that.
I want royalties, please.
I'll talk to the boss.
The boss. Okay. We're seeing French. I don't think our phone patch is working.
Okay.
So, do your best Rochelle impersonation.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Ready? Yeah. Hello, angels. This is Rochelle with iHeart Flying, and we are getting ready to launch another scholarship opportunity. She's very high energy. You think I'm high energy?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's saying something. Yeah, that is really
she's great.
Something.
She's great. She puts a lot of her own time and investment into this program, and I don't think a lot of people realize when they see Rochelle or she comes to shows or they see her flying that she started this organization in 2017 with the whole goal to say, hey, somebody helped me to get my private pilot license. Someone stepped up and had my back, and I want to do that for our industry, and I want to help more women to achieve this goal. And it's not that we don't, our men are our biggest allies. Men are our biggest supporters. So we're so thankful that the men have said, yeah, it'd be great to diversify the skies. And so while our scholarships are very geared towards helping women in flight training, but our outreach is for our young people. And so that's why in Denver it's so important that we touch on the scholarship aspect for flight training scholarships for women, but we're also going to be doing a youth STEM and aviation outreach effort as well. We're going to show them how to pre-flight airplanes, maintenance, show them a historic airplane.
Well, that begs the question, are you thinking of expanding your scholarships to include like A&P? getting an A&P versus pilot, that kind of thing?
There have been discussions and folks that have reached out about that, but right now we want to stay and stick to our mission. What I have found in running nonprofits and starting nonprofits is if you start veering off and going outside of what you started and what you've built a mission around and what you built a brand around, you kind of lose yourself. So, there are great opportunities and great programs out there that are supporting A&Ps. We also don't want to, kind of step over and step on them either. They're doing great work and we can help promote them and we can work with them. And if we can kind of stay in our lane and do really well with that, as you know, I'm juggling and I'm over here and doing all of that, but I have to learn to still stay in my lane and still make sure that there's a narrow focus too. There's also a strategy and you stay within that mission.
Wow.
I was going to ask, how do you find out more about applying for the scholarship?
Absolutely. So we have a press conference today at 10 a.m. So we have invited the media to participate. The Hart Scholars will be there for folks to talk to, and hopefully Scott will be able to make his way. Although he's a busy guy, he's very popular. So I don't know if he's able to make it, but hopefully he can. We'll promote and recognize our partners, and the application opens up next week, and applicants can go to iHart. That's HART flying.org.
Very good. And keep those cards and letters coming.
Awesome.
Keep those sponsors rolling too.
Yes.
We would just quick shout out to all of our sponsors for this new opportunity. It is Immaculate Flight, Shelter, AEG Fuels, and Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport that have provided the financial means to make this work.
All right. Well, ladies and sir, I want to thank you for joining us. And this is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. And this is EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2024.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And we are joined by Amelia Wilson from
NASA.
She was working on something called the High Tech program.
High Tech?
Before we came on, I was like, you mean NASA has high tech programs? Isn't all NASA a high tech program?
Ba-dum-bum.
Yes. Anyway, so explain high tech.
Sure, yeah. I'll just start with even what that stands for and the sort of things we're doing. So it's a hybrid thermally efficient core, and even just that's a lot to unpack, right? So there's the hybrid aspect of it where we're looking at extracting power from the core as it's rotating, right? And there's a little bit of that's done today, but looking to optimize that and take more power off to power like electric aircraft systems, help the hybridization aspect of it.
And just to clarify that, we're talking the core of the jet engine, not the core of the Earth.
Yes, that's right.
It's hard to get the core of the Earth.
We need to make that distinction
yes,
here, right
very
here.
True. Yeah. So we're talking about like commercial turbofan size, roughly 737, A320 size is what we're targeting.
Okay, so you're obviously you want to increase the power of the engine, but not necessarily. Boy, that was a good one.
Good.
Converting it directly to thrust. You're talking about using it to spin a generator.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So,
and that's just the one part of it. That's the hybrid part. There's also the thermal efficiency. So we're looking at advanced materials, ceramic matrix composites that have higher temperature capability than a lot of the metallic alloys that are used today in the hot section in particular.
Are you working with that new alloy you guys just licensed, the GRZ 897
GRX810
space modulator?
GRX810.
Yeah, that's
You're
it.
right, but that's not going in this. But it's similar kind of idea. Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to get the temperature up to make it more efficient.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And that's a pretty decent sized engine. So
yes,
a 10% jump is huge.
Exactly, and that's the target goal for the project is a 5 to 10% efficiency improvement out of the engine. So, in theory, then, if you took that and put it on an advanced airframe in the future, you'd have even more efficiency benefit.
Yeah, a lot less cha-ching at the gas pump.
Yes.
So, what exactly do you do on the program?
So I'm a systems engineer. I'm looking at things at a little bit of a higher level, like the overall integration of the engine components. We have a lot of what are called technical performance measures, how we assess what the components are doing, how those map up to the higher level project goals, right? I mentioned the 5 to 10%, but where is that actually coming from? So we have some metrics for the turbine, compressor, really everything that we're touching.
Now, how much of this at this point is just computer modeling and analysis?
So actually, we've been working on this for about 2 to 3 years. A lot of it so far has been component level development, like I mentioned. So we've done independent turbine testing. Later this year and into next year, we'll be doing a compressor test. But you're right in that for all these tests, we've also done some modeling just to predict how things are going in the test. So then earlier this year, we started a 5-year effort where we will actually be doing the integration, and then at the end of the 5 years, doing a full core demonstration. So kind of wrapping up the component level testing, moving on to overall integrated core.
So this is the iteration of existing technologies. Have you had any eureka moments? I'm like, oh my goodness, well, that's amazing. Why didn't we think of that before?
Not so much that I can think of. The materials work has been really interesting to me. I've not, that's not something that I've done before. So just seeing all of that sort of chemistry and how that's working was really cool to me. Not something that I even knew we'd put in engines, right? So
Right. You just say, make it out of metal.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, now you want to go on to the other side of the spectrum here. He's talking about eureka moments. What about those moments where you look at it and go, oh, crap?
I think something that comes to mind is we have a lot of materials labs at the Glenn Research Center, which is where I'm from. There was one we wanted to use for testing on this project, and it had been close to 10 years since it had been operated. So there was just a lot of even looking at the facility like, oh boy, we got a lot of work to do to get this up and running. So these are the things you don't think about when you're starting a project, but equally important.
Facilities and the equipment are everything.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So first you have to kick out all the spiders.
Right.
They must have enjoyed that.
And then it's like, wow, this oven is really old.
Well, who came up with the idea of hooking a generator to the engine core and then using power generated by that to help increase the thrust on the fan unit? Wouldn't you just think that the mechanical connection would be enough?
Yeah, I know it's something they do a little bit today, the hybridization part. Just looking to increase that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're not necessarily using that power in that engine.
Right, for electric aircraft systems.
Right.
Kind of thinking forward to more electrified aircraft propulsion, too, in the future. So.
Right, so think of this as more of an APU than a thrust engine.
Right.
See, there you go. So it powers everything.
You are the man,
Just think of how many microwave ovens they could turn on at the same time.
Yeah.
Your toast will be done in 0.6 seconds. Poof. So 5 years to finish up and hopefully have a working model, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, engine core demonstration is what we're calling it, right?
The Department of Acronyms is working overtime again.
Yeah, as always, yes.
The Department of Redundancy Department.
Yeah.
How do you enjoy it?
I think it's a lot of fun, yeah. So actually, this project is the only... I started at NASA and started on this project, so it's my first experience with it, but it's been a lot of fun learning about jet engines. I have an aerospace bachelor's degree, but I went with the Astro track, so I didn't learn a lot about... I know.
You
sorry.
You were pointing at space,
that.
huh?
Yeah.
You can still get there.
Halfway there. But yeah, so learning just about how jet engines work has been cool for me, too.
Well, you never know. Maybe they'll use an electric-powered aircraft to get up to the stratosphere and then light the engine.
Hey, why not? Right.
Hey, they're talking about flinging them off the end of a flywheel, so why not this?
Yeah.
So how do you feel? I mean, engineering college prepares you to design things and come up with ideas. But
sure.
When you got out there, I'm sure it was like, wow, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, definitely. A lot going on. A lot of things you don't think about, right? Like doing a project at school, maybe you're focused on one area of like a technical area, but now in a systems engineering role, I'm kind of looking at everything all the time.
Right,
so
you got to make it all fit together.
About. Yes.
And play nice.
Yes.
And you've learned the one really big thing that they can't teach you in college, and that is everything that works good in theory doesn't necessarily work good in reality.
Yes, exactly.
Computer models. And then there's the other thing that I always say. Take your best time and money estimates, triple them, and you'll probably be about right.
Yes, definitely, for sure.
So, yeah, those are things that I'll teach you in school.
No.
Well, they're important lessons to learn, too, because there's a lot of stuff out there in theoretical fields that just doesn't work in reality.
One day it will.
Someday.
It will. Have no doubt.
Yep, you'll be over the rainbow when it works.
Maybe. Or we'll go over the rainbow.
Go over the rainbow.
So systems integrate. Are you one of many systems engineers?
We have three on the NASA side. So our industry partners will also have systems engineers. But yes, 3 on NASA, 1 lead systems engineer. I'm a little bit lower level than that.
Well, you're just
as
getting
a young
started.
person. Yes, right.
But the sky's the limit. Get it?
Yep, got it.
She probably has that over her desk. So,
yeah,
heard that before.
No, it's not a limit. It's her playground.
Oh, that's even better.
That is a good one. Yeah.
What was that line? I'm from Iowa. I only work in space.
Yeah.
So you can say the same thing.
All right.
And so far, it's going well.
Yes.
You think you guys are going to be on track?
Yep, I would say so. Yeah.
Good. I want to see this thing.
Have you run into any problems that have been real head scratchers?
I don't think so, no. Like I mentioned before, getting some of the test facilities and capabilities ready maybe wasn't something we were prepared to do.
But that wasn't necessarily in the scope of the program.
Right, exactly.
It is now.
Yes.
Here's your new lab. They open the door, right?
Right, I know. We try to take credit for all those facility improvements we're doing, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you just put in a ticket because I need 37 outlets, please.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me like it's got a very interesting project, but here's my question.
Sure.
Okay. Jet engines generate a tremendous amount of heat. Mm-hmm. How are you going to take that into consideration with the equipment required to hybridize the engine itself?
Yeah, that's a good question. Not really sure. That's a little bit outside of what I'm looking at, but
okay.
Yeah.
Well, it has an exhaust pipe, you know.
Yeah, but still, things get toasty.
That's correct. As long as you point the heaty thing away from the toasty thing, you're probably all right.
Technical terms.
Yes, take that back to your next engineering meeting.
That's what I'll say.
So what are we doing with that heaty thing?
I know they are, at least in the turbine and compressor areas, looking at different cooling hole patterns and that sort of thing. But, everything's a trade. So
exactly.
How much cooling, we're going to lose efficiency, right? Those sorts of things. So
Well, it doesn't do your efficiency any good if it burns up because it's overheated.
It was great. It was super efficient for about 39 seconds.
Yeah, and then it just flambéed.
Then it melted. No, I'm sure you guys have taken all that into consideration. Mm-hmm. And how big are we talking about? Are we talking like, you said it was an engine size of a 737.
That's right. And actually, I didn't mention this before. One of the things we're doing is shrinking the size of the core, so to increase the bypass ratio. So a little bit smaller than maybe they are today, but yeah. Similar to that 737
now, I'm
size.
kind of interested. When I think of a fan bypass engine, that's a thrust engine to me.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with the bypass there? You're running that through a power turbine as well?
I think what you said before is still a thrust engine, just with a bigger bypass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought this was strictly to turn a generator and nothing else with the exhaust. But now you're talking combination.
Yep.
So it'll fly the airplane and run the microwave.
Yes.
Good.
Get your hot coffee.
That's right. Keep the TV on because I want to watch a movie.
And I was going to say, keep that Wi-Fi going. That's critical.
That's even more important.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't have it on the way here. I was a little upset about it.
You want to have cranky passengers? Pull the plug on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, right. Or the air conditioning.
Yeah.
Can you? Well, 600,000 people. That's a lot of Wi-Fi.
Oh, air conditioning is easy to do because it's like -40 outside.
Well, yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you don't want to sit next to that open window, though.
It's a little drafty at altitude.
And in the back, we've got the really cheap seats.
Yeah.
Come with a blanket. Planning on staying?
Yeah, definitely.
See, now we're getting all the dirt out, so when her boss hears this. Would you recommend that job?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Cool. So, all right, tell them you sent you.
Sorry?
You just tell people that you sent them.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So hopefully things are going to go well.
It sounds like a great opportunity. You're working with cool things and cool people.
Yeah,
and
that sums it up.
But they're doing hot stuff.
Right. Very hot.
All right, we've been speaking with Amelia Wilson from NASA. And this is Digital Dave.
And this is Fast Eddie, and I'm sure she's glad it's over at EAA Radio.
At EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2023.
I'm Fast Eddie.
And I'm Digital Dave.
And with us here today, we have Dr. Ian Johnson from the FAA, the Friendly Aviation Administration. We're going to be talking about human factors. Well, that factors into a lot of flying. You always have a human behind the airplane.
Careful.
Yeah, I was going to say
That's changing.
Most aircraft, not all of them.
Yes. Well, he's talking. You're doing human factor research on weather automation in the cockpit, correct?
Well, weather on the whole, but automation is also a piece of it.
Okay. There are so many tools available now, and there are so many electronic devices that I would, as a pilot, I could easily get overloaded just on those alone without even considering trying to fly the airplane at the same time.
Yeah, that's true, and that's one of the things that we're looking at. So pilots have access to an array of information from various sources, various vendors. Each vendor tend to customize their applications based on the feedback that they get from their users, but there is a word called consistency, which is one of the things we're striving for. An example would be if I'm looking at one vendor's product that is depicting maybe what's the situation at my airport in terms of flight category, VFR, IFR, and they use a symbology to depict that. The symbology should be the same across the board. The color should be the same across the board. Because you're conveying the same information, you should try to be consistent in the way you do that. And that's an issue right now. We've done some research in that area, and we also found out that the feedback that we got from pilots, they have an issue with that, trying to figure out, what is this display telling me, and, fixation and everything else. So those are things that we need to work on.
I imagine that's a real problem for guys that are renting airplanes, because if they get a different airplane, might have different generation displays, different vendor displays.
Well, that's true. I mean, I can allude to the fact that, being a pilot myself, if I'm flying an aircraft with a G1000 today, which is a Garmin product, and then I switched the next day and I'm flying an Aviline product, which is a different manufacturer, different display, I'm expecting that information that is being presented to me would be identical in terms of consistency, right? But sometimes that's not the way it is.
So you, as a pilot, we have to familiarize ourselves before flight with that system.
Right, and there's a learning curve there, right? So, and you shouldn't have that. It should be seamless, right? So the program that I'm on, Weather Technology in the Cockpit, that's some of the things that we're looking at. We're also looking at the training that's involved, because it's always a training piece that goes with that. And to talk about automation, right? Now we're looking at automation. Now, when it comes to automation, you need to figure out the roles and responsibilities, right? What is the automation going to do?
Exactly.
And how does a human play with the automation, right? What role does a human play? There's something called machine teaming, where you have the machine and the human working together, human-machine teaming, where they're supervising each other. So, but the human has to know the role of the machine, and the machine has to know the role of the human, and then, that's how they work together. So, but there's a lot that you need to know, if you want to automate something, why are you automating it? We automate stuff because sometimes human beings doing stuff repetitively are not very good at doing that.
Yeah, we miss things.
Right, so machines do that. But you first need to figure out what's the task that the automation has to do. And to know that, you need to know what the human is doing first.
Right.
And then you train the machine to do that. So
standardizing that across manufacturers,
right.
That's like trying to herd cats, as far as I can tell.
Well, we are a regulatory body, and yes, there's some things that we need to standardize, right? We have guidance out there. We also have standards, right? There's something called Aerospace Recommended Practices, which is a guidance document that basically says, if you're going to do this, here's what you need to follow. But it's not a shall document whereby you have to do it. But there are other documents that accompany that are standard documents that all vendors use. But it's one of these things that when you're trying to appeal to a certain customer, and we call it added value or competitive edge, they add value, and sometimes they miss the mark.
Right.
So that's a difficult situation, and we really do not want to come out with a standard and say you have to do it this way, because now you're stifling innovation.
Right. Right.
So we got to be very careful.
So you have to work closely with those vendors.
Right.
And incorporate whatever feedback they've gotten.
Right. So an example of that, the FAA has something called a human factors order. Mm-hmm. And when that order expired, rather than the FAA decided to work on it on their own, we decided to bring industry in. And so we work with folks from Naviair Canada and first guys in Europe to build that standard, right? And so now, if you have a vested interest in it, when it's time for you to use it, you can't say, well, I didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
All right. And plus, the FAA, we don't know everything. That's why we depend on industry. And it's good to work with industry to get the information that you need because we're all working for the same cause to increase safety or enhance safety. So when it comes to automation, that's a different animal.
Oh, yeah, and especially when it comes to the weekend warrior pilot, like that would be me, who hasn't flown. Oh, my God, I got to get my 3 landings in to stay current.
Right.
And I get rusty, and I forget what's going on.
Well, I always allude to it as it's a personal preference, right? When we do presentations, I normally include that. If you want to be good at what you do whatever it takes to get there, right? And if you want to play basketball, right? You want to make the NBA, you're going to play your heart out and practice and practice and practice. The FAA has a lot of free literature, a lot of free seminars and stuff like that that pilots have access to. But the guys that don't go to those seminars and stuff like that because they know it all, they're the ones that get themselves in trouble. If you haven't flown in a while, you shouldn't get in an airplane by yourself, even if you own your own airplane.
Okay.
So
I never thought about that.
No, we don't. That's the problem.
Well, here's the thing. With all advances in technology, isn't there the possibility of too much dependence on it? And the other factor that I'm thinking of is information overload.
Yeah, well, so the first thing I normally tell people, you have to know the capabilities and limitations of anything that you use, whether it's a phone or a piece of avionics in the cockpit, right? If you don't know that, then you shouldn't be using it. And then you want to give the pilot the information he or she needs. For instance, for takeoff, you need this amount of information. As you start to traverse the airspace en route, you need this amount of information. But you don't take all information away from them. They should still have access to any information that they need. But you customize it, or they can set it up. The defaults, personal minimums.
Right.
So if they go above that, then they'll get a warning or something like that to let them know. But there again, it goes back to personal preference.
Okay.
Or personal responsibility.
Well, I know just driving a car, you get complacent too fast.
Exactly.
Very much so.
And sloppy.
Yes.
Well, that's pretty wild. I just lost my train of thought.
Oh, no, not that.
I derailed.
So, do you guys help develop the new technologies, or are you just sort of coordinating we
do a lot of research. We look at gaps and shortfalls and stuff like that. We get data from NTSB, based on accidents, and we look to see, what occur and, how best we can maybe get something that would fill that gap. So we do the research in the lab. We bring in pilots, so we're not doing it in a vacuum. Bring in pilots with various diversity in terms of experience, and then the data that we capture from them, we give it's for industry to use, right? Because they don't do that research, and basically say, if you're going to put this on a display, here are some of the things that you need to focus on. We're not going to tell you how to do it, right? It's left to them.
Okay.
But at least they have something that they can work with.
Now, you keep saying industry. To me, you're talking airline pilots.
We use airline pilots, we use general aviation pilots for research, but when I talk about industry, I'm talking about the guys in avionics.
Okay.
If it's a product that goes to avionics, if it's training, then it goes that to the AFS, which is flight standards in the FAA, and they'll invoke it maybe into AC advisory circle or something like that. We also work with RTCA, which is a standards body that's a part of industry and government working together.
Okay, but the goal is also to extend this all the way down to the weekend pilot.
Exactly.
Okay.
We don't want to exclude anyone.
Because, the airline pilots, they're doing it every day. They're current. They're proficient.
Right.
It's us rusty guys.
The problem area is GA.
Right.
I hate to say that.
Well, yeah.
But what about testing this new technology? Does the FAA test it per se, or do you leave the testing up to the manufacturers?
Well, we do prototypes in the lab, right? And then we bring in pilots to actually test it. That's how we get the data to know whether we're on the right track or not. We get feedback from them, then we modify it, then maybe do another testing again. But we're not building anything. We're not allowed to build anything. We do the research, and we said, here's the findings that we got. If you guys want to build this, here's what you can use.
Right.
Because we're not an organization that builds or an agency that builds anything.
You're a data collection agency.
Right. We're a research program.
Are you doing this in live aircraft, simulators?
We use a lot of simulators, but we sometimes pair up. Like we had a project with Delta, whereby they were using their aircraft. But we try to make it realistic as possible. Mm-hmm. We have flight simulators at Atlantic City that we use.
Okay.
Very cool.
Yeah, we have to go down and visit. We're not that far.
No, we're not. I'm going to be in Atlantic City in August, so hey, maybe I can swing by.
Okay, like I say, you know he's coming. Lock the door.
Lock the door.
So that, I mean, you've got all sorts of ideas and programs going. I imagine you keep coming. Each project leads to another idea.
Yeah, one builds on another wherever there's a gap, right? Research is that sometimes you start a project and when you end it, there's nothing really that you can get out of it, but that's a learning experience. But most of the time, we do get something out of it, and we just don't throw the report on a shelf and say, that's it. Because we're using taxpayers' dollars to do the research, and as such, they need to get a return on their investment.
Okay.
And that's the reason why we come to shows like this. We go to Sun and Fun, because that's how we do our outreach. Every time we come to these events, we do several briefings, and we're just trying to educate the pilots and also let them be cognizant of some of the research that we're doing. And we get a lot of good feedback from people and pointers. Hey, have you guys thought about this or thought about that? So it's a win-win situation.
Okay, very good. I want to thank you for joining us. We've been speaking with Dr. Ian Johnson. I believe that's what I wrote.
Yep.
From the FAA. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
Are you there?
I am. Now I'm here.
There you are.
Oh, I had no voice for a moment. I felt like Neo in the Matrix.
You'll never
Blank stare.
You'll never feel like Neo in the Matrix. Who are you kidding?
Anyway, joining us is Nicole Stevens,
our last guest of 2024.
And it says Noah on her shirt. That's not really her name.
No.
Her name is Nicole.
Right.
That's close, though, right?
Close. Starts with the same letter. Yeah.
And you're dealing with the NOAA website for aviation weather info?
Right. Yeah, the NOAA National Weather Service website. I work at the Aviation Weather Center working on the slightly newly released last October aviationweather.gov website.
So okay, I'm writing that down.
You've got a new website, which means that you hired a new spider.
Sure. Yeah. We keep all the bugs around. We like to have those to help us out.
Her job is to get the bugs out of the website, not put more in. So, what can we can find out everything about weather, I'm assuming.
Absolutely, yeah. That website's full of all sorts of fun stuff. We've been coming to shows like this. We've been talking to pilots for the last decade or so, getting information. What do they want? What do they want change? What's new in technology that we need to include now? And we work to incorporate all of that into this new website. So we have it mobile responsive now, so you can look at it on your phone and tablet as well as on a desktop, where our old site was really designed for a desktop and only really worked on a desktop.
Now it'll work on my phone. I can't see it on the phone anyway, but at least it's there.
It actually scales, so it should work the same on a phone as a desktop, but some of your letters might be abbreviated, so it would say something, AWC instead of Aviation Weather Center. We kind of just contract some of the words so that you still get just as big a text on your phone as you would on a desktop.
That brings a question to mind. When you see the aviation weather forecast and it's all that international approved, can't they afford to buy the rest of the letters and the words?
Oh, no, we like to keep them small and make you guess.
Yeah, I believe that. What does that mean again?
Is that some kind of medieval torture?
And I think there's a vowel shortage as well. I think we should order more vowels.
It's that blasted, Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah.
They've got all the vowels.
So aviation weather hasn't changed much, but the way we present it has.
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to come up with new ways, new technology. The whole website's built around this graphical forecast for aviation now, which is an interactive and fully customizable map. So you can zoom in and pan over your location. You can add the layers that you want. You can move the time slider forward and backward in time, kind of like a YouTube time slider on the bottom of the screen.
Wait a minute, we can scratch the weather now.
Yeah, now you get to decide your own weather.
If there's a submit button on the bottom, then you got something. We can change it.
Wouldn't that be something? If we get to decide the weather, right? Not just guessing the weather, we get to decide it.
Well, that's what they say, right? Everybody complains about the weather, but nobody does anything.
If only we got to actually decide the weather, not just predict the weather.
Yeah, there are those days.
Absolutely.
So how long have you been doing it?
Yeah, I've been working on the website for about 5 years now. We finally, again, got it released last October, and now I continue to do other research and development projects at the Aviation Weather Center, looking at new ways to show turbulence to pilots in a way that they can actually interpret it, showing icing, showing different products. And our goal at the Aviation Weather Center is to give the pilots, to give the traffic managers the best information they can have to create their own decisions, to make their own decisions.
What's the update rate? Is it like plus or minus 15 minutes or something like that?
Oh, even faster than that. The observations are updating every 5 minutes or less, so we have radar data that's as up to date as we can get it. We've got METARs updating. Those typically update once an hour, but we get them if we get a special or anything like that. That'll update right away when we get that as well.
Okay. Because we've been having a lot of those specials lately with all these pop-up storms all over the country.
Absolutely, and the smoke coming in and everything else as well.
I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah.
We haven't had that down in Pennsylvania this year.
Not recently, so far.
But I understand
Not
it's
yet,
here.
at least. Yeah.
Wow. Those darn Canadians are trying to burn down the country.
Well, I was going to say, with all of the interesting weather that we've had this year, you people must be on your toes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, our forecasters at the Aviation Weather Center, they're the ones that put out your SIGMETs, your GRMETs, all of that stuff. And they've been keeping busy making sure that all the areas are covered, your convective forecasts are up to date, so that you guys know where and when you can fly.
And I was going to say, another thing that seems to be increasing are reports of people, passengers and crew getting hurt on airliners that encounter turbulence. Seems to be a fair amount of that these days.
It does sound like that, yeah. And I mean, if you're seated in your plane buckled up, you really shouldn't be going anywhere, but it does sound like they're hitting some more severe turbulence every once in a while.
Everybody takes the seatbelt off as soon as a little light goes out.
I know.
So, no, I'm not doing that. Are you working on new technologies to help see clear air turbulence?
We work on with different models and different people that are working on the models to evaluate them and make sure we're getting the most accurate and updated model. We get higher resolution. We're getting more aerial coverage, all of that stuff. And our team is evaluating it so that we know it's accurate before we share it with everyone else.
Well, one of the things that has always caught my eye, we've got more airliners and more airplanes flying than ever before. Is it possible that a lot of this clear air turbulence is the wake from other aircraft?
It could be, yeah. I mean, it could be microbursts. It could be other aircraft. I don't forecast a whole lot. Specifically forecasting, I do a lot of work with data and weather models, not necessarily forecasting itself.
Right. So you're gathering what is now, but not looking at what might be.
Yeah, well, I'll look at the weather models that are predicting the future, but I'm not necessarily the one putting a warning over a certain area.
Okay. Oh, I got it. So she's the one that draws all those little spaghetti lines on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, let's look, the letter E.
Those are done by our forecasters. Yeah, those GRMETs, all the extra lines, all the options, all of that.
She's the one who's putting the information into the weather Ouija board.
I'm telling you, I love it. There's a guy in there who wasn't doing good on Wednesday, wasn't feeling well, and he's like, let's put this in there and see if anybody notices.
Oh man, hopefully not, but I guess it could happen, right?
I hope not too. I'm sure they're very professional. I know I'm not, but anyway.
Well, the problem being is that the weather changes. It's very capricious at times.
Yeah, and it never tells us what it's going to do next.
That's exactly right, and it sits there and just says, hold my beer.
Absolutely, keeps you guessing.
It does.
Have you seen increases in severe weather? That's a dumb question. I mean, we've all noticed it on the news.
It all comes down to the time of year, the temperatures. If it's nice and warm and moist air, you're going to get more convection. You're going to get more of those thunderstorms. The public notices that more, and
And complaints.
And we see it, yeah, absolutely. I know Minnesota's been getting tons of rain this year, or this summer, which is it's new for them, and they're still dealing with some of that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
And we in Pennsylvania were going without rain for quite a while, and then we just started getting series of pop-up and squall lines night after night.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we got hammered a couple of times, our area.
But we needed the water.
We did, but we didn't need the straight line winds that went with it.
Yep.
I mean, trees and
So
power
next
lines
time,
are down everywhere.
well, next time, switch that off, straight line winds, before you hit submit.
I was trying to. It wouldn't let me do it.
No, next time.
Yeah, next
sitting
update.
I'm sitting there looking at it going, stupid website.
So there are so many mechanisms for pilots to get weather information. Do you recommend we start with you?
Yeah, actually, I do recommend that. All of those websites, the ForeFlights, your Garmin, your all of that stuff is taking info from our website, from our forecasters, from the models that we have already deemed the best for that product, and they're using our weather models. So ultimately, to get the big picture, all of everything, aviationweather.gov is what has all of the original information. Sometimes some of those other parties will repackage them or package the information that you might need for your flight, but to get the full big picture,
start there.
That site would be a good place to start. Yeah.
Yeah, this flying's got so much planning involved.
It really does.
What about what happened to just getting in the airplane and going?
Well, now things are more complicated.
I guess. Or we're supposed to be more informed to make us safer.
Exactly. We'll try to give you as much information as we can so that you have a nice, safe flight with all the information that you can get and that you might need.
I'm in danger of information overload. That's my only problem.
Absolutely. And if you're getting different information from different sources, it is sometimes hard to pick what is the right source.
I mean, you can't even get 3 people with phones to give you the same forecast because they're all using different weather apps.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And, a lot of this stuff comes from NOAA, too. The weather radar, the forecasts and everything.
The rock outside the window.
The wind chain.
Right.
There's just a lot of stuff. It can be
But she can say with confidence that they're the best.
Of course.
Oh, we try. Yes, absolutely.
That'll be in your paycheck next week.
Not only are they the best, but they are the source.
They are the authority.
Yes. We've had fun with you guys in the past when we've had heavy weather roll through, and it was
when weather breaks, we're right there.
Right there. Yep, we'll fix it. When weather breaks, we'll fix it.
If only. Well, we've been speaking with Nicole Stevens of NOAA and Aviation Weather Center.
Right.
Got it. This is Digital Dave,
and I'm Fast Eddie, and we're signing off for last time on Silly Sunday. This is EAA Radio.
Here's an EAA Radio interview from Oshkosh 2023.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And joining us is Mr. Dave Hall from Plane Tags.
Good morning, guys.
I think everybody's luggage should have a plane tag.
Definitely.
You'll definitely be able to spot it on the carousel.
I have one.
We call that seeing it in the wild.
Seeing it in the wild.
And I can't tell you how many times I've snuck up on someone in the airport and like, oh my God, I made that. And they always like jump, what?
Yeah, that would be my first reaction too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we know that you're constantly expanding and everything. But
first, what is a plane tag?
Well,
let's get to the meat of the matter here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I've had this little company called MotoArt for 23 years. And back in it was 2008, actually, I was working with a P-51 Mustang, and I realized I couldn't get rid of the metal. And I made myself, instead of like a dog tag, a plane tag. And I made it oval because our logo for MotoArt is a logo, or an oval. And that sucker sat in my pocket for 8 years before I finally brought it out and tried to do something for Christmas. And we came out in 2015 with a plane tag line, and it just took over at that point. And basically what we do is we use the authentic skins from the aircraft, we stamp them, we laser etch the schematic and the serial number, and on the card we'll put the graphic of the aircraft, and on the back side tell you where we found it, the history of the aircraft, etc.
That's really cool.
All right, now to my question.
Yes.
How many various plane tags do you have?
We've done over 160 for sure. I kind of keep losing count, but now we're in the process of 2 releases a month. The museums are really getting behind it. Pima Air and Space being one of our biggest advocates.
Oh, yeah.
They're advocates because it's educational. It's nice to see the audience, it's the young audience that we're attracting at this point because they're collecting them. They're almost like Beanie Babies, but for aviation geeks, right?
Yep.
And they actually get to own a piece of aviation history, which is kind of cool. So we're doing 2 a month at this point, and we try to mix it up. We try to do some commercial aircraft, general aviation. We now introduce Whirly Bird Wednesdays because we have so many helicopters we're trying to release.
Oh, nice. Nice. A chunk of the rotor blade would be nice.
Yeah. And what's great, though, a lot of the big corporations are getting behind us. Delta Airlines.
Really?
Delta Airlines is being one of them. We're now making the American Express card for them, which is made out of a 747. We're basically categorizing the retired fleet. So every few months we're coming out with a 75, 76. And we give 13% back to the Delta Care Fund for every Delta plane tag that we do. So far, just in the last year, we raised over $100,000 for them. So they're pretty happy.
Oh, yeah,
with
they're
this.
pretty happy.
Yeah.
And basically, they're getting rid of their scrap.
That's a win-win if I ever saw one.
Yeah. So, is there one person that you know that you can think of that has the most plane tags?
Oh, man, that's a loaded question. There's actually a fan club online on Facebook called the Plane Tag Collections. And I try to stay off of it because it disrupts me with watching what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know there are people who have hundreds and hundreds of plane tags. Someone showed me their bedroom just yesterday, and the whole bedroom was just lined. It was like wallpaper of plane tags.
Jeez. What? And you're thinking to myself, what have I wrought?
I was going to say, there's an example of obsession.
Yeah. Well, could be worse.
And what's great too, we're starting to work with a lot of people who are restoring aircraft because when they do the restorations that are taking off the old skins, usually the skins are the first thing that they're replacing. So they take off the old skins, they're using them as patterns, and they're putting new skins on, right? Well, a lot of these guys have done exactly what I thought. They've kept the old skins. A couple of ones I brought today I thought it'd be fun to share. We got a Japanese Zero that we did this year. And they pulled this Zero from the Marshall Islands. A guy named John Sterling traded a tractor for him.
Tractor?
And they're now restoring Legend Flowers up in Washington has been restoring it for the last, I think about 8 years. And they called us up and invited us to take the skins for the plane tag program. The same with the P-61 with Mid-Atlantic Museum. They're restoring the P-61 that they pulled out of New Guinea.
Right.
And, it's kind of been, like you said, a win-win. We raise money for the restorations. The collectors get a piece of aviation history, and it's just kind of really special to hold on a piece of something that's got so much history to it.
Wow. Now, see, I went and bought a P-61 at Reading this year, and I didn't realize it was from that P-61.
Exactly. That's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah. Very cool.
I think I'm going to have to get one of the P-61s.
I think you need to talk to NASA about some of the early rocket parts.
Speaking of that, what are your dream aircraft? What are the ones that you'd really like to get your hands on?
Well, I want to start dipping into some of the World War I aircraft. I always say no one learns more than I do, right? I mean, I thought I knew a lot about aviation history when I had Moto Art and we're making these beautiful sculptures. It wasn't until I started plane tags that I realized, oh my God, there's so much aviation history out there.
Yep.
So I was looking to maybe, I'm starting to get some invitations to start looking at some of the cloth-covered World War I aircraft. And how would we present that? And we're thinking about maybe creating like a locket or something that you could have the fabric in it.
Yeah, or embedding it in a clear resin or something.
Something. Yeah, well, I want a chance for them to be able to actually hold it. I think that's kind of something special. But we're just, and also another exciting news is, Davis Monthan, we always been hands off. No civilians are allowed to own a piece of airframe from a military aircraft. We got recognized on an aircraft. One day we were flying. Someone recognized who we were. Said, look, I can get you in Davis Monthan. I can get you scrap material. I'm like, yeah, I've heard this before. Well, sure as heck, I went there, and they had an F-16 and an MD-530 helicopter. Mm-hmm. And they said, look, let's just do a small run, and we'll turn it over to the DOD and see if they approve it. Which is a department called DLA, who's actually handling it.
Okay.
And they called me. It was yes, sir, no, sir, yes, sir. They asked me what I'm doing, and then we sent them the samples, and they approved us. And
Wow.
that kind of really changed everything. So we now came out with an F-16 just recently, which is very cool. We have the NB530, but it actually opens up a lot of opportunity for us now to actually work with museums who may have GSA-owned aircraft that they have to get rid of.
Right.
That we can go in and apply for a reason to be able to preserve some of it.
I think that's fantastic.
That is fantastic. Own a piece of an actual airplane.
Yeah.
Now, eventually you're going to have to start
do that.
Eventually you're going to end up dealing with composite aircraft as well.
Well, funny you brought that up. We are.
Okay.
We are doing more and more composite. The first composite aircraft we had was the SR-71, where we took the stabilizer that was passed down through Skunk Works and somehow Moto Art ended up with it. Another story. But we tagged that, but that was all composite material off the stabilizer. Since then, we've done a Starship, the Beechcraft Starship.
Okay.
And we're starting to do, now we're working on an Air Canada A321. So many beautiful colors in the vertical that's composite. So we're water jetting, and we're going to start offering those next month.
Nice.
I was going to ask you, how are you cutting those out with composites? Well, I figured you were using either a laser or maybe a water jet.
Scissors.
Yeah, we water jet them versus the aluminum ones. We stamp them.
Yeah, that's just a punch press.
Yep. So.
Wow, composite, so nice. SR-71?
Yeah, no
All right,
kidding.
I got to get one of those.
Yeah, those flew off the shelf.
Yeah, I'll
the
bet they
Mach
did.
3 speed.
Yeah, exactly. Darn.
We did.
Hey, how about a U2? You got a U2?
No, not yet. They'll probably get arrested if I try to get one.
Yeah, they're still using them, aren't they?
Yeah, we did have a P-38. A lot of times we introduce aircraft, and a lot of the public doesn't even see it. We have a very big mailing list. We try to forewarn people when we have special editions coming out. And we had a P-38 that came out and sold out in 41 minutes, and that was about 2 months ago.
How many tags was that?
It was a run of 640.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
And just let me plug what we did for EAA. We did the Berlin Express. We did 240 tags for the B-25, and I believe that already sold out as well.
Jeez, you guys are on a streak.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to be a victim of your own success?
Yes.
Life is very busy. I have a great team. I like to say it's not me, it's the team. We have great graphic designers. We have historians. I learned a long time ago, we have to be 100% correct on every plane tag that we release. It's kind of funny. You go look back at my earlier plane tags and you see all the mistakes, the learning curve that we went through. And let me tell you, there's a lot more smarter people out there than I am, and they look for your mistakes. And when you make a mistake on the plane tag, we get a lot of emails.
Yeah, you hear about it.
I got another idea.
Well, I will admit to having a Gimli glider tag, which I've always prized.
Oh,
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, well, it was the 40th anniversary last Sunday.
Of the Gimli glider, wow.
Yeah, we made a special edition for them, 250 tags we donated to the museum for them to sell. That was our way to give back.
Very cool.
Interesting
idea here for you. You're doing skins?
Yep.
Propeller blades.
Oh, I got those. I got 250 Connie blades.
No. I don't
You're
mean
saying
selling the whole
tag.
blade.
A half-inch thick tag.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah. That's a big punch for us.
Yeah,
yes,
it is.
That you would water jet.
Yeah.
So, but I heard 250 blades. Let's see. I'll give you $5 for one of them.
Okay, that's another story. I don't know if you have time for it, but when I started Moto Art 23 years ago, we were going to a company called California Propeller, and this guy had the Connie blades, and that was always our grand prize, to get a Connie blade. Well, one day he cut us off. And this was like 20 years ago. Well, last year he called me. He said, "Hey, you still in business?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, come on, talk to me." And I went there, and he's an older gentleman now. And he said, "Look," and he opened up this shipping container. He had 250 Connie blades. And these things are gigantic, right?
Yeah.
He goes, "It's all or nothing." So I made him an offer, and I bought all 250 Connie blades. If you come by our booth in Hangar B, we have one right there on display that you can see. That's just magnificent.
Well, I want to thank you, Dave Hall, from from Moto Art or Plane Tags, whichever one you want to be today. Yep. And this is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. And this is EAA Radio.
Here's a classic out of the EAA Radio archives from 2016.
And welcome back. We are talking with the Snowbirds, making their triumphant return to AirVenture after a 33-year absence, and looking forward to their show and demonstration this weekend. Tell us a little bit about the airplane you fly. It's We had the Thunderbirds here a couple of years ago, obviously the big noisy jets. These are a little smaller, but they look very much more graceful.
Well, we fly a Canadian-made Canadair CL41. The military designation is a CT-114 Tudor. That airplane was used for 45 years as Canada's primary trainer. So every military pilot in Canada learned how to fly in the Tudor up until the year 2000, from mid-60s until 2000. Again, it is a little jet, weighs about 9,000 pounds with fuel and everything, and it produces 2,700 pounds of thrust. So it's not much thrust, but we use that to our advantage. We're not very fast. Our demo ranges from about 110 knots at the top of a loop to about 300, 320 knots in the rejoins. But we use that to our advantage in that it allows me to keep the 9-plane relatively close to the crowd when we're maneuvering as a 9-plane. And Carney as lead solo, it allows him to keep his solo reversals really close to the crowd, and that's what we take pride in. When we get into the integrated portion of our show, so our show is kind of broken down into 3 sections, for lack of a better word. We start off as the opener, all 9 airplanes. It's about 7 minutes. We finish the opener with a split, and then now we have kind of airplanes all over the place where there's something in front of the crowd at all times. We try to strive for about 8 seconds maximum from smoke off from the previous act that's in front of the crowd to the next act coming in. That'll last about 20 minutes, and then we get the whole formation together for another 5-minute closer at the very end. So again, what the Tudor lacks in actually works to our advantage in that it allows us to keep the formation really close to the crowd, not much dead time. Carney as the lead solo, our show ends up being where myself manipulating the 7-plane, Carney will himself in the opposing solo will hold the stage and do some incredible things and some nice solo crosses for the crowd to ooh and ah about. And then the 7-plane will come in and do another maneuver that the crowd can ooh and ah about. So it's basically myself and him through comms and through the routine. We integrate to make sure that the timings work so that we can do the best that we can to keep that 8 second of dead time.
Right. And each of the teams at your leadership, you can kind of customize the routine to suit your pilots, try some new things out. So you kind of put your own stamp on it.
Absolutely. And, as team lead, I only get to do this for 2 years out of my life. I'm just a small sliver in snowbird history. In 2 years, I go back to being Yannick Gregoire, and I'm kind of a has-been. So I take that very seriously, and I got to take advantage of these 2 years. I've got a great bunch of guys on the team. The technicians are amazing, and the memories that we will take away with us will last a lifetime. So for me, when I kind of design the routine, there's only so many things you can do with the airplane, but the Snowbirds with 9 airplanes have the luxury where we can come up with many, many formations. We've got a lot of formations in our repertoire. Our show's about 32 minutes long, and there's not even enough time to show all those formations. So you kind of look through the different formations that we can do. I kind of looked in the past, hey, what formations haven't been flown in the last 2, 3, 4 years? And then we sit down at the table and we kind of go through, hey, what do you guys want to do this year? And as a team, we kind of come up with a routine. And, obviously every routine needs to be approved by the commander, and we sent our maneuvers package to the commander, and luckily it got approved, and we're having a blast flying it this year.
You can be very ambitious with how you want to change the maneuvers or try some very, very complex specialty maneuvers, but again, you got to consider that generally speaking, half the team changes out every year, so there's guys that haven't flown at all in the jet potentially, and so they have to learn some of the basics. So there's a training bill associated with trying new things, right? So if you get overly ambitious, you end up maybe getting the 80% solution on complex maneuvers, or you can decide that okay, we're going to try 5 really complicated new things and then leave the rest of them as the traditional maneuvers, so that we can really focus on getting the 100% solution on those. And it's a balancing act with the time that you have for training and the abilities of the guys, which obviously even then when I'm training with the solos, like as I'm the lead solo, you train the opposing solo for certain specialty maneuvers, and it's that crawl, walk, run approach. So, it's just as much about learning them to lead the profile consistently as it is for the opposing solo to follow it. So the same thing with 1 through 7, 1 through 9, leading or following the boss.
So in the training process, you mentioned the solos train separate. Do each of the elements train separately and then come back together, or is it a more integrated approach than that?
No, it's the solos will train together. So the opposing solo, it being his first year on the team, needs to work on his core formation skills as well. So our training season is generally built where we'll fly twice a day a formation mission, where the 9 plane flies together. And then 2 or 3 times a week, we'll add a third wave to the training day where the solos will go out and practice dedicated solo-type maneuvering. And at the very beginning, the solos are paired up in the same airplane. So Carney will fly a profile, and it's all about profile matching. When they're doing their reversals, if one solo is flying it differently than the other, it's going to be very hard for Carney to figure out and manage the cross to happen at stage center. So they'll duel up for quite a while, make sure they fly the airplane the same way. And then they'll try new maneuvers, and then eventually Carney will clear the opposing solo to fly the airplane solo, and then now they'll try to do it in 2 airplanes.
As you mentioned, you've got 5-week, what you call them, swings in your season. That's a lot of shows, and it's a lot of time on the road. You're doing a lot of media. You're doing a lot of meet and greets. There are many things going on with you. How do you keep the as one of our air bosses calls it, the bubble around the team, so when it is time to perform, you can put all those distractions away, get rid of complacency and really do a precision show? How do you manage that?
Well, the very, very last thing that we do at the end of our briefing before we step to the airplanes is I'll look at everybody in the eyes, and I go around the table, and I will say, I'm ready. I look at 2, he says he's ready, and we'll go across the whole table, and we will not go until we're ready. We all know that flying a safe performance is the number one priority, and again, that comes in the selection process. When we select the individuals to be a snowbird, we know that they're able to compartmentalize. You need to be the full package. You need to be able to have fun. You need to be able to be serious. The work hard, play hard kind of approach. And we are pretty, we love our job. It's great to meet different kinds of people. Here we are in Oshkosh seeing we're all pilots at heart. So, the eye candy around Oshkosh is amazing. But the bottom line is when it's time to step to the airplane to do that air show, we've briefed for about 45 minutes before we step for the show, and we get into that right mindset. We actually go through all the comms that we're going to be doing during the air show, and the very last thing is we go around the table and we make sure that we're ready.
In addition to that, it's the legacy of the Snowbirds far precedes many of our generations, and the fact that this is the 46th year of the team's existence, as the boss alluded to, we're just a small slice of the pie. So everybody that's on the team is highly motivated to be here, and they really want to embrace that. So that whole professionalism piece and what the boss said about compartmentalization, it's important, because that's exactly what delineates guys being able to leave whatever else is happening on the ground, good or bad, and we're focused on the task at hand. It's critical when you're operating at 300 knots, 300 feet, in close proximity, sometimes at 4 feet of wing overlap with these guys, or in the Solos case, heading head on to each other with 600 knots of closure. There can be nothing else on your mind except what you're doing right then at that moment.
And once the performance is finished, you're not done, right? You debrief immediately after?
Yeah, well, we'll tend to sign autographs before the debrief.
Okay.
The debrief is about an hour long. We have somebody that films our performance from center stage, and once the autographs are done, we'll go back to our briefing room and we'll debrief the domestics, and then we'll hit play on tape and really look at. We fly, like I said, a 32-minute show, and we probably fast forward through about, let's call it 7 minutes of that. And it needs to be a really disciplined debrief, because there are 11 people, because Snowbirds 10 and 11 narrate the show, and they're part of the debrief as well. And we will look at the show, and we will pause at every single location. And, I was out of place. We've got terms to describe how we're out of position. And we will look at it in a critical eye. And before every mission, we actually give ourselves mission objectives, and then we finish off the debrief with we sum it up with whether we met our training objectives or not.
Okay. You mentioned autographs. You will be signing autographs after the shows today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Where will that take place?
That will happen at the fence line. So
okay.
We're going to get brought over from where we're parking our airplanes, and I guess they'll announce exactly where it's going to happen. At this moment, I'm not exactly sure, but we're going to be doing fence line autographs, and the narrators will make sure that everybody's aware of where that place will be.
Excellent. And we'll you'll have a chance to meet the Snowbirds up close and personal after their show today, tomorrow, or Sunday. We appreciate you being here and taking time out of your busy schedule, and maybe not so much the busy schedule, but time away from looking at really cool airplanes. Just spend some time with us this morning on the radio. We do appreciate it, and looking forward to your performances this weekend. Have a great show.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate it.
And that's going to wrap things up for today. This is From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss. This program is brought to you by the Commemorative Air Force. The CAF's mission is education so that generations of Americans will value and support the contributions of military aviation in assuring our nation's freedom. Visit the CAF tent in the southeast corner of the Boeing Centennial Plaza or visit them online at commemorativeairforce.org. Tomorrow is Boeing Day at AirVenture. We'll talk to some representatives from Boeing and also do a little seaplane flying to close out the week on From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss, and you are listening to EAA Radio.
EAA Radio is supported by Auto Trim Design in Neenah, Wisconsin. Auto Trim Design offers a variety of services including paint protection film, window tinting, and ceramic coating. Auto Trim Design has been committed to reviving, protecting, and refreshing vehicles for over 35 years. Details are online at autotrimdesignneenah.com and at theshinygarage.com.
This is the voice of EAA. EAA Radio. Online at eaaradio.net.
Green Bay Austin Strabo International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes, and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Here's a program note. For 51 weeks out of the year, EAA Radio replays the broadcasts from that 52nd week, AirVenture Oshkosh. Our radio archive dates back to 2004, and we play a few historical interviews from that archive every hour. So occasionally you'll hear a bit of history that has changed since it originally happened. Maybe a federal official who's gone to another job, a future product that turned out not to be, or a company that's no longer in business. We'll always tell you which year the interview was recorded before it plays. So don't be thrown off when you hear from FAA Administrator Blakey or the proposed Eclipse 400 single-engine jet. Aviation's always changing, and EAA Radio streams those programs from the past to make you smile when you recall that that was one of the years you came to Oshkosh.
This is Digital Dave.
I'm Fast Eddie, and I can't believe they used that.
Well, I don't even know where they got it. Okay, we're joined by Brent Cobley of, ready? NASA.
Our buddies at NASA. And NASA isn't good. NASA is awesome.
There you go. And we're talking about the X-66, which is so secret we've never heard of it before.
That's exactly right. They're going to have to kill us after we talk about it.
Yeah, nice. Thanks. So, what is the X-66?
X-66 is a culmination of really a lot of work over a lot of years. So it's an X-plane, which means it's a research airplane trying to understand some new technology. So it's NASA's first airplane really looking at how do we make commercial aviation more sustainable? How do we reduce the fuel burn, which reduces the carbon emissions for aircraft? And it's really an advanced configuration, which I'll love to tell you more about it, but we've been working on it for more than a decade now.
You say an advanced configuration. It is a. I see it's a what you call a strut, aerodynamic strut braced ring.
Yeah,
it sounds like an old concept.
Yeah, if you look back in the history of aviation, you see a lot of airplanes that have these struts, but they're there for a lot of different reasons. Ours is also there for structural reasons, but usually those types of airplanes don't fly at the speeds that commercial airplanes fly at, like 737s at Mach 0.8. So this is a very unique application of a strut.
Okay, so you're improving the efficiency by using thinner wings, or not smaller chord. Is that what it would be?
It is that too, yeah.
So for less induced drag.
Yeah, and so if you want less induced drag, you actually have to we call it high aspect ratio, which means you're stretching the wings out to make the wingspan longer, but at the same time you're sort of shrinking the chord and the thickness of the wing, and you basically end up with less volume in the wings. And you see that in nature too. Anytime you see a soaring bird that wants to use less energy and is just sort of riding thermals, they tend to have very, very long wingspans to compare to the sort of birds that are need to be more maneuverable with shorter wings. And so that efficiency, that lower induced drag with the high wingspan is really what gives you the performance benefit. Problem being, once you get wings that long and that thin, structurally it's hard to keep them sound when you're trying to fly around. The wings want to bend too much, and you have this problem of making them strong enough. You have to add a lot of weight to make, which isn't good for an airplane to have extra weight. So the strut really allows us to make the integrated wing system lighter weight, but still stiff enough to be able to take the loads that are in a typical flight.
Okay, now you're starting out with, what was the aircraft you're going to modify? An MD-90?
MD-90.
Yeah. Boeing did a study looking at all times at different airplanes. They figured, hey, it's going to be much cheaper and quicker if we start with things that we don't really care about, like the fuselage and the landing gear. Let's pick something that's already been certified and is already designed. Turns out the MD-90, because Boeing bought McDonnell Douglas many, many years ago, they own the intellectual property for all that. They have all the drawings. They have all the experience with it. So it really makes a good platform to do a modification and add this new wing system on. So yeah, the MD-90 will be the key part of this project. And actually, we're getting ready to move the airplane from we've taken it out of storage. They're bringing it back into flying service, and next month we're going to move it down to the site in Palmdale, California, where Boeing's going to do the modifications for the new wing.
So the wings have already been designed. It's just a matter of fabricating.
They're they've been through conceptual design, we call it. So basically, the shape and some of the internal structures have been laid out, but we really have to go through several more steps through a preliminary design, and we call it a critical design review. That's where you really get into the details of how you're going to route all the wiring and hydraulics and get the structure, and you do lots of loads analysis and look at dynamic modes, and there's just a whole bunch of things engineers need to look at before you sort of lock it down, make all the drawings, send it out for fabrication. So it's a multi-year process before we'll get to the point where we can build the airplane.
Have you wind tunnel tested a model yet?
We have, so NASA and Boeing have been collaborating on this transonic truss brace wing, is what this configuration is called. Since about 2008, we've done a whole series of wind tunnel tests looking at trying to improve the performance, push the speed up to higher speeds, because originally it was a little slower. And so with some design changes, and have been able to sort of still keep the drag down and the efficiency, but push the speeds up to where passengers and airlines are sort of typically fly. Nobody wants to fly slower to their destination, so that was a big challenge getting up to those speeds. So yeah, we've looked a lot of off-nominal things like how does the aircraft behave in ground effect as you're approaching a runway? How does it behave at near stall? So you look at all these off-nominal conditions as well. And so yeah, there's been a lot of testing over the years on that.
Now, how much volume would you say you've removed from the wing?
I haven't seen any calculations, but it's probably much more than half of the volume is now gone, which makes it a challenge. Like I said, for getting the structure and all the hydraulics and the actuators in these thin wings. And then, most passenger airplanes have a significant amount of fuel in the wings.
And that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, the fuel's a real challenge, and so I haven't seen whether Boeing feels that they can get the full fuel load back in the wing for a commercial airplane, which would be down the road. Or they may have to have some auxiliary tanks, say in the belly of the airplane or in sort of the cargo area or something like that. For the research airplane, the X-66 we're going to build, they are going to put some fuel in the wings just to kind of learn the process of how we would fit it in and work systems around it. But they're also going to probably have an auxiliary tank in what would be the cargo area of the airplane, just so we can get some longer research flights.
Sure, and you're still going to be light because you won't have a passenger load.
Yeah, correct. We've taken all the interior out, so that allows us to add some extra weight to the airplane for this research mod, and it really doesn't affect the flying qualities.
And 4 tons of instrumentation.
A lot, yeah. Yeah, there will be thousands of measurements on the airplane when we get ready for the research flights.
You going to go on one of those flights?
It's possible, yeah. We typically do carry a couple engineers along with us.
Okay.
What's the primary structure of the wing going to be? Is it going to be aluminum? Is it going to be composite?
Yeah, it'll probably be almost all composite, advanced composite, and maybe some other types of materials. There's a lot of advances going on in materials.
but you want obviously strength and durability, reliability, but you want as light as possible. So the way to get that is composites and get the strength. So yeah, it will definitely be a composite wing.
Graphene, definitely.
I was going to say, it's a long, skinny wing, and I was thinking aluminum wouldn't be able to handle it. You couldn't build a spar thin enough that was strong enough to support it.
Yeah, definitely composites are some amazing materials. You just got to make sure you design it in a particular fashion and make sure they're interfacing with other materials properly, and then the long-term maintenance and stuff. So there's every year the technology in composites is getting better.
Okay, question. What is the wingspan of the original MD-90, and what is your wingspan?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know what the MD-90 was. I know for typical single-aisle airplanes that most of us fly in, like 737s, Airbus A320s, they have a limit at the airports to get in what they call Group 3 gates, which is 118 feet or less. And so most of these single-aisle airplanes are in the 118 feet or less kind of area, so I'm guessing it's probably in that range. Now, the airplane we're going to build, which is just slightly under full scale, is a 145-foot wingspan. And then if Boeing decides to put this into production, not this exact airplane, but something close to it, they may have more than one size, even airplane. They may do a sort of 150 to 180 passenger maybe range, and then one that's more of in the low 200s. And so those might have different wingspans. But the expectation is if they want to use the existing infrastructure at the airports all around the world, that most likely the smaller mid-sized airplanes would have to have folding wings to fit into those gates.
Oh, wow.
And so that will actually, it's very likely that the next generation airplane you'll see them after landing fold up the wings just like the military does on an aircraft carrier deck. Yeah, same thing.
Interesting.
I don't know. It seems to me that putting folding wings on the airplane is going to add a lot of unnecessary complexity and weight as well. How are you going to get around that?
Carefully.
Yeah. So the expectation is we'll carry sort of a mass simulator for the research airplane so that we have the weight that would have been there if we had a fold, there, even though we won't have the fold. And so I think, Boeing's been working on these wing folds for a while on military airplanes. The current 777X that they're going through certification with right now actually has folding wingtips. It's not as much of the span of the wing that we would fold. It's a smaller amount, like 10 feet or 12, something like that, on the wingtips. But they're going through certification with the FAA right now on how they would do that. So they feel pretty confident in that design.
That's very interesting. Pylon-mounted engines where? Like right where the struts join the wing?
Sort of in the middle. So the engine exhaust, if they use a traditional engine, will kind of go between the wing and the strut.
Okay.
In between there. So it's kind of inboard, hanging, just forward of the wing a little bit. But they're actually, so that's what the research airplane will have. We'll have the sort of a modern turbofan engine on it just for the research flights, even though we're just mostly focusing on the shape of the airplane. But if they decide to take this into production in the mid-2030s, they will be looking at the most advanced propulsion systems that are available then. There's a lot of different candidates out there. So the propulsion system could look different than what we're expecting today.
Okay. But by keeping it inboard of the strut attach, you don't need to strengthen the outboard wing quite as much.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. So the airplane will be pretty stiff going out to that point. There'll be a little wing bend out there like there is in every airplane. But yeah, most of the weight will be inboard.
Where are you guys on the field?
We're
jump subjects on you.
Yeah, I think we're a little north of the control tower, a big NASA booth. So definitely come out and visit us out there. We had 6,300 people come through our booth yesterday. We've got lots of really interesting stations around looking at not just our project, but lots of sustainable aviation projects looking at electric airplanes. We also have our low boom flight demonstrator, which is trying to get rid of the regulations that say you can't fly supersonic over land with passengers. We're trying to make the boom as quiet as possible so we can have commercial supersonic flights, and there's many other demonstrations going on there, and some things for kids to do as well.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to see this X-66 fly.
Should be interesting for sure.
Where do we book tickets?
Yeah, it's going to be a little while, but I'm looking forward to see this in the next generation of single-aisle airplanes out there.
All right. Well, it's the first X-plane, as I said before, that has a bathroom.
Yeah, really.
All right. I want to thank you for joining us, Brent. Again, that's Brent Cobley with NASA.
And the X-66A project.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Hi, this is Harrison Ford. When I'm not trying to act like someone else, I'm listening to EAA Radio.
Support for EAA Radio comes from 88.1 FM KVSC in St. Cloud, Minnesota. KVSC provides yearly support through its production facilities, equipment, human resources, and consultations. For over 50 years, KVSC has provided alternative music and educational opportunities to college and community members. More information can be found at kvsc.org. Thank you to KVSC for their continued support of EAA Radio. EAA Radio is streaming onto the World Wide Web 24/7 all year long. Once you get to Oshkosh, you can hear us on AM 1210 and FM 96.5. In fact, you can preset your FM radio right now to 96.5. Go ahead, right now, 96.5. I'll wait.
Listening to EAA Radio.
And there we are, EAA Radio, AM 1210 and FM 96.5.
From the back corner of the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2025.
Fast Eddie at the controls here, and with me in the studio today, this is Tim Chope of the Berlin Airlift Historical Foundation. You've got your C-54 here, don't you?
We sure do.
Okay, when did you start this group?
Oh my gosh, this started 1988.
Wow, so you've been around for a bunch of years.
Yes.
Now, you have a C-54, but this is not the original aircraft, is it?
That is correct. This is not the original aircraft. In fact, we've only been flying this airplane going on 4 years now.
So she's relatively new to your organization.
Yes.
All right, so why did you get another airplane?
Well, as luck would have it, on April 13th, 2020, parked in Walterboro, South Carolina, getting the new transponder, ADSB transponder installed. An outbreak of 4 tornadoes occurred during the early morning hours, and the worst of the 4 went right across the Walterboro Airport, taking away 24 airplanes, many hangars, but unfortunately along with our airplane.
What happened to the plane? How did the tornado damage an airliner?
Unfortunately, on April 13th, 2020, while parked in Walterboro, South Carolina, for the purpose of having the new ADSB transponder installed, there was an outbreak of 4 tornadoes, and at 6:30 in the morning, the worst of the 4 went across the airport, taking our airplane and picking it up, flying it backwards for 180 yards into a hangar.
Ooh.
And unfortunately, there was a hangar beam that was sticking out, and if it would have just penetrated the wing on the outboard wing, but it did not, it was the center wing section, and that went through all 3 spars, a fuel tank with fuel in it, broke the aileron cables like they were just noodles, through the stainless steel firewall, and this beam ended up inside near the engine generator. That's how far it penetrated the wing. And it was a hole big enough you could climb through it.
That is a big hole.
Yeah, that was only part of the damage. A hangar door went through the right wing on the leading edge. There was tumbling at the time. And then where it landed on the hangar, the entire bottom of the fuselage was just torn to pieces from the steel of the hangar it hit.
Oh, boy. So, in other words, the airplane was a complete, total loss.
If it was the last C-54 in the world, you might have wanted to put the time and money and to fix it, but it was deemed unrepairable. So we were stuck with 2 decisions: either give up the whole program, saying how great it's been for the past 25 years, or find a replacement. So we elected to find a replacement.
I'm glad you did. So what about this new airplane? What do you think of her so far?
Well, here's the thing, Eddie. For 26 years, I had no reason to look for another airplane. I had our C-54 all those years, flying it, brought it up to stuff. It was great. But turns out during that 26-year period, they've almost disappeared.
Right.
So finding one that wasn't a basket case was the problem. But we did find there were 2 candidates, and this was one in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, but it had sat for 14 years in the Florida environment.
And that's salt air, not friendly to aircraft.
Yes, correct. But this is the one we decided on, and we were able to get it and then start the long, slow, painful process to bring it back to life.
So now you've got a new airplane and you've got a wrecked airplane. What did you do with the wrecked airplane?
Well, that airplane is going to live on as an educational tool in the Aviator Brewery just south of Raleigh, North Carolina. It's going to be part of a restaurant bar complex. And in fact, I'll be actively involved in helping to retain the history in that as they're going to turn into the C-54 bar as part of a restaurant bar complex. So it's going to live on. In fact, I was there just a few months ago, still able to get some parts from it.
So she's no longer airworthy, but she still lives on.
Exactly.
Oh, that's terrific.
Yes.
I like that. How many of the parts on the airplane were you able to pull off for the new one?
The left horizontal stabilizer on the replacement airplane had quite a bit of corrosion, so we were able to remove the left horizontal stabilizer from the wrecked airplane, put it on the replacement. All 4 propellers from the wrecked airplane is now on the replacement airplane. And since then, we had an engine failure on our number 1 engine, and that was replaced with our number 1 engine from the wrecked airplane.
Well, that worked out convenient then. It was just basically time and logistics to get things from A to B.
We were fortunate in that the damage did not affect the propellers or the engines. It was more the wings and the fuselage.
Yeah, but engines and propellers you can find, you can repair, you can replace. But a steel beam through all 3 spars?
You're right.
Oh, boy.
Right.
That's a big job.
It is. It was a big job.
Yeah.
They said between 3 to 5 years if we intended to go that route, but that's a long time trying to maintain a pattern and a course to repair it. A lot can happen to the workers or what have you.
Well, not only that, but where would you put the airplane? You'd have to repair it on site.
It was required to be put into a jig and then a structure built over the wing so you could work on it year-round.
Ooh.
And all of this was just overwhelming problems.
Yeah, I mean, if it was the last one of its breed, yeah, you could see that. But C-54s, they're still around. They're not extinct yet.
Yes, but very close. It's getting close.
So how many others do you think there are out there?
Well, there's one on the West Coast. Through the world, I'm going to say maybe 3, if that, still working, still flyable airplanes. The other airplane that was viable for us to buy was a Buffalo Airways airplane, but since then that airplane's been put into a museum, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, out in George, Utah.
So you got a new airplane. Did you fly it down to South Carolina to take all of the interior displays out and put it in the new airplane?
We flew it from Florida. April 13th, 2020 was the date of the tornado. By August of 2020, just a few months later, we had located this airplane and made a deal on it.
Mm-hmm.
We actually purchased it on August 15th, 2020. Now, a year later, August 2021, we were ready to fly it.
No kidding.
Yeah, that was I had some good help. And it wasn't a lot of people, but they were very dedicated and worked very hard, along with myself, to get this airplane back in the air.
What kind of work did you have to do to this airplane to get it airworthy again?
Oh, it was a tremendous amount of work. Flight control cables, some needed to be replaced. Bringing the engines back to life, takes some time and finesse and patience. They were all overdue the 5-year propeller inspection, so we had to take the 4 props from the wrecked airplane and put on this one. And then since then, they've come due. Just a general inspection according to our program that we had for the original airplane. I was still allowed to use that same program.
Well, that's amazing because the era of 4-engine airliners, piston airliners anyway, is long gone. And here you're resurrecting not one, but you're resurrecting a second one.
Yes.
And it's got to be a tremendous amount of work.
It was, but the hard part was mentally having to start all over again because you knew how hard it was the first time.
Yeah.
But the other operators, I'm sure, had the same problems I did. And that's now the new world with COVID. The COVID schedules with the government.
When you first saw the airplane after the tornado, I'm sure there were a lot of colorful language used.
Oh, yes. When you first saw the airplane, you sort of said, well, this may not be as bad as it looks. But when you got into the nuts and bolts of it, it was worse than it looked.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a sad ending for a wonderful airplane.
Yes, it was. This is the one we flew to Europe in 1998.
I had the privilege of flying with you guys back in June, right after World War II weekend, and the airplane impressed me because it was a lot smoother than I figured it was going to be. And not only that, but the engines. You know those engines by heart.
Yes.
I'm sure you could start them blindfolded. But the thing that really amazed me about the engines was just how eager they were to start. I mean, it's like, come on, we want to go.
Well, as you fly the airplane, you learn that each engine has a personality of its own.
Oh, definitely.
And you just start to learn the little quirks of each one. But this airplane, I will say, they do come back to life very quickly.
It never ceases to amaze me because the amount of work that you had to put into that airplane to get her flying again. Now, how was it working with the FAA, getting her back into the air?
Well, it was difficult because the COVID was getting worse during that same period.
Uh-huh.
And now these inspectors in our FSDO area are now working out of their homes.
Whoa.
And
that complicated things.
I mean, sometimes they're learning how to deal with this COVID issue as well, doing their jobs. You would hope you get a quick answer, but it would take maybe 10 days, 2 weeks before you get what I would consider a simple answer.
You've done kind of a short hop trip to come out to Oshkosh with it, right?
We did 3 short trips to get out to Oshkosh. At a half a mile per gallon of gas, you got to be careful. The thing is, Eddie, we're trying to get to where the airplane can be predictable and reliable. And we're almost there, I'm happy to say. If we can get back to the east after this trip, having only to replace a starter, it's starting to show it that it is coming back to life the way you hoped it would. It takes a long time to get a lot of faith in an airplane.
Yeah, there are a lot of bugs in there.
Well, they keep cropping up because the airplane had been parked for so many years. Bearings start to go bad, certain accessories, but we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Now, if people want to find out more about your organization, how do they find out about it?
Well, our website is spiritoffreedom.org, spiritoffreedom.org, and they can learn more about what we do. Our primary purpose is we want to keep the memory of the Berlin Airlift alive and honor those who served by doing what we do with our onboard museum exhibit, which does get better every month. So I've been flying this now for 30 years. But all those years, from the original intent to create an educational museum exhibit in a C-54, is really finally taking hold in the past 5 years. Prior to that, it was difficult to even get the airplane booked for a show. Yes.
Tim, you and your crew take care. I will be seeing you around. And this is Fast Eddie, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2025.
Fast Eddie at the controls here in the studio with me today from the Berlin Airlift Historical Foundation, Tim Chope. Tim, how are you?
Good, Eddie, good.
Hey, you got a very unusual airplane right now. You've got a C-97, don't you?
Yes, we do.
How rare is this airplane?
We have the last flyable C-97 on the planet.
You've got the last one. Where is she sitting right now?
Well, it's sitting in Reading, Pennsylvania, requiring an engine.
Uh-oh.
And just due to the timing of the engine failure, so many things have happened in between that we've had to take the program and put it on the back burner, but we are just now trying to get back on our feet with it.
Yeah, you had a disaster with your other airplane, the C-54. Now you got things to the point where you can start with the 97.
That is correct.
So what's going on? How are you going to get spare parts for this thing?
Well, during the time period that it was, let's use the term idle, or on the back burner, what do you want to call it, doesn't mean we stopped on the program, because during that time we acquired 3 more for the spare parts.
3 more?
3 more, yes.
Where'd you find them?
Well, they were all parked in Graybull, Wyoming. And it just took a while to get through all of the, what shall we call it, life's what the curves that life has to throw at you. Well, we lost our primary moneymaker, the C-54, which is what we're all about. And, without it, we're not who we are. We're the Berlin Airlift Historical Foundation, and that's the C-54.
Right.
So because we lost it due to a tornado, the past few years have been trying to get back on our feet, which we miraculously have done.
That's outstanding. Now, the problem being is for a C-97, spare parts. They're
correct.
Aren't they non-existent?
Well, let me say this. A lot of people are not aware that during the waning months of the airlift, the Air Force wanted to get rid of all 330 C-54s that were being used and be replaced with 100 Boeing C-97s. So they sent one C-97 to the airlift to be tested under actual airlift conditions. And when the time came, they would be replaced by 100. And so this is the importance of the history of the C-97 regarding the Berlin airlift. It was going to be the future.
Right.
But one did manage to get in there in the last few months as a working airplane. Broke all kind of records, carrying 200 tons on its own in a week's time.
Wow.
It was going to conveyor belt loading and offloading. So many innovations, the Russians knew they couldn't beat this. And it's one of the items that helped the Russians make up their mind to lift the blockade, because they knew they couldn't beat what was happening with the C-97 coming online. So that's why we have it.
Okay. When did you get the airplane?
All the way back in 1996, we got this airplane.
That's, what, almost 20 years?
Yes.
30
yes.
years ago?
Yes, that's when we got the airplane.
And it's taken you this long to get her to the point where you were able to get her flying again.
We had it up and running on 2 occasions, and on both occasions, there were multiple flights with it. And the sad part about the last time, which was in 2019, is we had a schedule for it. The first event was Reading, followed by Lancaster, and then it was going to go up to Massachusetts for a C-97 reunion for the crews, and then going down to Virginia. We were actually off and running with the airplane.
Wow.
But unfortunately, on the flight to Reading is when our number 2 engine failed, some massive internal catastrophic failure, and that's when we put it at Reading. Where it's been very popular, by the way, because we do the World War II weekend every year, and it's a very popular airplane.
It is. It's big. It's beautiful. People love it.
In fact, we demonstrated offloading Jeeps with it. 5 Jeeps we could get in there.
Wow.
And then down the ramp.
That's quite a piece of work. Well, the C-97 was very advanced for, back then. You had an overhead crane or a winch and everything.
So meantime, to get out of the dilemma, we were able to acquire 3 more airplanes, all parked in Gray Bull, Wyoming. And that's where we're at now. Find a way to get the parts back and begin the engine swap at Reading.
Well, the engine swap looks like it's going to be relatively simple. The big job is getting the engine from Gray Bull to Reading. That's going to be the hard part.
See, that engine, on the earlier engines, it was called a QEC, a quick exchange engine.
Mm-hmm.
This airplane that's called a power pack, it's very heavy, 7,500 pounds, but it's actually easier to change than the C-54 engine because of how they designed it. So everything is already there. Just a matter of getting the engine mounts to the firewall. The cables are all quick disconnect cables, not like it used to be, with turnbuckles, and none of that's there.
But that's interesting. So here you are coming into Reading, and something catastrophic happens.
20 miles south.
20 miles south of Reading, and the number 2 engine just completely packs it in. What was it like to fly on 3 engines?
Well, lost oil pressure first, followed by some, it just... a lot of popping, backfiring. It was
expensive noises
and metal-to-metal sounds, because it was actually chewing itself up. For the time it took to feather it, all this was happening.
Oh boy!
But how did it fly? Well, this is the first for me. It's you're being tested under fire. But it handled very well, similar to the C-54.
Well, you were lightly loaded too.
Yes,
you
correct.
Didn't have. If you were at full gross, it would have been an adventure.
Exactly.
All right, so you've got the airplane. Now you've got parts. And I heard you did something very exciting regarding one of those aircraft in Gray Bull. You found a museum that was willing to take this one airplane?
Well, I was contacted by the Museum of Flight and Aerial Firefighting in Gray Bull, Wyoming. A great group of hardworking folks keeping the firefighter airplanes for the museum. You know, that's a very unique part of aviation history is the firefighting. Well, it turns out the airplane that had the good engines, what I call the one that they used to fly there at Hawkins and Powers, they knew after we remove the engines and the parts we need, we're going to destroy the airplane. It needs to be broken up. They don't want it sitting there.
Right.
So they called and wanted to know if we could make some arrangement with them, and that's what I did. We actually donated the airplane to the museum in Graybull with an agreement that I can still take from it what I need as long as I replace it with some non-airworthy parts to make it look like it's still airworthy. That's all they want.
So
it was a good deal for me.
It's going to be static display, but yet you get to keep all the airworthy stuff.
Yes.
And engines and propellers being high on the list.
Which is where the other airplanes came in that we have. We own 4 C-97s.
Oh, geez. You've kind of cornered the market.
Yeah, right. So the one we have needing the engines, the other one's for parts.
Okay. Well, that's great because, they're not making any parts anymore.
No.
Boeing would look at you and say, C-97, what the heck is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's before the jet age, obviously.
Right. So the hard part, we have all the paperwork where we just have to get the airplane flying again. We don't need to apply for anything. We've still got the right to fly the airplane as experimental category. That's what we're in.
Right. Yeah, you're not going to sit there and do Part 121 or 135.
Exactly.
With that.
Or even 91,
Yeah. You've got special rules. To get certified to fly this airplane, what would you have to do? What kind of hoops do you have to jump through to be a pilot on this aircraft?
Well, of course, you need a type rating, and I'm sure they would find an examiner. Let's say they may be assigned by being the best qualified. You may not be able to be tested by a real C-97 expert, but someone close to it.
Uh-huh. Well,
that's what you would have to do.
Yeah, because you had to get qualified to fly this airplane too, I imagine.
I received my type rating in 1997.
Okay.
When Hawkins and Powers was still active as a firefighter outfit in Graybull, Wyoming.
So you were actually flying as a firefighter back then?
Yeah, and as fate would have it, I actually acquired the same airplane that I got my type rating in.
Oh, geez, that's cool.
Never would I have believed when I was being type rated in 97 I'd end up owning that airplane.
No kidding.
It's just the way it turned out.
That's fantastic. Who would have thunk that?
Right.
But it's, they say aviation is a small world, and here you are proving it again.
Well, you're learning that life has a lot of quirks in it.
Yeah. So you got the parts, you've got the manpower, you just got to get everybody and everything in the same place. Once you get this plane flying, what are your plans for it?
Well, the plans are just to carry on with it the way we do the C-54.
Okay.
It's going to be the big difference here is it's more inclined to Cold War history.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Berlin airlift is part of Cold War history. Our very first head-to-head confrontation with the Russians was the Berlin airlift.
Yeah, one of many.
Yep, that was with the Berlin airlift. That was the first one. And of course, we came out ahead with, by being the longevity of the airlift being successful. They finally realized there's no way they could beat this.
Mm-hmm. And then the C-97 came along, and they saw the writing on the wall.
Right, the C-97, like I said, was there being tested. They could see what was coming.
So eventually you're going to campaign this on the air show circuit like you do the...
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, very good.
That's exactly what we were doing in 2019 when the engine failed.
Yeah, when...
it just threw the whole schedule out of whack.
All right, well, I'm sure you'll have a lot of interest in it when you get it airworthy.
The tough part's going to be flight engineers.
Yes.
That's going to be the tough part.
Well,
let me add the one word, effective engineer.
Yeah, you got to, because he or she will be maintaining the power plants, keeping an eye on everything.
Right.
Yeah, the pilot has the fun job. The engineer's working their butt off.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly.
Well, be glad you don't have a B-36 or a B-29, because that's a lot of work, too. We've been talking to Tim Chope here of the Berlin Airlift Historical Foundation. This is Fast Eddie, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's a classic interview from 2011 in the EAA Radio archives.
Hey, we are on the fly at the IAC Pavilion, and it's a beautiful afternoon, one of many, hopefully, at AirVenture 2011. Doug Bartlett is joining me on the beautiful patio here at the IAC Pavilion. Doug, what do you think?
Well, I tell you, it's a wonderful day. We've got a wonderful pavilion and great airplanes out here, so if you can't have fun today, there's something wrong.
That's absolutely right. And we have some more aerobatic people to talk to, since IAC is all about aerobatics. Taylor Ortega from White Plains, New York, is a senior at UND, the University of North Dakota. He's been on the aerobatic team at UND for 2 years, and he has a bright future to look forward to. And he's going to join us, and we're going to talk about the UND program, huh?
You know, it's a wonderful thing, and the Aerobatic Club, we like to be inclusive of everybody, and we have a wonderful group of colleges that participate in aerobatics throughout the United States, and we have there's a collegiate national championships, and they compete against each other for scores, and then we crown a collegiate national champion every year. And did UND win it last year? Yeah, UND won it last year. I think it's the first time. But at any rate, there's several schools, Southern Illinois University, Embry-Riddle. And but at any rate, I'll let Taylor tell the story, but we're just tickled pink to have young men like this participating in aerobatics. And, of course, the whole core of this is the knowledge that they get and the skills that they learn in these schools. And so we're great supporters of them.
Tell us about the program, Taylor.
Well, first I want to thank you guys for having me. Second year at Oshkosh, and it's unbelievable. I'm lucky enough to be sent down here for free, so it's I'm very lucky. But about our program, you know, we're a 4-year university. You're expected to graduate in 4 years, but many people don't. It's going to take me a little bit more. We have ratings all the way through multi-engine instructor in fixed wing and CFII in helicopter. We have seaplane endorsements, an aerobatic course, a tailwheel endorsement, and the best part about it is it's a liberal arts school, so you meet a lot of different people.
So let's focus a little bit on, because most of the schools have the basic programs.
Yep.
But let's focus on the aerobatic program.
Yep.
What got you interested in it? Because not everybody does the aerobatic program, right?
Not many do it, and it's kind of a shame because it's excellent training. The aerobatic team is very welcoming. I couldn't do a loop to save my life when I got into it, and they just take you right in and help you out. The aerobatic program at UND, we're very lucky because the Dean Smith, he's very supportive of our team. He'll send us down to competition. He'll pay for it, pay for a hotel. He'll pay for flight time while we're down there. So it's the main thing is it's extremely affordable. I'd say the most affordable way to get into aerobatics for young people like me. We've won a couple championships, 2 years now, and working on a third one, and you know, we're having a good year, so hopefully.
Well, and they do a great job. But what we just really enjoy having these young men and women around the IEC is that they set an exceptional example of what people should be doing, and just step by step how to learn how to fly planes properly, and exciting to watch them. It's exciting to watch them move up. And we have some coaches around the United States, and the coaches, one in particular, John Morrissey, is working directly with the school, teaching them everything he can to try to bring them along. And obviously he's doing a fine job by the way they're winning.
And sitting right across the table from you has got to be your idol.
Yep.
And that is Jeff Bourbon, the U.S. National Aerobatic Champion currently this year. Jeff, you went to UND.
I did.
And that's where you got your start in aerobatics in this fine program.
Yes, sir. I back in the long time ago, late 80s, actually about 1990 was my first experience. I flew the 10-hour aerobatic course here at UND, and immediately following getting my CFI, I went into instructing there at the University of North Dakota in the aviation or in the aerobatic program. So yeah, it was a fantastic opportunity for me as well. It was pretty inexpensive way to get in aerobatics, and they had a great curriculum that really taught you all the basics that you needed to know to get on your way. So great.
Now, Taylor, what kind of airplanes are they using for the training at UND?
Yep, we have 2 super decathlons. We actually have a brand new one donated by Mr. James Ray.
Oh yeah,
yep. Brand new out of the factory. So that's what we use to compete, and they're excellent aircraft. Earlier on the segment, the idea that they make you work. That's definitely something we have to do. And it makes you a much better pilot. So
I think the 125 horse or 112 horse Citabria was probably the real monster to achieve, right? That teaches you
right.
And then the Super Decathlon has 180 horse, so that's even nicer to fly. But I think the more basic you get, the more fundamentals you learn early on. Correct?
That's correct.
So. Tell us what you fly then in advanced.
Well, all we have is the 2 super decathlons.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, we only compete in the first 2 categories, primary and sportsman.
Okay.
We're hoping maybe to get a pits, but we'll see.
Well, we better get James Ray on speed dial.
Yeah. I had a great opportunity just about 2 months ago to go back to the University of North Dakota. It was my first time back since 1992 when I left. And I got to meet about 12 of the guys there for lunch in the aerobatic program. And it was a fantastic time getting to see where they've gone since I was there at UND. They've really developed a great program. The training is fantastic. And the fact that they get to go.
Yeah, we're having a little...
and the fact that
the U.S. Navy... Blue Angel number 7 just took off. Anyway,
so to see them to have the opportunity to go to the aerobatic contest and getting to compete and doing this thing with the IAC with the collegiate championship is really a great thing to see.
Now, Taylor, what is school life like there? Because you have to go to school and you probably do some work. You said you work in the student committee.
Yep, I work in student services, so it's a nice job on the side. It's the job that sent me down here. School life up there, it's nice flying in all 4 seasons. The population of the students is diverse. There's a big nursing school, so it's not all aviation.
Now we know the truth. It gets cold up there in the winter, doesn't it, North Dakota?
It does. It gets, I think I've been there when it's negative 40 ambient, wind chill on top of that.
But UND has some really great heated hangars,
yep,
don't they?
We hangar all our aircraft, so in the winter it's best to get the morning slot, 6 a.m., and you do the pre-flight in the hangar because we'll go up to negative 25 degrees. So
the airplanes perform great though when it's
below zero. They do. Very efficient.
Yes, sir.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a break here in just a minute, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do some more talking with Jeff Bourbon, the current U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, and we're going to be joined by a past World Advanced Aerobatic Champion, Rob Holland. So we have another 15 minutes of On the Fly here at the IAC Pavilion, and we'll be right back. Taylor, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We are on the fly.
Here's an interview from 2025.
I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. And, oh boy, I'm
Are you losing it over there?
in the airplane of life this morning, I've landed with the wheels up.
Yep. All right. Anyway, joining us is Ray Castlewhite and Rachel Gilmore of NATCA, which is one of those weird government acronyms.
And there was actually a little bit of a change, so I'm actually Marcus Miller with.
What?
I know. Yeah. I'm sorry that we missed that for you.
Well, you look just like Ray.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. There was an amendment, and we had a full route that we had to give to you.
Oh, in other words, you stood still too long, didn't you?
Yeah. Yep.
That happens in this business a lot.
All right.
Anyway.
I see the uniform is definitely not regulation.
No. He's got a vest on For those of you who are watching us, you can see this, but he's got a vest on with pins on it, and he let me hold it this morning. It's got to weigh 7 pounds.
Oh, are we taking a bet on that? I said 4.5.
4.5? It weighs 4.9 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, closer without going over.
Oh,
Price is Right rules.
Wait a minute. No, you said 4.5.
Yes,
he
closest to real without going over.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind.
Wow. And this young lady's just stared at us like, what?
Yeah. Who
taking it all in.
Filing it away for later use. She's not your supervisor, is she?
No supervisors here.
Oh,
it's not in the NACA booth.
Now we get the straight skinny.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the life of an air traffic controller.
It's pretty fun. I've wanted to be a controller since I was in the 8th grade, so it's really cool to kind of achieve that goal.
How do you play air traffic controller when you're a kid? Do you sit inside a little box with a little, paper towel tube going, 5, 6, 7 heavy, turn left heading 370?
That's a great question.
Heading 370.
Wait a minute,
that's a good
370.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, I started out doing flight simulators and stuff like that, and then as I got more in depth with like the flight simulator community, there was a thing called VATSIM. I don't know if you've heard of that, which is the Virtual Air Traffic Controller Simulation Network.
Oh boy!
And that's kind of how I started doing the air traffic control stuff. And then as I got older, I'm like, is this actually a job that I could do? So I applied, and luckily I was picked up. Went to Oklahoma, and then here I am as a controller. It's pretty crazy.
Does it feel much different than the simulators?
It's pretty different. A funny little story about that. We didn't have Wi-Fi at my house whenever I was little, so my mom owned a bakery, and I would play the VATSIM simulator on my mom's work computer.
Oh.
So people would come in, buy some cupcakes, and then they'd be like, "Is he actually controlling air traffic over there?" Or is... and I'd be like, "Oh, all aircraft stand by. Sell them a cupcake, and then come back, and then give them the clearances."
That's funny.
You talk about doing it online. There is a guy who's got a channel on YouTube, and I think his handle is Air Force 95.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they do a lot of air traffic simulation on this, and it's just funny as hell.
Yeah.
Because everything that can go wrong pretty much does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you say that's actually good practice for an aspiring controller?
I would say it definitely allows you to improvise and adapt, and it's as real as you want it to be in the simulated environment on VATSIM especially. Pilot Edge is a little bit more straight-laced. It's more like realistic to how you would do IFR clearances and pickup and flight following and things like that. It's primarily on the West Coast though, and I know Pilot Edge has a pretty big following here. They even let you practice flying into AirVenture before.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's pretty top notch, and they get some of the pink shirts who volunteer their time.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to speak to that or not, but I understand it's actually quite difficult to get a controller job position, whatever, at Oshkosh. Talk about that.
It's a highly selective group. I'm not entirely sure how that whole thing works. I don't know if you have an idea, Rachel, but...
Yeah, they put out a solicitation for the Central Service Area first, kind of aligned with where we are, and then they make selections based on have you done it before. So they tend to invite you back if you've done it. And then they'll bring new people in. They call them rookies. So they have these team structures that are really cool, and they kind of stay together throughout the years. They're familiar with their own operations together, how they work together. But, yes, and only if you have a control tower operator certificate, so a CTO. Like Marcus and I both work at a center, so we're not eligible to do it because we don't work in a tower.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, they have you stuffed in a cave instead of in a tower.
Yeah, it's a very well air-conditioned cave. That's what it is.
Yeah, but it's dark. I've been in a center one time, and all it is the glow of screens and people huddled around them.
Do you ever come out after shift and you're like, oh my God, the weather's really changed?
Sometimes.
Bright.
It's very bright. Yeah. Yeah, especially in Texas. We get that very bright sun.
Yep.
And rain.
And rain. Lots of rain.
Are there limitations on how many years you can come back and work this show?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so as much as you can stand.
Well, the experience helps, right?
Yeah. I would think if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere.
It's a little bit different here. There's some fun, interesting rules here. It's really great to listen to. We like to sit back and listen when we have a moment over at the tent.
There was a video, or there is a video this year of a a pilot that was having a particularly large amount of trouble with the arrival procedure?
401
Lessons learned,
Romeo.
yes.
Yeah.
Is that the name of the video?
I think it was 4301 Romeo.
Yeah.
This guy was all over the place.
He was having a tough day.
He was not. He wasn't briefed at all.
Yeah.
The controllers did a great job handling it.
They did.
Yeah.
Keeping it safe. It was good,
And
yeah.
Not losing their cool.
Absolutely.
I think that just kind of drives home the point of we have procedures for a reason, and it's ultimately to keep everybody safe, right?
Right.
So it's important to brief that procedure before you fly
I've
and go on
always
from
heard
there.
that as a pilot flying into Oshkosh, never come your first time without someone in the right seat that's done it before.
That's definitely one of the best practices, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And also, Microsoft Flight Simulator a few years ago released a special program to help you navigate into Oshkosh, which I thought was terrific because now you can do it on a simulator and at least have an idea what's going
You
on.
can get that sight picture. You can get the how slow do I have to fly? What does it look like? I'm sure there's a lot of models
and
for
the
your
most
own
difficult
specific
part
airplane.
is how to rock your wings properly.
How to rock your wings. Yep.
We
Yep.
actually are doing a presentation called Rock Your Wings over at the NACA tent where we talk about flying into Oshkosh, and we're able to get one of the pink shirts over sometimes to help us give that presentation and answer questions.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
And do they also, you guys also talk about the departure procedure? Because it's unusual that you're not talking to tower. There's a guy waving you on the runway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting kind of way that they run things here, obviously. And the departure, I think is only like 2 or 3 pages in the NOTAM, whereas the arrivals is a lot more. As long as you take off, you stay below the pattern, and then you're just kind of on your way.
Then you get out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, that is the key to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Now, do you ever have moments where things just get so hairy, you just get on the radio and say, all right, all of you guys, get out of here. We're going to start all over from scratch.
I don't know how they do it here, but I know in my facility, I've definitely been in that situation where everybody's just checking on. Everybody needs deviations. Everybody needs ride reports. And I can't get a word in edgewise. And that's literally all I can do. I have to talk, right? And so I'm just like, okay, everybody just stop talking. If I need to talk to you, I will talk to you. If you're having an emergency, then talk to me. But until then, just stop talking. And then I take a handoff and somebody checks on, and it's somebody who didn't hear my little spiel and like, hey, how are the rides ahead? I'm like,
All it takes is one person.
All it takes is one.
Just remember when you scream, don't push the button.
Don't push the button. That's for sure. That's for sure. But ultimately, there's processes in place to hopefully manage that amount of traffic and manage that amount of level. And most of the time that works.
Well, you just look at the numbers here, and it's amazing how well they make it work.
Yeah.
Somehow they make it work.
Yeah.
And especially when you're working with so many pilots that are not professionals, not super current, whatever.
This may be one of the only times they talk to air traffic control because they're little VFR weekend warrior pilots.
Right?
If they're lucky, yeah. And so, I just kind of want to harp on flight following for a second, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Because there's one thing that air traffic control doesn't like, and that's not knowing, and that's surprises. And so if you can get flight following, we are really, really 100% on board with you getting flight following, talking to us. Now, I know some people are like, well, I fly in New York, and they're always kind of mean to me whenever I try and get flight following. If that's the case, just stay on the frequency. Just listen to the frequency. Don't disappear. Because if they need to talk to you, if they're giving a traffic call and you realize that it's me, you can be like, hey, that's me. What do you need? Right? Or how can I help? Or something along those lines. And I think that is a very important skill or just kind of mindset to have. Even if you don't want to talk to air traffic control, find the frequency, dial it in, and just listen. If anything, it's just some background noise, but it plugs you into the system. Even if you don't really want to be plugged into the system.
Right, you can still keep an eye on what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's still times you have to be plugged into the system.
Yeah, for sure.
In a high traffic area like New York.
Yeah. Yeah,
you just
just stay out of New York.
You just
or you can just stay out of New York,
Yeah, exactly.
That works.
Go away.
Yep.
Yeah, we live in Philly. In fact, I'm underneath the approach, the 30-mile ring. So yeah, you're always, and as a private pilot, especially like a student pilot, like you're doing a solo.
Yeah.
These guys are playing with airliners and big planes, and there's a lot of you don't want to bother them with, can I have flight following, please?
Yeah. I think and that's a pretty big myth as well, right? They think that they're making air traffic control's lives harder, and maybe it's a little bit more challenging or a little bit more difficult, But that's why we're paid. That's what we do, right? That's what we are supposed to do. And so if you need flight following because you want to make sure that you're plugged into the system, just ask. If we can provide that for you, we will.
Think of us as an extra set of eyes for you as well.
Definitely.
So we're here to help.
Extra set of eyes locked in a basement somewhere.
Yeah. Not locked. We can leave when we want. It's not Hotel California.
Oh, I thought it was like a time lock. Yeah.
Plugged in.
Plugged in.
We can go about 10 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We can make it to the table with all the food at the end of the row.
That begs the question. How do you guys work bathroom breaks?
Well, it's you. I don't know if you want to talk about.
Well, we try not to work more than 2 hours on position, so that's in our contract that we won't. But it varies. Every facility is different, from 30 minutes to 2 hours. Some, unfortunately, they have to work a little bit more on position.
Okay, so that's built into the system.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
So in other words, you're rotating various areas during your normal shift.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. And of course, you've always got like a supervisor or a floater.
Yeah, or a controller in charge or somebody just kind of managing the area.
Okay, well, where we can go visit you at the NACA tent?
At the NACA booth, we're right at the base of the tower. Come by, say hello, see the vest, see the prop hat.
Yes, the prop hat. Exactly, exactly. All right, Marcus and Rachel, I want to thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Anytime. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Let's take a listen to a classic interview from 2019. Manned aviators, those who sit inside their aircraft, are increasingly sharing their airspace with unmanned aerial systems. There is a body of knowledge worth knowing in this very fast-changing facet of aviation. And Ken Kranz is here to walk us through the few things that are really worth knowing about unmanned aviation. Hi, Ken. Welcome back to EAA Radio.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me back.
So, Ken, you are from a company that does technology consulting and operations, but you're also a private pilot, and you're involved in a couple of activities that are steering the course. Talk about that just a bit.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'm a member of the FAA's FAST team, which is the Manned Aviation Safety Team, and also on the FAA's Unmanned Aircraft Safety Team, otherwise known as the UAST.
And what are they doing in this area of sort of charting the course?
Sure. Yeah, the UAST was put together in late 2016. It was modeled after the Commercial Aviation Safety Team, and it was set up to ensure and raise the bar in safety when it comes to unmanned aviation.
Walk us through this body of knowledge I referred to earlier that's important for somebody in manned aviation to know about what's happening on this other facet.
I know there can be a lot of trepidation on the part of some manned aviators when they see drones out flying and they wonder whether or not they're really flying in a regulated way.
Or they hear stories about sightings
and there's truth
proximities.
To that. Yes, there's truth to that. It does happen. The industry for unmanned aviation is, as everybody knows, very brand new. You could argue that we're coming out of the barnstorming phase of unmanned aircraft, and now starting to get into that whole commercial aspect where the rules are going to be set better and set in such a way that we can share the national airspace in a safe and productive manner for everybody.
What can I expect that a drone operator is going to do? I mean, there's stuff that they have to do. What are they going to do?
Yeah, I think the expectation for manned aviators is when it comes to people flying for fun, for recreation, that for the most part they should be flying at a sanctioned field, and typically that would be an AMA field, and flying
Academy of Model Aeronautics.
Yes, Academy of Model Aeronautics, and flying basically in a community organization and following those rules, the same rules that we've been. I'm also a radio control pilot for forever, and there's certain rules that we have on who can be flying when, how far, what altitude you can go to, what part of the field are you allowed to fly over, where are the people versus the planes, never have the two cross, right? It's not unreasonable to expect to see that from your recreational UAV pilot. So you shouldn't expect to see a UAV pilot necessarily just flying a drone in the Walmart parking lot.
Okay, what about in their backyard?
In
their neighborhood?
Yeah, so... of course, right above the blades of grass, the FAA owns the airspace, whether you're flying recreationally or commercially. So, yes, they should be able to fly over their own backyard. They should be able to fly at altitude, even over neighbors' houses. So you shouldn't be taking a shotgun out to shoot a drone out of the sky.
At what altitude, though? You said they'd be flying at altitude.
Yeah, so it really depends. Are you near an airport? Are you not near an airport? There's the Cosby case back in the 60s, 40s even, if I believe, that kind of defined how low can an aircraft go before it's invading, people's privacy. So that's really not overly well defined.
Right? Yeah, what's the significance of 400 feet? I've heard that number thrown about.
Yeah, so the 400 foot is kind of defined to just try to keep the drones down out of manned aviation. And so this is something that maybe a lot of manned aviators don't understand. So it's 400 feet above the ground. And technically it's roughly 400 feet away from the operator. So now this is for commercial, although it does apply for recreational, it also applies for commercial operators especially. So if I'm flying a drone commercially and I'm standing on the top of a hill, I can go 400 feet above effectively my head. But if the hill drops off by 400 feet, that does not mean I can now go out laterally and effectively be 800 feet above the ground, right? So you have to stay 400 feet above ground level. The caveat is that especially this is for commercial operators, if I'm going to inspect, let's say, 1,000-foot tower, I'm allowed to stay within 400 feet of that tower, and I am allowed to go up that tower and 400 feet above that tower to do my inspection, provided I don't penetrate Class Echo 2 airspace. So it gets a little complicated, but as a general rule, 400 feet. But at the same time, if you do see a commercial operator operating above 400 feet, don't put the boxing gloves on quite yet. They might, and probably most likely are, operating legally.
So these are drone operators who, because they are flying commercially, they are certificated remote pilots.
Correct.
I just think the thing that scares me is the ones who are not.
That is a problem. And so I mentioned I'm on the unmanned aircraft safety team.
Yep.
And so we're not a rules-making body, but we are a safety-minded body and a data-driven body, which is our ultimate goal. The commercial operators, I wouldn't say they're not a problem, right? Because just like with manned aviation, sometimes we have people who make bad decisions that they shouldn't be. It's not like the old radio control airplanes where if you bought a radio control airplane when I was a kid and you took it out and you didn't know anything, the flight was 15 seconds. And then it was a pile of balsa wood, right? So
self-correcting problem.
Self-resolving problem, right? But with drones, that's not the case, right? We joke around sometimes that there's 3 flights that we worry about. One is the guy buys a drone from Walmart and he goes out in the parking lot and presses the takeoff button. It takes off and he presses land. He goes, phew, that was cool. Next flight is he takes off, he moves it around a little bit, and then it lands again. He's like, great. And the third flight is he turns to his friends and says, watch this, and takes off, and next thing you know, he's up at like 5,000 feet. That's the thing that we have to do something about. It wasn't a problem for the most part with radio control airplanes because you just wouldn't get there without going to a club and having somebody instruct you, and in the process of instructing you, you found out the rules of the road. You found out what you could and couldn't do. That's not the case with drones. You can pretty much do what you want.
So for recreational drone pilots, there's a new test coming out that the FAA is asking them to go through. It goes by a name, the Recreational Unmanned Safety Test, TRUST. But it's not a certificate-earning kind of thing. Can you talk about what that is?
Yeah, sure, the trust test. I believe it's out already, and basically it is designed to raise safety awareness among non-commercial operators, so recreational operators. If we back up a little bit, there was a program that came out called TOP, which is Trusted Operator Program, which was put out by AUVSI. And that was geared towards commercial operators. So that is a series of online courses that you take, followed by periodic questions, tests in between. And they just take you through all different scenarios that a commercial operator would run into. And The whole idea is to not find out the hard way. Find out, just put gems of knowledge in your head beforehand so you don't run into it in the field. So one example would be if you're out in the field and you have to fly a mission and the wind is coming from the north, little advice like, well, take off, make your initial, takeoff point to the south, fly into the wind, fly into the mission, and then when you're doing your mission, if you start running low on battery and you need to come back, the drone is effectively being blown back to the landing site, right? And if you can't take off in a situation like that, at least have a secondary landing spot set out downwind that you can always go to land. And trust is the same thing, except it's geared towards non-commercial operators.
What expectations can we have about these drones gaining the ability to report their location or to show up on ADSB?
Right. There are certainly issues when it comes to the license plate side, right? There are hardware issues that they do take into account. Manufacturers are going to have to, start making drones that have the ability to transmit that information. And either those same manufacturers or third parties are going to probably start making add-ons that you could effectively, tape to the side of your drone, glue to the side of your drone, and you turn that on, and that'll send information. So the industry needs time to do that. This drone, that is one of the issues. The drone industry moves very quick, and there's this loop that we're in where, the drones do certain things, and then they ask for certain things with regulations, and then the industry's gonna have to turn around and respond to that. And
if there's one thing that you want a manned operator to know, and to perhaps help him or her feel better about this situation, what would that be?
We're working on it. CAST came about in the 1970s because there was a trend of fatal, in the case of CAST, fatal commercial incidents. The JCS was the equivalent for general aviation, right? And they're still in use today. But the difference was back then, the FAA recognized that we had a safety problem, or they had a safety problem, and they wanted to raise the bar to make things safer. The thing that's really different about the FAA today with the unmanned aircraft is when the UAST started, we really had no incidents with drones. And the FAA said, let's keep it that way. Things have been safe. Let's keep the bar high. And so that's really what the UAST is all about. So we're trying to get ourselves in a position, get the data that we need so we can get the information out. Because there's the vast majority of unmanned commercial operators are very diligent. I've been on many sites where we're flying drones commercially, not even related to my company, with partners of ours, and you would think that there was a man in there. It's that level of safety. But they don't have the data. And we want to try to supply them with the data so they can make informed decisions.
That's Ken Kranz, who's a consultant, a pilot, and a member of several advisory teams to the FAA on unmanned aerial systems. Thanks, Ken, for walking us through that. You're listening to EAA Radio. Let's go back to 2013 for this classic interview.
And we're back from the stand from the Roscoe Morton Tower, home of the air show announcers, and we're looking forward to a great air show coming up this afternoon. As Lee had said, the Thorpe T-18s will be here for a formation flight. That'll be nice to see, along with Warbirds and a whole bunch of really great aerobatic performers.
Monday is the Warbird. Oh boy, now I just lost the term. Live radio. I talked about it at the morning show this morning.
Okay. Yeah, and a great show coming up, and we hope you'll stick around for that. I just wanted to point out a couple of airplanes that we saw taxi in. You might have heard them come by as our last couple of interviews were going. Diamond Lil, the B-24 from the Commemorative Air Force. She has not been here for a number of years and is now on Phillips 66 Plaza, looking very good, and she'll be available all week for tours inside, and also I believe the B-29 Fifi is in Appleton, and it will be coming down here a little bit later on in the week. They're doing flights in Appleton along with the EAA's B-17 and basing there, and then coming down toward the weekend to enjoy the show with all of us.
Sounds like we got some pretty rare metal flying around Oshkosh these days.
Indeed, as always. This is the 60th year for AirVenture, Oshkosh, Rockford, however you want to call it. It's been a great run and really the place to see and be seen, especially if you are a home builder and or restorer of vintage or warbird aircraft. This really is a great place to be. And for those who are joining us for the very first time, or for those of you listening on EAA Radio and wondering what's going on, this is just a sea of airplanes. If you have any interest at all in aviation and flying, any airplane, just about any airplane you want to see is going to be here.
Absolutely. We're got a great vantage point here, looking all the way down to the Warbirds on the other side of the Pop taxiway, down to the south end of the runway, and it is thick with planes of every kind, and that's what we're here for.
Exactly. And Jim Gray joining me once again from EAA Radio. It's right now about 10 minutes before 11 o'clock, and looking forward to another great day. The sun has come out. It's a little warmer. It's a beautiful day here in Oshkosh. And
you know what I'm looking forward to is later on this afternoon with the air show, the new and interesting format of the show, where instead of having the separate showcase of flybys and miscellaneous manufacturers and things, and then the show to follow, we have this new integrated format that seems to be something that's going to hold your interest for a lot longer. Be prepared for stiff necks and sunburn the back of your head. I say this as a bald man, so.
And actually, you do bring up a good point, and something that I wanted to make sure I had in my show throughout the week, and that is you really need to think about sunscreen. We've had a couple of friends who have had little spots that have turned out to be not so good, and have had those removed. A little early detection of skin cancer. So just want to kind of add that in as a PSA as far as this show goes, is please remember to wear the sunscreen, because it doesn't take a whole lot of exposure sometimes to have something show up. And I'll make sure you go to your doctor, your dermatologist if you've got one, but even your regular physician, and just have them kind of take a look and make sure that you're doing all right.
And you're going to be spending an awful lot more time out here than you think you are, because it's I'll go spend an hour out there, and no, you're going to, if you spend an hour, you'll probably make that 3.
Yes.
So after the air show tonight, we have
the Chicago concert that will be starting as soon as the air show is over. There'll be a little transition, and understand the Black Diamonds are supposed to do a flyover right before the show starts. It should be nice.
Just before the Chicago show, between the air show and the Chicago concert. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it'll be a wonderful evening. So it's a full day at AirVenture, as every day is.
Very good. Coming up on today's air show schedule, starting off with a parachute team, as is tradition here. It's going to be the Misty Blues, and they'll be circled by the air show team. They'll also do a little performance before or just after the parachutes come down. Warbirds will follow that. We have Rob Holland and the MX2. Some wing walking action with Greg Shelton and Ashley Battles up on top. Hopefully, you want to get your cameras ready, get your video cameras ready. At about 3:40 or so, the Terrafugia transitional aircraft. Is that what we're calling them these days? Not flying cars. They're transitional aircraft. That'll be, hopefully, if all things go well, that'll be the first public demonstration of the Terrafugia. That's at about 3:40 this afternoon. The Thorpe flight that you mentioned, will be following that. Some high-powered, high-speed aerobatic action from Matt Chapman happening following that. We have a diesel-powered glass air. That's right, folks. That is shocking to me, a man who has had a hand in building a glass air. A diesel-powered glass air. I want to know if it sounds like a big Cummins engine running in that thing, because it fires up.
It just doesn't seem to make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
The airplane is so sleek.
It's so sleek and graceful, and you put a diesel engine in it.
I'm looking forward to that.
Team Aerostar, the Yaks that are actually parked directly out in front of Show Center here, out in front of the Comm Center. They'll be performing in the air show tonight. Joe Shetterly in the RV-8. We've got the BD5J Microjet with Lewis and Clark performance.
Right, and that microjet just texted in not too long ago.
I thought I heard a little
barely
turbine
hear
running.
it, but it's here at Show Center, nice and shiny, bright aluminum.
Microjet and a micro sound. I like it. Nicholas Ivanov in the Edge 540. And for all the kids, I say this with my 5-year-old daughter sitting here next to me, all the kids, Dusty from Disney's Planes will be up in the air today.
I have to say, Dusty is probably one of the most photographed and posted on Facebook airplanes that I've seen so far at AirVenture.
Well, all the staff and people that know where it's parked are all sneaking into the hangar, taking pictures with it.
And Dusty's actually out on the ramp now.
So taxied at Aeroshell Plaza?
At the
Phil 66 Plaza?
That's right.
It's parked out there right now?
It should be.
Awesome. I know where I'm heading with the kids then. AirVenture Cup race, the victory lap. The AirVenture Cup actually wrapped up this morning, as I recall, and we had top speeds of 354 miles an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, how's that for an impressive little jaunt?
Very impressive. Well, by the way, where did it start? Where did the race start from?
Way to put me on the spot, buddy.
Okay, no problem.
South Dakota? It was Southern Illinois, just outside of St. Louis. I'm trying to remember the name of the town.
Well, Eric will be here later, and he'll
Thank
fill
you.
us in.
I work with Eric. He's going to hate me for not knowing this. More aerobatic action to follow after our AirVenture Cups racers take their victory lap with some pits and some edge aircraft. The B-25 Mitchell from the DAV, that's Panchito, will be up in the skies following our aerobatic routine from Tin Sticks. There we go, Tin Sticks. I just make sure I made that
Melissa
right.
Pemberton and Skip Stewart.
Right. So what do you know about this Herzl jump?
I don't. We're going to find out together.
Awesome. The P-51C, the red tail P-51, that's on display. That'll be in the show as well. And we're closing out the show, as has been done several times, but not quite in this way. We're going to have some noise. That's going to close out the air show this time. It's Art Knowles in what I believe is still the only privately owned Sea Harrier.
Correct.
That is a variant of the Harrier that the U.S. Marine Corps uses. So he's got the only privately owned Harrier, and that'll be closing out the show tonight. For those of you that thought that there's going to be no big jet noise at AirVenture Air shows this year, I say you are wrong.
Yes. There will be jet noise.
Yes.
And also the Black Diamonds are scheduled to do a flyover, as we mentioned before.
Yep.
So there's a little more jet noise that we've got there. But Art Knowles has got a great story of how he came to acquire that airplane and get it certified to fly again by FAA. And he definitely has a large checkbook to be able to afford the fuel that it takes to fly the
Absolutely.
jet. And it's not so much cross country as it is when they're in that hover.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going out.
And if you want to hear more about that story, you can tune into EAA Radio. We're going to be talking with Art Knowles later on in the week.
Great.
And if you miss any of our content that we put on the air at EAA Radio, I would invite you to go to our website, earadio.net. Later on this month, or first part of August, we'll have all those interviews posted. And you can click back on that and decide which things you want to listen back to. And you can relive AirVenture year-round at earadio.net.
That's right. And it is a good website to go to, especially in the middle of winter.
That's right.
When you're longing for green grass and warm and sunny temperatures, and you can go back and relive not only this past year, but previous years as well.
That's right.
The archives for EAA Radio are quite deep and continue to grow every year. Kind of bringing things around as Representative Graves was talking about earlier with the Texas Flying Legends, is how they are trying to preserve and record the stories of veterans and share them with a new generation. And we want to let you know that as part of our Salute to Veterans Friday, all veterans in attendance are invited to assemble and join their respective branches of service to join in the Parade of Veterans, proudly sponsored by the Oshkosh Corporation. That'll start at 2 o'clock on Friday at Scott's Warbird Alley and continue down the flight line, ending at the Phillips 66 Plaza. And a special welcome ceremony will take place at that time, right before the air show starts on Friday. And for those of you who may want to take part, but that might be a little far of a walk, just come on down and assemble at the Phillips 66 Plaza at 2:30, and we're going to take a group veterans photo. So that, again, the Salute to Veterans coming up on Friday. Also, one other veterans thing that we item that we want to mention is American Airlines is sponsoring a Veterans Tribute Breakfast on Friday and supporting reduced admission all week for active military and retired military folks. Briefly with Debbie King. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Debbie is with the Commemorative Air Force, and she flies the B-29 Fifi.
I do.
Yeah, and you are one of the first women to be qualified to fly the B-29 basically since Korea. Is that correct, or World War II?
World War II.
World War II. So how does one become current in an airplane like a B-29?
Well, you go through ground school, do a lot of book training, and then you get in the aircraft and you go through the systems, you go through run-ups, and you do your landings. Go out and do air work, almost like any other aircraft, really.
And were you in Madison this past weekend?
I was.
Okay. How many flights did
I was
the
on the
airplane
B-24 in Madison.
All right. So qualified on the B-24 and the B-29.
I am. I just came in the B-24.
Well, congratulations. Thank you. It's great to see the airplane back on the flight line here.
It's great.
Been a number of years since Diamond Lil was here.
When was she here last? Do you know?
I'm thinking probably at least 3, probably 5 years ago.
It's good to see her back.
Very good, and always a favorite airplane that I can remember coming to conventions here for years and years and years and being a fixture on the ramp there.
Right.
Yeah. So what's it like to fly both airplanes? What are there similarities, differences between the two?
The Diamond Lil's heavy in pitch.
Okay.
And Fifi's heavy in roll.
Okay.
You kind of wrestle with them. They're not easy aircraft to fly. Diamond Lil flies like a tailwheel.
Okay.
And has a castering nose wheel, which makes it more challenging. Sure. And the challenging part about Fifi is managing her momentum.
Right. And also with Fifi, you've got the flight engineer on board who's really taking care of a lot of the
and that
power
is another
changes.
challenge, is that you have to think about it, then translate it to what we call the voice-activated auto throttles back there.
Oh, that's great. And how long have you been flying?
I've been flying for 24 years.
Okay. About how many hours?
About 3,300.
Okay. Flying
Flogged.
Professionally?
I do.
Okay. Would you like to say who?
Actually, right now I'm teaching for CAE Simuflight in the Falcon 900 EX.
All right. So how long have you been involved with Commemorative Air Force?
Commemorative Air Force, probably about 12 years.
Okay. And what drew you to World War II airplanes? Is there a family connection or just...
Well, there's a gentleman sitting right over there, my father.
Okay.
And I was a kid that didn't follow my mother around. I followed my dad around and was raised by a bunch of pilots, and it's kind of how I stumbled into it.
Excellent. And so now you've got the B-24,
yes.
B-29.
Yes.
Are you thinking about any other airplanes to add?
I would love to add several.
Like which one?
I'm looking maybe at the A-26,
okay.
if they'll have me.
All right.
And maybe the R4D.
Okay. Those are also big airplanes.
They are.
But look like they're fun to fly.
Although some of these little, the PT and just some of the little stuff looks like a lot of fun. You get into the big stuff and you feel like you lose a little bit of the fun of it. But.
Okay. Well, good. Well, Debbie, appreciate you stopping by and letting us know that Diamond Lil is on the Phillips
come out and
Plaza,
see her.
And you'll be with the airplane all week long.
Actually, I'm going to be transitioning up to Appleton to do ride flights in Fifi. But the aircraft will be here all week long, and we appreciate the support.
All right. Come on out and see Debbie and Diamond Lil, and she'll also be flying the B-29 later on this week. So appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks for being here, and thank you for listening today. And from the stand, I'm Steve Buss, and this is EAA Radio.
From the back corner of the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2025.
I am Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. And with us in the studio today is Sanjay Kumar, I hope I got that right, founder of AvNav. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave and Eddie.
How are you doing?
Very good. Thank you. Happy to be here.
We're happy to have you.
We're happy to have you.
Otherwise, we'd have to talk about stuff.
Yeah, and that's bad. So you founded AvNav. What is that all about?
It's an electronic flight bag for pilots to plan their flight and navigate in the airspaces.
Okay, and so what makes you different from so many other ones?
Well, there are a few out there, but most electronic flight bag apps, EFBs as they are called, are built around the sectional two-dimensional FAA charts.
Mm-hmm.
So applications take these charts and slice and dice them in many different ways to show you a map. What we have done, we have developed our own map engine that does 3D terrain in high resolution. So everything is photorealistic, and you see airspaces, traffic, everything in 3D.
In 3D?
3D. So
I actually see the inverted wedding cake.
You see the cake and the clouds and the rain, everything.
And it incorporates real-time weather?
It incorporates real-time weather from ADSB receivers and traffic from ADSB receiver. So your view is much more realistic.
Yeah.
In the sense of what you see. Like people who fly the mountains, they see the valleys and the mountains, and they are color-coded to show what's above you in red. So you get a much better picture with 3D. We have had pilots walk by our booth, and most of them were quite amazed. So we think it's a good system.
And it's running on an iPad?
It's running on an iPad, Android, and web desktop. It runs on all platforms. It was written from ground up to be running everywhere.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
That's a lot of effort, because if you write just for iPad or Android, we had an app for just Android, and that we introduced in the EAA Air Venture in 2014. And that was wicked fast, very fast app, but would only run on Android. So our users were like, give me something on the desktop, give me something on the iPad. So we worked almost 6 years to make it like that. It's a long development process.
So, you're doing everything in 3D. It's almost like you're doing synthetic vision.
Yes, synthetic vision is just a different way of looking at the same problem. Synthetic vision, you have a flat view, almost parallel to the Earth.
Right.
In the map, you're looking slightly tilted.
Okay.
It's not a full flat view. You're not looking at the sky. You're looking at the map below you.
Okay, so you're looking down from above.
Down from above. You're tilted, but you're not near horizontal view.
Okay.
We do have a PFD view, and there you can connect with X-Plane and do it at home to see a realistic view of where you're going to fly, or even in the flight when you have ADSB receiver. You can get that view, PFD view, but for flight planning, you get something little less than that, but you get map with lots of details.
Okay. And, of course, with the traffic and everything already popping
it's
up.
integrated.
Yeah,
yes.
that's got to make it really easy to figure out what's going on.
What's going on and where you're going to fly. Like a lot of time pilots have anxiety. I'm going to fly to North Carolina. I'm going to fly to mountains. What will it be like 3 days, 5 days, 10 days out? So another feature we are releasing in this Ozcast is called Clear Sky AI. What this does, it looks at the whole horizon of your timeline. And if you tell I'm flying next Tuesday, it tells you whether it's okay or not, go or no go. And if it is no go, what could be an alternative? Leave a few hours later, climb a little higher, stay below the clouds, go lower. So it looks at all the thunderstorm icing, wind, staff, METAR, and all the information, airspaces, special use airspaces, TFR, and comes up with a plan to get you there. So you tell us your mission, we find a window for you, VFR or IFR. That's called Clear Sky AI. It's unlimited, included with the app, and it's dynamic. You change the route, you climb, descend, you move your departure window, and it goes in the background and does this. It takes about 8-10 seconds right now. We are working to make it faster. But that's the second aspect of the whole thing, is that we are not just 3D, we are 3D and AI in that sense that you get...
Okay, so if I make a wrong turn, does it go boop, and then it tells me to
turn It's not real time. The AI is not real time. It requires internet too, so it doesn't work in the cockpit. You have to do it at home. Yes.
You got to offload the computing power.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you'll need a thermonuclear reactor in your cockpit, and that won't be pretty.
Well, at least cabin heat won't be a problem.
Yeah, and you'll be your own nightlight after that, too.
Yes.
Now, you just said something, though, that was intriguing. Can you use this for IFR planning?
Yes, VFR and IFR. And it will tell you VFR no-go, IFR go.
Okay.
And for IFR, we have full support for Victor Airways and approaches. So when you pick an approach, it will put the flight plan, the waypoints in the flight plan, and show you a vertical profile, how you're going to descend through the waypoints and step-down fixes. All of that is in 3D. So you see yourself descending through the airspace in 3D with the step-down points. So, people talk about 3D approaches. It's already built in the app that we have.
That's nice. There was talk years back of literally projecting boxes on your screen that you would fly through to stay on the approach.
Yes. And that was a kind of a synthetic vision system where you'll fly the boxes. I believe it was currently now it's called Sandia, but yes, it was
it was an idea tried.
It was an idea.
When you're in IFR flight, and you've obviously got clouds, are they depicted on the map? Do they don't obscure my map, do they?
No. So when you're in the PFD view, your view in front is clear.
Okay.
No cloud, no rain. Right. You just see the terrain and you see the satellite imagery. So as if you are flying in the real time.
Right. No, this is what I should be seeing outside the window, but...
Yeah, nothing to obscure you. But when you're on the ground, when you use a program like Explain in conjunction with that, we can create fog and cloud for you for practice, but not in the flight when you're actually flying.
No, I don't want it on the... I want to see what's supposed to be under me.
Yes.
Well, you talk about being able to set this up so that you can plan ahead, say like 10 days in advance. Now... what about software updates, and what about weather updates?
Well, it watches the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
It should.
Or something close to that for pilots, which is the ADS-B receiver. So when you're in the flight, you get the live data from the ADS-B receiver, and that's what is depicted. Now, I'd like to add one thing about this ADS-B. We have many ADS-B receivers out there in the market that give you the weather and traffic. We have added a module called Live ATC Text. It listens to the radio and transcribes the controller's talk into text on your app. So if you missed a call, if you forgot something, you can look up to see what they said. Not only that, when you're reading clearances, it takes the clearance information and converts it into flight plan, so you don't have to type all that stuff again. So that's called Clear Text Live.
I don't know. They always told me no texting while flying.
No texting while flying, but the text from the controller is always welcome. And that's what you're getting. It's live. As they talk, you see the text.
That's wild. And it's actually yes, it's listening to the audio and transcribing. It's not a data feed.
It's not a data feed. It's listening to the radio. We have our own antenna, our own radio, a small dongle that on Bluetooth connects to phone or iPad. And it's a separate free app that we'll be releasing, and the device that people can buy for about $250.
So, and that would pop up, like if I have my PFD view, that would scroll across the bottom?
It will scroll across your box. So you get 3D, you get AI, and you get live text. These are the three things we have released.
I think I'm just going to go in the back and make coffee and let this thing fly the plane.
Yeah, really. It sounds like it could do it.
Well, they're working on it, but they're not telling us that.
Not yet.
Wow.
Well, it just seems that it's a very capable setup. What about software updates for this?
So software updates, we release it through the App Store. So you get updates continuously with the App Store releases. It's also available on the web. So it's continuously updated in that sense. If you release a fix, you get it right away on the web. In the App Store, you have to wait for the App Store releases. The data is updated as it updates. METAR, TOF, and those things come.
Is this a one-time cost, or is it a subscription-based?
So these are mostly subscription, AFBs, and ours is $184.95 for the year, or $20 per month. We have an Oshkosh discount, 25%.
Wow.
This is very reasonable compared to other AFBs in the market, and we are here in the hangar 3121C, Hangar C. You can come see all our products live.
Okay, and I can take my iPad home and plan my flight, and then take it to the airplane.
Yes, you just plan at home and pop it in the cockpit, and it's synced across devices.
Right.
For your work computer, home computer, and the cockpit tablet are always in the sync.
Nice.
Well, that certainly simplifies a lot of things, because I've sat there on the runway with my buddy while he's punching in waypoints and everything, and we're burning fuel at $6 a gallon.
And when the controller gives you a complex long clearance to Detroit, and you have all these radials and vectors, I mean, typing that in is a big problem. And this thing just reads live off the radio and makes a flight plan out of it.
Sucks it right in for you.
Wow.
Does it give you audible warnings when you're messing up? Hey, you were supposed to turn to bearing.
We will have a different module in the ADSP built for that with an AI module that will guide you through now descend, now turn base, and those kinds of guidances will be built in the next version of the ADSP receiver. We are calling it Smart ADSP. It's coming. We are working on it.
Okay. Now pay attention to the NORAD F-16 off your right.
Yeah.
All right. I want to thank you for joining us. We've been speaking with Sanjay Kumar of AVNAV. And what building are you in? Where are you at?
We are in Hangar C, 3121 Booth C, Hangar Charlie, and we are on the web, avnav.com.
Very good. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
Time for a look back at a classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And who do we have with us now, Fast Eddie?
Well, you know what? We've got a great thing going here. We've got this gentleman, Rob Peterson, and his project is fantastic. And I wish I was small enough to be involved in this.
I don't know. It sounds like a mobility scooter for seniors to me.
But he's got this project going called Pedal Venture.
Yeah, what is Pedal Venture?
Well, Pedal Venture is our attempt this year to try and set a new Guinness World Record for the largest parade of pedal-powered model airplanes.
Okay, what is the current Guinness record?
There isn't one. We've established a new category, and so Guinness will first create a category, and then you have to set out to try and set a record. So we're not actually breaking a record, we're setting a new record.
Gotcha.
We hope.
That probably takes a lot more planning than any of us can imagine.
Oh, my, more than I ever imagined, that's for sure. I thought at the beginning of this, the challenge was that we have to have at least 50 airplanes, and I thought that was going to be our greatest challenge. I'm pretty confident that we're going to have more than 50 airplanes, but the big challenge is beyond that, not just organizing the event, but there's 40 pages of regulations that Guinness sends out to you that have to be followed in order to establish the record. So just getting 50 airplanes does not give you the record.
How do you get an 8-year-old to read a 40-page document?
Really? We send it to their parents.
Yeah, right.
Give them homework.
Yeah. Wow.
Just what kids want to do. I'm going to be part of a world record, but there's 40 pages of regulations.
Can you imagine the emergency procedures? Should you lose a pedal, please turn clear of the
In case
pattern.
of emergency, declare an emergency and turn right.
Yeah. Wow. So what kind of a response have you gotten? I mean, do you think you're going to get the 50, 60, 100?
I do. The best guess right now, we've been holding the numbers aside until today, but right now, my best guess is that we're going to have somewhere between 55 and 60 airplanes. So we're pretty confident that we will get the 50 that we need, but we have to have at least 50 successfully complete the parade route. That's the challenge.
How long's the parade route?
1 kilometer.
Wow.
Ooh. Which is a long way for anybody small enough to fit in a pedal plane. A kilometer is a long distance.
I guess we better build some bigger pedal planes.
I'm in.
Yeah.
These are all privately owned pedal planes, too, right?
The
so you had to go find them.
Gary Sampson owns a company that makes kits for these. He's contributing 14 pedal planes. But other than that, his business-owned airplanes, the rest of them are all private individuals, yes.
Okay, and how is the current pilot shortage affecting the attempt?
That's a great question. I don't think we're going to see much of a pilot shortage today.
Very good.
I think we may have more of an airplane shortage than a pilot shortage.
There you go. Have you got a sequencing in mind? Which airplane's going to lead?
We have a few spots sort of predetermined, but largely no. That's all going to kind of come in the sequence of registration because it's a lot of paperwork involved, and so we're trying to streamline that process as much as possible by keeping the order of the planes flexible because that's not really relevant to the record.
Right.
It's the paperwork that's relevant.
I was going to say, they've sure taken the fun out of setting the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the old days, you just had a beer and you did it. Can't do that with this.
No.
Yeah, well, I guess. I mean, I can't even imagine the regulations, what they're looking for.
Well, wait a minute. We're
obviously, it's irrefutable proof.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a huge part of it. Photographic evidence, video evidence. We have to have stewards and witnesses that are, some of those positions have to be pre-approved by Guinness, so it's a lot of pre-planning. Since they don't have a representative here, we have to make sure that we supply all the documentation that they need from a distance to observe it and approve or deny the application.
Wow. I dare say I don't think there'll be a second attempt to break it if there's that much paperwork involved.
You may very well be right.
Yeah.
Wish us good luck today. We need it.
So who do they award the record to? Your organization?
Even that is still sort of up in the air, to be honest.
Okay.
Guinness is not always very clear in their requirements on things. It's an individual or a group, and we don't know if they can take more than one individual names or if we're just going to have to give ourselves a group name. I don't know yet.
Right. Well, you kind of have to work that out pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, we have some time after the event to submit everything. So,
where is this 1 kilometer parade route?
Celebration Way. It's going to start just off of that. We'll make a very short distance from the start line till we make a right turn on Celebration Way. We do a U-turn, and it finishes at Boeing Plaza for a group photo.
Wow, nice.
Sounds like fun.
Okay, and how are you going to work their communications? Everybody just got to have the right frequency in their radio.
We're all going Nordo.
Radios. Hand signals are appropriate.
It's all hand signals today.
Do you have a landing signal officer, too, just for those guys who carry your planes?
Right. Yeah, they all have to get down the chute, the finish line, and then they can fan out from there. We'll have ground crew to stage them.
Yeah, break for landing, right?
Yeah. I was going to say afterwards, are you going to have it like a demolition derby in celebration?
Oh, we hope not.
Yeah, really.
That's not how we want to celebrate.
I had a question that went right out of my head.
Is there a category for adults? Because I'd like to compete in this with a constellation.
Adults could be included in it, too. There's no size limitation for it.
There we go. We'll be in next year.
So you're saying if I can stuff myself into one of them little pedal planes, we got to have the EAA Radio pedal plane challenge.
Yep, there you
go. What about, there's quite a range of speed differences in these pedal planes, aren't there?
It's going to be a slow parade today because basically all of the airplanes have to stay within 2 vehicle lengths of each other, which is about 8 or 9 feet. So it's a tight formation.
That's one of the requirements?
Yes. That's part of those 40 pages.
Are they going to have to go to school for formation training?
They must have already.
Well, we figured if you put, 50, 65, or 6-year-old kids in an airplane and turn them loose, what could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. What could possibly go wrong? Wow. So the issue is not pilot competence so much as it's pilot cooperation.
Yeah, really. But he cut me off.
Yeah.
You going to have any Blue Angel kids in there by any chance, or Thunderbird kids?
We're looking for low and slow.
Low and slow, huh?
Yeah.
What about full pilot suits and helmets? Is that
we had at least one of those last year, yeah.
There you go.
We had a flight suit guy.
Nice.
Aviator shades and everything, the Ray-Bans.
Oh, my God.
He's probably going to lead it this year.
It's a little Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Exactly.
We had a girl that wore a cape for it last year.
Oh, that's cool, especially if you're in a biplane.
So it's not only a pedal plane extravaganza, but it's a fashion show as well.
It kind of turns out that way. Yeah, we'll see what shows up this year.
And the celebration will be the pizza party at the end.
Oh, and they give out a prize for Concours, best looking aircraft.
Actually, it sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, the kids, I hope, are getting into it.
Yeah, I mean, last year was sort of a dry run for this. We didn't have all the regulations worked out with Guinness and everything, so we did it just strictly for fun last year. It was a much shorter course and only about half as many airplanes. And all of that chaos that we were expecting never materialized. The kids actually did a fantastic job.
Wow.
For complete novices, most of them.
Natural formation pilots.
They were, it went great.
Wow. You going to do a missing man?
No, missing kid.
Missing kid, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
We hope everybody makes it to the end and nobody's missing.
It's only 1 kilometer, people. How lost can you get?
Yeah. Save yourself. I can't make it.
I can just hear it now. Some kids go, I've lost my engine. Eject.
Wow, we're having way too much fun. But this is a very serious effort. How long have you been planning this?
Well,
we said last year was a dry run. So.
Yeah, we started the application process with Guinness about 1.5 years, almost 2 years ago. It didn't come together last year to make it an official attempt. So after that, we sort of reapplied and explained some of the problems that we had with Guinness's regulations. Originally, they wanted 2 miles and 100 airplanes. And we said, there's just no way. We can't do that. So there was some back and forth, and they settled on the 1 kilometer and 50 airplane requirements.
Yeah, really. I mean, the first response to that first requirement is, do you have a 6-year-old kid?
Yeah. Well, our response was just no. We can't do that to somebody. That's just too much, and we won't get that many airplanes. So it's kind of a no-brainer.
You won't get that many at the end, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely not.
Attrition rate would be horrendous.
Okay, Celebration Way to...
Yeah, we're starting just between the Aviation Products tent, which is right in front of the EAA warehouse. Just a little bit down from there, you can see it from there, will be the starting line and the staging area. And we'll make a turn up and down Celebration Way and finish at Boeing Plaza.
Are you going to have representatives from ATC to help guide them along?
We're bringing our own air traffic controller, ground traffic controllers.
There you go. It's mainly to keep pedestrians from walking in front of them.
There'll be a kid in a little Barbie car with a sign that says "Follow me."
Follow me. Wow. And then they have to have signs, pedal plane parking.
Yeah. Little guys with flags. Protect our pedal planes.
I'll tell you what, though. They used to have the pedal planes. Our studio used to be in a different location, and the pedal planes used to be right next door. And my son used to spend hours on those pedal planes.
Oh, yeah.
That was such a great form of entertainment for the young kids. So I'm really this is going to be really cool. And I'm sure they're going to get such a charge out of it.
Oh, yeah. Everybody had a great time last year. It was a lot of fun.
Good.
And so this year it's going to be about twice the size.
Nice.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Oh, the XP-82 pedal plane. Yes. Is that going to be in this?
I'm told that it is, yeah.
Nice.
I had heard some rumors about this recently, but just a couple of days ago they unveiled it. It's at the Aviation Products tent. Yeah, we will have a two pedal powered.
That's right. It's a dual pilot. It's twin engine. So
last year we had an electric version of that same airplane. I'm not sure if that's going to be there this year or not.
Oh, interesting.
If it shows up, we'd be happy to put it in the parade, but it's not pedal powered.
Right.
Correct. Okay.
Get everybody's attention, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We've been talking with Rob Peterson of Pedal Venture. You got a website real quick?
We're just no is the short answer.
Okay.
There's a Facebook group that's just called Pedal Planes, where everybody kind of gathers to talk about this stuff, and that's where we've done most of our awareness for it.
Okay, very, very good. This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Here's one first broadcast at AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
Welcome to EAA Radio. I'm Wireless Mike, and joining us today is Danny Sims with the FAA, giving us some tips on weather briefings. So a lot of people, when they got their private pilot's license, they were taught, this is how you get the weather. And, maybe it's been a few years since they've really, had a lot of practice doing that. What tools are available, and what do you guys recommend for getting a good, solid weather briefing?
Yeah, Mike, and thank you for letting me be here to talk about this, because we get a lot of feedback from the pilot community about exactly what you said. There's so many weather products out there. Which ones should I be looking at for aviation purposes, and what's going to help me, and am I understanding them correctly? So before I get into some of the tools themselves, one of the things that we really like to stress is develop a process. And you can start this process 6 to 7 days out in advance of starting to look at the weather. One of the things we really like at that stage is using a prog chart. As I said, 6 to 7 days out in advance, you can start to look at those. They give you the big picture. Now, of course, we're not advocating you make your go, no-go decision at that time, but at least you're going to see, okay, is there going to be a frontal zone in my area that I'm interested in going in? Am I going to have to fly through that? Low pressure system? Where are the areas of precipitation moving? You can get a lot of that information. And just like today here, we got a nice southerly flow of moist air coming up out of the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to bring some showers and thunderstorms to the area. So you can get an idea of that at the very beginning. So there's prog charts. We really, really stress those to get that big picture look. There's some weather prediction models that are running that will go out 6 or 7 days. They're primarily geared toward the meteorologist, but we've given some guidance on where you can find those on the web. They're provided by the National Weather Service, and you can look at those, again, to give you an idea of what's going to happen. Keep in mind, 6 or 7 days out in advance, there's a lot of uncertainty in those forecasts. And so don't hang your hat on it, but again, you can get that big picture. And then as you start to get closer in time, 3 to 4 days out in advance, there's some other products you can start looking at. One of the things that I really like to stress to our pilot community is the Storm Prediction Center Convective Outlook products. It's not designed for aviation, but again, it gives you a big picture of where thunderstorms are expected for the next 3 days. They provide a verbal description that goes along with that gives you some more detail, but then it again, it gives you an idea of, am I going to have thunderstorms when I'm looking to fly? So those are some things. Then we start getting 48 hours in advance. You also then can start talking to flight services to get an outlook briefing. Again, a good tool, and I'll come back to that in just a second, the role of flight services here. But then as we start to get closer and closer, we start turning to what I like to point our users to is the aviationweather.gov site. Not because it's the best, but we have worked with NOAA very much on that. We in the FAA, we have developed weather products that we've then transitioned and are available there. The price is actually very good since it is free.
It's free.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys did some a big update to that not too long
That's
ago.
right. That's right. The Weather Service just this past fall finally made live a big update that made it accessible on phones, tablets, virtually anything. It's a different look and feel, as many people will tell us. But once you start getting into it, and once you get a little bit more training and familiarity with it, the responses have been pretty favorable. It allows you to animate a lot of products on the fly, being able to zoom in, zoom out, to focus on that area that you're interested in. And that's really starting with that big picture, 6 to 7 days out in advance. Then as you move closer to when you actually want to fly, narrowing your focus to the region that you're concerned about.
And once what other products do you have? Other, if you're don't have the aviationweather.gov, you don't have the flight service briefing, are there other ways to access this information?
Well, with the internet, with the advent of the internet, that information's available practically at your fingertips all the time. It's just a matter of where do you get it. Our industry partners are fantastic about providing that. I mean, I don't know the number of weather-related sites on the internet that are providing you this information, but it's available. It really is. I think the big thing is not so much where do I find it, but how do I understand it, and what is it that I use. And that's what we were trying to work with our pilot community also. From coming to events like AirVenture and hearing from them, my role is primarily overseeing the research of new products, but by coming out here, I've heard it over and over again. As a community, we need help in understanding these products. And so that's where we want to really put forth some more efforts. And whether that's in collaboration with Weather Service, weather industry, working with flight services too about what we can do better. I said I wanted to go back to flight services because as you start to get closer, they are available. They can give you a formal briefing, outlook briefing, then your standard briefing. They can give you updates too. But there seems to be this idea that if a pilot does his self-briefing, that he doesn't need to call flight services. And I don't think anything could be further from the truth there. And also there seems to be this idea that we in the FAA are pushing for do your own self-briefing. We don't want you to call flight services. And again, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, we think that's the optimum way to go. Because if you get in the habit of looking at the weather on a regular basis, you're aware of what's going on, you are prepared. Then when you do call flight services versus someone who hasn't looked at the weather, calls up flight services and say, I'm going from point A to point B, what's the weather like? Flight services is going to provide you a lot of information. I'm willing to bet you're not going to retain all of that. Whereas if you've done your homework ahead of time, you have an idea of it, you can then call them. In fact, you can even shorten your briefing to say, this is what I'm seeing. Do you see the same thing, or am I missing something? So I think it sets up a very, very efficient process, but it's good for everyone involved. But the key to that, practice, practice, practice. Get in the habit of looking at the weather daily to get an idea, even if you're not intending on flying, just looking at it and seeing what's being forecasted, and then see if that is actually happening or not, the verification of it.
And what kind of, are there tutorials out there? And like, somebody hasn't, been practicing reading the weather a whole lot, and like, I'm a little bit rusty. What do you guys have for like, self-study courses online?
Right. And the FAA over the past couple of years has put out some really good information. Advisory Circular 9192 talks about pre-flight weather briefings, which is a government document. You can download it, but you got to read it then. There's also been some very, very good training modules that have been put out that are available at the FAA Safety Team, the FAST website, self-briefings for the VFR pilot, and then another whole separate module on self-briefings for the IFR pilot. And I really want to stress that even if you're VFR only, take both of those courses, because the IFR course, it's not difficult, but I'm willing to bet it's going to give you information that you hadn't thought about. And in those situations where inevitably it's going to happen, you're VFR only, but you find yourself into IMC, you find yourself into a situation that, yeah, I'm not supposed to be here, you'll be better prepared to know what to do and to get safely out of it.
Right, and that's as a flight instructor, I'm going to just interject here. For safety is first. You know, I was going to go flying with a student friend of mine, and nothing big. We just look cross-country flight for him to, you know, first cross-country. And the weather was forecast to be VFR. We took off, and there was an 800, I mean, it just turned to an 800 overcast. And I'm like, what are you going to do? He's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, if you were by yourself, what are you going to do? I'd go back. I'm like, great, let's go back. I don't want to be here.
and Mike, that's a great example, because every pilot I have spoken to over the being here for 4 years has that same exact story. The details are a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, I was expecting VFR and I got up and did that, and that just indicates that even though technology has gotten better,
sometimes
we're still not perfect on the weather. There's uncertainties, and sometimes it's just not. Our forecast is a little bit wrong, and let me just leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, that actually brings up another thing. So weather briefings don't end just when you start the flight. You can still get weather as you're going along.
And you should get that. Get updates. It's a service that's available to you. Make yourself make use of it. I was talking to an older gentleman earlier this week, and he said, "Yeah, I remember the days when I did all my preparation on the ground, and then when I was took off, I was on my own. There was nothing that was provided into the cockpit.
Right.
You don't have to do that now. Yeah, take advantage of that services that they're available to you.
There's always flight services you can call on the radio, and if you have a radio, you can do that. Also, a lot of these ADS-B in, if you have some of that.
Right. And it's available to you, but what we're seeing is that make sure you understand it. Let me just also real quickly say that we did an effort with a pilots group a few years ago. They came to us with this very question about what can we do better. So we put together a process. We briefed it to them. We've used that over and over and over again. Here's a process that you can utilize. It's in line with the advisory circular that I mentioned earlier, but we've used that to continue to brief it. Others have seen it and said, that's great. Can you provide that to our group? And we're absolutely happy to do that.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, but please go out and study your weather and stay proficient. Thank you, Danny Sims with the FAA, coming in and sharing all of your time today and talking about weather. And you're listening to EAA Radio.
Let's go back to 2009 for this classic interview.
You're listening to EAA Radio, online at eaaradio.net, the voice of EAA.
Green Bay Austin Strabo International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes, and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Are you a member of EAA? When you become a member, you'll join other aviators and innovators who've been sharing their passion and experience with one another for more than 60 years. You'll get access to exclusive benefits, including their Sport Aviation magazine, discounted admission for AirVenture Oshkosh, free access to nearly 400 museums nationwide, and so much more. Individual and family memberships are available. Details about becoming an EAA member are at EAA.org.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. And with us here today from Whisk, Brian Yutko. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You guys make brooms, right?
Yeah, we make brooms. They are full of software, and they clean your floor very well.
Great. Fantastic. Okay, autonomous air taxi.
Autonomous air taxis.
Now, you are actually flying, I heard someone say earlier?
Yeah, so yesterday we actually opened the air show with a flight of our Gen 5 aircraft, and it fully autonomously took off like a helicopter, flies like an airplane. It's battery electric, and we flew for just shy of 5 minutes yesterday in opening up the air show.
Okay. How many passengers?
That's a 2-passenger aircraft, but we had
Okay.
no one on board the aircraft yesterday.
Right. I understand that. I mean, they wouldn't let you, but am I going to call for an Uber or a Whisk? Is that how the model works?
Ideally, in the future, you will be able to take a Whisk in order to save time to get to ultimately where you'd like to go.
That sounds interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a passenger air taxi, all electric, eVTOL. Now, the E part is the interesting thing because the battery technology is still evolving. What kind of batteries are you guys using?
Yeah, so we use lithium-ion batteries that are almost exactly the type that you have in your cell phones in your pocket today.
You can't have mine.
We just use many thousands of them, so we're collecting them, and I have a basket, and if you could just give us your cell phone at the end, that would be really great.
Yeah.
So we use many thousands of lithium-ion cells that we package together to be in a really safe pack that can be used for aerospace purposes, because obviously our purposes in aviation are much different from how your cell phone is used, and so we have to do some special methods and technologies to make that very safe.
That's what I want to hear.
The big danger with a lithium-ion battery, of course, is abusing the battery and fire.
Yep.
How do you keep these batteries from blowing up?
They don't abuse them.
Yeah, well, we actually, what's funny is we actually think about it the other way, is we say what would happen if the batteries were actually to ignite. And so we do tests where we actually have to fully ignite the packs in order to show that we wouldn't have damage to the overall airplane. So the packs are actually built in a really redundant way. We have modules and sub-modules and so on, such that if any of those ignite, we could still continue to safely operate the airplane, and it won't, ultimately damage the air structure.
Smoke on.
Smoke on, definitely.
Smoke on, in a very exciting way.
Yeah, but I'm sure your systems, as soon as they detect that, they are told, go find some place to land.
Yeah, exactly. So part of what we do is we really automate a lot of the, what we call contingency functions. So a lot of the system, it monitors its health to understand what's the status of the aircraft. And if it does need to execute a contingency, it decides that based on the status of what it understands.
Okay. Now, you said with human oversight. Does that mean a pilot on board or someone on the ground monitoring?
Yeah, that means a supervisor on the ground that monitors the flight of the aircraft. And the way to think about this is that person, they don't actually have a stick and rudder on the ground where they're actually flying the aircraft. Because the configuration, we have 12 rotors on the aircraft, it's very complex to perform the flight controls, so those are all automated. What that person does is effectively in a normal operation, they push a button. They push a single button that launches the aircraft, and the aircraft executes its mission, and it would execute the contingencies that I talked about if it needed to. If that person needs to step in for one reason or another, they could step in and tell it to execute a contingency, but they don't actually fly the aircraft itself.
Okay, what about traffic avoidance? Something pops up that you hadn't planned on.
Yeah, so on the Gen 5 aircraft, we don't have what's called a sense and avoid air system on that aircraft. That's a technology maturation platform for us. On the Gen 6 aircraft that we're certifying right now with the FAA, that aircraft will have a sense and avoid system and will do automated sensing of the air traffic in case there's what's called non-cooperative traffic that might be in the airspace.
That never happens.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
I'm a pilot too, and so I have a deep appreciation for what it means to be flying around at 500 feet.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're a pilot. Thank you. The whole concept of being in an airplane where the pilot's butt isn't on the line is kind of
Yeah, well, I have to say it's as a pilot who's involved in developing these kinds of autonomous systems, I think it's pretty easy to think about the world where some people have a view, it'll always, we're going to head towards an autonomous future, or we'll never have any autonomous airplanes. I think we're going to have mixed use kind of airspace for as far as the eye can see. We'll have some introduction of autonomous aircraft, but we'll always have piloted systems that are flying around the airspace, and we should.
That sounds good to me.
How are you going to get the public used to flying in an aircraft that doesn't have a pilot on board? I have to admit, this gives me the willies a little bit.
The first flights are going to have the autopilot from Airplane.
Yeah, the
to make them
inflatable
feel
pilot.
better.
Yeah, actually, it'll be me and the pilot from Airplane,
Yes,
and we're going to be doing the test flight together.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So
no filling in with helium now.
Yeah. It's a great question. Some of this is education and engaging with the public, and a lot of that is we're doing that here in spades. So the purpose here is not just for us to demonstrate; it's really to engage, and honestly engage with the pilot community, because that's really what's here at Oshkosh. So we've really enjoyed doing that. But really practically, my view is the only way to address the question that you just raised is to make a really safe airplane that the FAA certifies and that ultimately has a value proposition. So if it has a value proposition where people are interested in taking it because it could save them a lot of time, and it has a very high level of safety, then I think we'll climb a pretty typical adoption curve for new technology.
All right. It's just getting that curve started that's going to be the trick.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate here.
I love it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
You have the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Everything just up and decides to crap out on you. Do you have a ballistic parachute on board as last ditch?
The Gen 5 aircraft has a ballistic parachute on board. So the aircraft that you saw flying yesterday in the flight and the air show, that actually has a ballistic parachute on board, which we've tested. And in fact, that aircraft can fly with motors out too. So obviously not every motor out in hover, but a few motors out in hover, it can actually still fly. The Gen 6 airplane will not have a ballistic parachute. There's such a high level of redundancy that's built into the aircraft for the purposes of the FAA certification program that ultimately we found that we couldn't get the type of credit that we would really need from a ballistic parachute. And there's technical reasons we can get into it if it's helpful.
This aircraft is fully computerized and all of that, right? Please tell me it does not run on Windows 10.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it doesn't run on Windows 10. We actually still run on Windows 95. It's a very stable operating system.
Stable.
Yeah.
No, it's on XP. Will you have the ability to voice communicate between the flight supervisor / director and the passengers?
Yes.
Like if a passenger's having an issue for whatever reason.
Yeah, not only that, but we will actually also be able to voice communicate between the supervisor and air traffic control as well. So one of the things in developing an autonomous system that's really key to understand is people don't go away, they change what they're doing. And one of the things that we know is we have to talk to air traffic control, so the supervisor will talk and can take a vector as an example, as one simple example. But passengers may also want to speak with someone on the ground. And so we have a hospitality manager that a passenger on board can push a button and say, I have a question. Now, they're not talking to the supervisor. They're talking to someone whose role is to answer their questions about, I feel unsure, I feel whatever it might be.
Or there's a medical emergency.
Exactly. One of the benefits that we have in being electric, you mentioned, batteries are heavy and complicated, is we don't actually fly that far or that long. And so that actually makes some of the autonomy problem a little bit easier and some of the sort of passenger management problem a little bit easier. So we think it's kind of the right place to take the first step for autonomous airplanes.
Well, that brings up the question, what is your target mission length?
Yeah, so the target mission lengths are generally somewhere around 20 to 30 miles. they're places where you can save a substantial amount of time by being able to fly these relatively short distances.
Like from, say, inner city to local airport to catch a commercial flight.
That's exactly right. Or even airport to airport in some places where the geography might be amenable to that. The simple way that I think about this is it's a lot like setting up a gondola without a wire. So these aircraft are not intended to fly all over the place, deciding where they want to go. This is like establishing a gondola between, an origin and a destination, except we don't have a wire. We have an airplane.
Okay. What about medevac purposes? Have you thought about the possibility of using this aircraft modified for medevac purposes?
Yes, and in fact, I think the early uses of autonomous aircraft, if you think about especially in the DoD types of use cases, which we're not actively working on right now, but you could imagine in the future, autonomous aircraft being able to go in and do CASEVAC and these other kinds of missions that might be able to provide a ton of value in dangerous areas.
Okay.
Sounds interesting.
Well, I mean, would that be something, again, established route only, or would emergency services would call for you to land here and give you some coordinates?
In those scenarios, that's exactly why our first use cases are really those kind of established routes. But those emergency use cases, you would need to have those kinds of on-demand, go to a particular location.
Okay, and in a situation like that, are you going to put onboard obstacle detection?
Yep.
Right, because obviously you may not have any idea what kind of an LZ you're flying into.
Yep, and we have that in the nominal use case as well. So the question is just the operational approval to do that type of mission.
Okay.
What about a video link? If you're running into, say, a hot LZ, are you going to have a video link so that the person who's overseeing all of this can do a go, no-go decision if they decide it's too hot?
Yeah, so in the commercial use case, ideally our LZs will not be hot because we will be managing those LZs very carefully. So this would be controlled infrastructure. But in the use cases you're talking about there, future use cases where we're doing medical evacuations, et cetera, then that would be a part of the operations.
Okay, real quick, Brian, where can we find you on the field?
So we are near the Boeing center, like right on the center of the airfield. We actually have Gen 6 there on site. You can come and see it, sit inside of it, see what it's like in an autonomous airplane. And we also intend, we'll see how the weather holds up, but we intend to fly again today to open the air show at night, right around sunset at 8:15 or so.
Okay, very good. We've been talking with Brian Yutko from WISC, which is an interesting concept. I'm Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
This is Mike Melville. When I'm not on the edge of space, I'm on the edge of my seat listening to EAA Radio 1210.
Need help promoting your company? We can help. EAA Radio is heard by thousands of people every day at AirVenture, and during the rest of the year at EAAradio.net. Sponsorship opportunities are available right now. Contact us at info@EAAradio.net. Call us at 920-550-1210. Or come visit us on the field during AirVenture.
Enjoy aviation all year long by joining an EAA local chapter. Join one of the many existing chapters like the Vintage Aircraft Association chapter, an ultralight chapter, the International Aerobatic chapter, or start a new chapter to get involved in grassroots recreational aviation in your own backyard. Chapter members can experience a variety of social and educational activities, including Young Eagles rallies, fly-ins, building seminars, and so much more. Details can be found at eaa.org/chapters.
Here's an interview from 2024.
Welcome to EAA Radio. I'm Wireless Mike, and today we have Arthur Leopold Lieger of Elixir Aircraft, and you guys are building a new airplane over in France, right?
Yes. Hello, Mike. Hello, everyone. Yes. So I've started a company in 2015 to design and certify a brand new trainer, a two-seater aircraft. We've managed to fly the aircraft first in 2017. We got the European certification in 2020, and we've applied for the FAA validation in 21, and we hope to be able to deliver next year in the US.
That's really fast. How were you able to get through all the certifications that quickly?
A huge involvement from the team. We started, we were only 3 at the beginning. Now the company has grown a lot. We are 175 in the company. And all those people are hardworking to design, improve, certify, and build the aircraft.
And how many aircraft are you looking at building in a year?
So the plan is to deliver more or less 500 aircraft a year between in 5-year time.
In 5-year times.
Yeah.
So you hoping to ramp up to that number in 5 years?
Definitely. Right now we are delivering 2.5 aircraft per month, and we hope to be at 4 aircraft a month in December this year.
Oh, so you're growing pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-seat aircraft?
It's a 2-seater aircraft trainer. We started the aircraft design with a huge innovation in the way we build the aircraft. If you look at any aircraft in the world, any general aviation aircraft, it's more or less between 15,000 and 20,000 references. The Elixir has less than 800 references to build the whole aircraft. And
okay, so that keeps the cost down, I would assume.
Yeah, clearly. So before creating the company, I used to build aircraft. I've built 26 kits with my father.
Wow.
I did maintenance on over 100 aircraft before. And so when I created the aircraft, I wanted something that was easy to build, very reliable, and mostly easy to maintain. So we came up with a very a strong innovation that we call the one-shot production technology. So if you look at our wing, it's fully carbon fiber, and it's made without any spar or ribs. It's made in one piece, in one reference, so it's actually stiffer, more reliable, and lighter.
Wow, that's fantastic. And do you have a patent on that, the way you're doing that?
No, we've prefer to keep it hidden than to release it in a pattern, because some people could, just go around the pattern, but learning a lot from it. So our best protection is today the certification, because we are aiming at the certified market.
Okay, and what kind of engine are you using in the aircraft?
So the customer can currently choose between 2 options: 100 horsepower with the 912 IS from Rotax, or 140 horsepower turbocharged with the 915 IS from Rotax. And for the years to come, we've also started to work on a turbine project, a gas turbine project, to be able to use jet or SAF fuel.
Okay, and how fast does the airplane usually cruise at?
So obviously it depends on the engine.
Yep.
If you take the 100 horsepower engine, you would climb at 128 knots at 8,000 feet, sorry. And with 140 horsepower, you would travel at 160 knots at 9,000 foot.
So it actually it's got a little bit of a speed to it also.
Yeah, clearly it's a quite efficient aircraft, but it also have very efficient flap. So you can land at a normal speed. The stall speed is 45 knots. So it's still a very easy aircraft to land.
And you said you're targeting the training market?
Yes, mostly. So the plane was designed with the training market in mind. When we started the project in 2014-15, we knew that there was going to be a huge need for pilots. After that, the COVID came, and the need is even stronger now. So good for us.
Now, the Rotax engine, does that run on 100 low lead, or can you use autogas in that?
You can use MoGas, avgas. We recommend customers to use MoGas because if you do so, you do not need to do the 50-hour check. Only 100-hour check if you use MoGas.
Oh.
But you can run on both.
Okay.
And you can mix them, actually.
Okay, well, and it gets you flexibility and also keeps the costs down. If it's a little bit cheaper for that gas.
Yeah.
And so, where are you assembling these airplanes?
So today we are based in a town called La Rochelle on the west coast of France. It's like 1.5 hours up north from Bordeaux, which is very known for the wine. Today the whole team is based there, but we've already booked 2 buildings in Sarasota, Florida, and we will open a subsidiary there in March 2025. A few months from now.
Yeah, that's coming up pretty quick, and that's a approximately when you're trying to get your certification here also? So you're trying to...
Clearly, we try to have everything at the same time. So it's our third year this year in Oshkosh. And thanks to that, thanks to the quality of the aircraft, we already have 270 pre-order in the US, mostly flight school. Actually quite big flight school from the US.
Are you allowed to say who the flight school is?
So the two most important ones for us are Sirius Aviation in Sarasota, Florida, and Sierra Charlie in Scottsdale, Phoenix.
Okay.
But there are also a few more.
Right. And what are the other interesting things? I haven't seen your aircraft. What are some of the interesting things about your aircraft? What do you have for avionics and things like that?
So before talking about avionics, there are a few things that are unique about our aircraft. So we've talked about the production technology, the one-shot technology, which is great. That allows us to have a very efficient and light aircraft. But we've also worked a lot on the safety during the flight. So the aircraft is compliant with unintentional spin resistance. So that's a very unique feature to keep the aircraft safe. So if you were to stall the aircraft, you always keep control during the stall, allowing you to prevent most of the spin departure. On top of that, we've worked a lot on the safety of the fuel tank. So we have a fuel tank which is in a carbon fiber bladder tank. So in case of crash, the fuel will be content, will remain in the fuel tank, so no explosions, no fire, to increase a lot the safety. We also have an aircraft that has double slotted flap, allowing us to have very efficient and easy landing and takeoff procedure. And along with that, we also have very big and high crosswind capabilities. These are all the main features of the aircraft. And on top of that, we have a full glass cockpit from Garmin, 2 G3X, GTN 750, autopilot, etc., etc.
Oh, so you got this thing loaded.
Exactly.
And that's just standard, they come with that?
Yeah, definitely. So the aircraft is both VFR and IFR. And on top of that, you have a BRS parachute, which is a serial equipment.
Okay. You said that it's spin resistant. Is it certified for doing spins and spin training?
So it's not certified to do spin. We decided to show that it's hard to spin.
Sure.
So I'm sure if you wanted to spin it, you would be able to do it, but that's clearly not allowed with our aircraft. Yeah. You're allowed to stall, to do the normal training procedure, but that's it.
Yeah, I'm a flight instructor, and I'm a big fan of actually getting students, the experience of spinning and recovering, because you don't want them to first time to see it is unintentional.
I would 100% agree with you, but unfortunately, not all the flight instructors are like you. and if you look at the number, at the statistics, some of them are actually even scared to stall the aircraft. So they don't stall, so the next student doesn't have the training, etc., etc. So we'd rather have an aircraft that is very safe to stall, to make sure the students receive a proper training about the stall, than nothing.
And you said it had a very high crosswind limit. What is very high?
So if we come back to the history of the spin resistance.
Yes.
Spin resistance means two things. You keep a full aileron efficiency, even if you're stalled, and you keep the stick further back.
Okay.
So that shows that you have very strong aileron efficiency at low speed.
Yes.
So strong efficiency at low speed means very good crosswind protection.
Sure.
So that's it. That's how we get this very high crosswind.
Okay.
So during the certification, we've encountered 80 knots full crosswind during the certification flight, which is the maximum demonstrated in the flight manual. However, we've flown over close to 30 knots crosswind, full crosswind after that.
Okay. Wow. That's a high crosswind. Yes.
Yeah, I would love for you to test it.
I'm in. When can we go? Yeah, excellent. And avionics. So what is the operating cost that you're looking at for this aircraft?
So that's a great question. As I told you before, I used to do a lot of maintenance before starting this project. So we've been very careful on how we can ease the maintenance. Our customer, the flight school that are already operating the aircraft, do a 100-hour check in 4 hours and a half.
Oh, wow.
So that shows you how we can reduce this time, and it's a direct effect on the operating cost. So if you use the aircraft for flight school, the average consumption will be 3.8 gallons per hour, which is nothing. And this plus the low maintenance costs brings the price to around $50 per hour of operating cost.
Wow, that's very low.
If you fly 500 hours, but if you fly more than that per year, you can even reduce that cost.
Wow. Sounds like you have a very unique airplane that's going to be a force in the market here. And you know what? I love seeing new airplanes and new technologies, and I think it just helps the whole market. So, well, thank you for joining us today. You've been joined with Arthur Leopold Lieger from Elixir Aircraft, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2023.
This is Digital Dave.
And Fast Daddy, and that's going to make the blooper reel.
Yeah, and we're joined by John Botti of Volt Aero.
Volt Aero.
Which is an electric hybrid airplane.
Correct.
Explain.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's an electric hybrid airplane. Basically, what we do is these airplanes does everything: taxiing, takeoff, landings, electric, and everything that is under 100 miles you can do in pure electric. Then, when you need to extend the range up to 800 miles, we do it in hybrid. So you got a thermal engine that is coupled at that time with the electric motor, and you can extend your range, like I said, up to 800 miles.
So you've got basically an engine running a generator.
No.
It's mechanically coupled.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a parallel hybrid. Parallel hybrid means that you can use thermal energy alone,
right,
electric energy alone, or both combined.
Okay, so it's not like a diesel electric. You're actually driving mechanically the propellers from the thermal engine.
Exactly. So you got one exit, one propeller, but you can have two different sources of energy, which improves the safety tremendously. Because if you have a problem with one, you can use the other one.
Okay. Some people would argue that the motor, the electric, is more reliable than the thermal engine, but
I would agree with that. But we use electric first, and then we use thermal. Okay. For example, I give you an example, very simple. If at takeoff you have a problem, as I said, all takeoff are electric. Let's say you have a problem with battery, something shuts off, the thermal engine will be able to kick in immediately and take you safely to, the runway, come back to the runway.
Right, I was going to say, that's a no-go, though, at that point with that kind of a failure.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So you have to have this dual source of energy. Really helps you,
Right. You can make that 180-degree turn that we're never supposed to try, and then come back and land safely.
Yes, at the same altitude, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a demonstrator aircraft that you're flying now?
So we have a demonstrator aircraft that we're flying since 2020. And but it was a modified Cessna push-pull that we completely transformed with 5 electric motors and 1 thermal engine. So all this technology goes to this one that you see here, and this one, the Casio 330, will start its first flights at the end of the year.
Okay. That's well, I mean, you put 5 electric motors now. Are all those electric motors backed up mechanically as well?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of shafts and gears.
Yeah, but the modified 337 was a first demonstrator. From there, we have derived the technology. The 330 has only 1 electric motor because I should say the one that flies today is 600 kilowatt. It can carry already 12 people.
Oh, wow.
Power. Yeah. So the one we're doing here, we're showing here is the 5 seats, and it's got 1 electric motor and 1 thermal. When we go up, again, to make the 600, we'll have several, but we'll have 3 electric motors and 1 thermal. Not anymore 5.
Right, okay. So the electric motor is not mounted behind the propeller. It's mounted back at the thermal engine, and everything's driven through the same shafts.
Yeah, but it's independent. So, like I said, the thermal can go directly to the shaft.
Right.
The electric can go directly to the shaft, or they can combine together.
Okay. Can the thermal be used to recharge batteries in flight?
Yes, sir. So in that case, what's happening is the thermal engine continues to do the propeller. The electric motor becomes a generator.
Right.
And some of the power goes back to recharge the batteries on flight.
So when you come into land and you're going to switch to pure electric, you always have full batteries.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the scope of this is because if you want to use it in commercial aviation, and our airplane has been done to be modular, cargo, medevac, all that can be done with this plane. Well, if you do night operations, you want to be able to take off again electric, not to disturb the environment. Everything has been done not only for fuel economy, but also for noise.
Okay.
Yeah, with an electric, all you'd hear would be the sound of the propeller. So you've got to have a centrifugal clutch or a clutch of some kind between the electric motor and the thermal engine then.
There is something there. It's our patent.
There it is.
There is our yes.
There's a black box.
No, it's the patent is issued, so I can't. But you're right. There is a double free wheel in there that connects one or the other one or both. It's part of our patent, And as I said, it's pure hybrid. That's what makes a big difference with most of the things that we see today.
So you're also talking a 12-seater. That's a large engine.
Yes. We have, in our stand, you have probably seen that we have Kawasaki that is part of our stand. Kawasaki is an investor into Ultero and a partner, industrial partner. And we're developing with them the series of aircrafts, engines, thermal engines, going from the 4 or 5 seats to the 12. And in addition, you will see in the stand that we're already preparing these engines to be viable for hydrogen. So we're going to do first gasoline, AVL 100, then we go to biofuel, because it's going to be compatible with biofuel, and then we're going to move to hydrogen. Step by step, we want to do the revolution by evolution. We don't want to take the big jump immediately. We think that you have to go with the flow. The advantage also of having an hybrid like ours is that if, it's like cars. You see the chargers are not everywhere, okay? You have to have chargers. So imagine in let's say in Oshkosh you have a charger, but you don't have it in LA. Well, you can still take off because you'll take off with gasoline or you'll take off with electric. Ideally, you want to take off always electric, but if there is a problem, you don't have chargers, you can use gasoline.
Well, could you sit the airplane on the ground and just use the engine to charge batteries?
That could be done.
Okay.
That could be done. No problem.
The engines that you're using, are these brand new designs or are these adaptations of engines that Kawasaki already has in production?
That's an excellent question. This engine, the 4-cylinder, is the one of the HR2, the motorbike, the Ninja bike of Kawasaki. It's got millions of hours of testing already, and so since we use it as a range extender, not as a main propulsion, it's very prone to be a very good engine that we're going to certify part of the overall package of this HPU hybrid power module.
So now, since the thermal engine is not used as takeoff, you can get away with a smaller engine because basically you're just cruising with it.
Here we go. Exactly. That's the reason. And you can, and since you're hybrid, you don't need this huge amount of batteries on board. We got 500 pounds of batteries. Because basically, what we do, since we recharge on flight and we take off pure electric, the energy that you take, if you want to go 800 miles, you're not going to use all that electric energy. You're going to be able to reduce your batteries. You're going to be able to have much more savings. And that's why you can have an optimized battery pack and optimized engine.
Interesting.
It's quite a concept.
I was going to say, because a 4-cylinder out of a superbike doesn't sound like it's powerful enough to carry 5 people through the air.
You know what? This engine is 2 kilowatt per kilo. It's 180 kilowatts, 250 horsepower. It will carry easily 5 people.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, because some of the Hayabusa motors, they're getting almost 300 horsepower out of those things.
Yeah.
Tiny little engine.
Yeah, it's exactly that one. It's a high performance, as I said, 2 kilowatt per kilo. You have no aviation engine today that does that. None.
Well, Now, if to use his term, devil's advocate, that engine is high power, low weight, but it is designed to push out a continuous high power. In a superbike, you may not, you're going to go fast, but you're not using full engine power all the time.
Very good question. Since we're not using this engine for main propulsion, we only use it for cruise and recharging. You don't do the transients with that engine. You do it with electric. Electric is much better for that. So what you do with this engine, you always run it at its best operating point, so you can reduce as much as possible. First of all, we have 2,500 revs less than a normal bike, okay? And then you use it at its best operating point so that you can minimize the consumption. That's the scope of this development.
So ideally, the engine is not going to change RPM much. You're going to get up to cruise, you're going to set it, and that's it.
Yes, sir, because when we'll have acceleration, deceleration to take, you will do it electric.
Okay. See? Well thought out. Well thought out.
And then they're going to go with the hydrogen power on top of that.
Yes.
Yes.
Very interesting.
That's the next step, yes. But you see, just one point I want to make is it's not enough to work on the powertrain. You also have to work in the aerodynamics. If you look at that airplane, its LOVD is 15. It's 50% better than the planes that are out there today. You have to work it out as a full package, not only as, an individual thing one by one. So we have conceived that since the beginning, as a blank sheet.
Okay. Where are you located on the field?
We are at booth 429, just behind Airbus and in front of HondaJet. That's where we are.
Okay. All right. I want to thank you for joining us. We've been speaking with John Bodie of Volt Aero. This is Digital Dave.
I'm Fast Eddie, and this is EAA Radio.
Were you in Oshkosh in 2022? Here's an interview from that year.
We are on the fly, and we are at the Blue Barn today on a beautiful Thursday here at AirVenture 2022.
Wednesday
already?
Screwing up your days already.
Oh, man, I'm lost in the hemisphere. David Lighting is the manager of the Young Eagles program at EAA and the Eagle Flights program. Welcome to the show. Thanks for hosting us down here.
Thanks for stopping by. We always like having you guys here.
Yeah, every couple of years we come down and say hi and find out what's going on in this venue. So let's catch up. It's been actually a couple of years since we've been here. So tell us what's new, what's been happening, where we've been, and where we're going.
Yeah, absolutely. So here at the Blue Barn, this is the home of EAA chapters and Young Eagles. This is the go-to location on the ground for everything that falls under that umbrella. Whether you want to join a chapter, you're a chapter member, you're a chapter leader, we got forums going on, we got volunteers and staff members here to answer questions about all the Young Eagles and chapter programs. This year specifically, our big highlight is the Young Eagles 30th anniversary. We're using AirVenture 2022 as the launching pad into the next 30 years of the program. As you know, it was launched in July of '92 here in Oshkosh, where Tom P. flew the first Young Eagles, so that's one of our big highlights of the year. And then we also have an RV-12 youth build in here, courtesy of EAA Chapter 1522 down in Cynthiana, Kentucky, which is used to highlight what I would call the next steps after a Young Eagles flight, where the kids can come back out to the airport, get back involved, get hands-on, and continue that learning. So those are two of the centerpieces that you'll find in the facility this year.
Well, and it looks a little different than last time I was here, which was even last year. You've made improvements in here. Why don't you tell us about what is all in the Blue Barn?
Yeah, so the barn's been evolving since we first opened it. I think it was 2017 was the year we first opened. And it's great to have our own facility, and as each year passes, we are able to improve it. Our forum space, we've improved that a little bit recently with some better acoustics back there. You'll also notice you got some over here to our right. I think there's some out front as well. These Adirondack chairs. And if you'll notice, every single Adirondack chair is a little bit unique. They're all brought to us from all over the country by different EAA chapters. They make these at their chapter with their chapter members. They bring them, they customize them to their chapter in their local area. And we now have some nice relaxation space inside in the shade, out here in the breeze, so you can watch the airplanes, watch the air show. And just bring some of that chapter spirit and chapter flavor to the grounds.
It's awesome. It's nice. And we are on Knapp Road, north of the tower, just across from the Forum buildings. It's easy to find. It's
very
big
easy
and
to
it's
find.
blue.
I think there's a tram stop right out here somewhere, too.
Oh, yeah. There's also a charging station here, so if you come by, you can charge your phone. and like you said, take a break, hit the Adirondack chairs, and just chill out.
Absolutely.
So tell us what's all in the building.
So inside we've got, if you kind of walk the perimeter, like I said, we have the chapter program. So we have Young Eagles as our one of our big programs in there. Adjacent to that, you'll find our Ray Aviation Scholarship Program, where we're highlighting the scholarship program that provides $10,000 flight training scholarship to various youth at local EAA chapters. I think we're now upwards of 400 race scholars that we've had. I think we've got about 200 that have already earned their certificate. You move on from there, it takes you over to the Flying Clubs and Eagle Flights section, which is more of the adult pathways into aviation. So there, talk about free introductory flights for adults into aviation, as well as Flying Clubs, which is, of course, one of the most affordable ways to get into aviation. Similar to EAA chapters, the Flying Clubs tend to offer more of a community atmosphere and more of a welcoming space for individuals interested in either A, finding affordable access to an airplane or learning to fly. So that's kind of our pathway side. Again, we have the youth and Young Eagles and the race scholarships, Eagle Flights and Flying Clubs for the adults. And then if you move over to the other side of the barn, that's more focused on volunteer resources and what EAA is doing to support the chapter members out in the field, because we want to make it as easy as possible for these chapter leaders to run their local organizations. We want to keep them focused on aviation, sharing aviation, educating youth, educating adults, and let us try to handle some of the heavy lifting, the legwork. So we talk about a lot of our resource systems like roster management for chapters, online registration for Young Eagles, some of the ongoing training sessions we do around the country on an annual basis. We get out in the field about 6 to 7 times a year to do chapter training sessions, highlight that in here, as well as our webinar series, as well as all the other miscellaneous resources we have, everything from marketing materials to chapter websites and everything in between. I mean, it really is a whole host of resources. And like I said, in the back, we also have daily forums, anywhere between 4 to 5 daily forums a day. You can hear from EAA staff members. You can hear from chapters from around the country, how they've become successful and how you can get involved.
Yeah, it's great. And you also have some double duty here, right? So Four Corners, you've got some more stuff going on. It kind of ties together.
We do. So over at the Four Corners, we have a facility that's now in its second year. It's actually changed locations this year. It's now where the Pilot Proficiency Center used to be, and that's the EAA Learn to Fly Center. So that is the go-to location on the grounds for anybody that's got an interest in learning to fly. In there, we've got CFIs that are there to answer your questions. Because as you and I both know, oftentimes people, they don't really know where to start. What is the first thing I need to do to learn to fly? Is it do ground school? Is it meet a CFI? Is it this? Is it that? And the fact of the matter is, the answer can be different for each individual.
Yeah.
So we want to work
true.
with you one-on-one and try to tell you what your pathway is. In addition to the volunteers down there, we also have some Redbird flight simulators and Honeycomb flight simulators, so people can just kind of get behind the controls. And we're also doing daily Learn to Fly forums down there.
Oh, you're a busy guy, David. You got a lot going on.
In the best way possible.
In the best way possible. So let's talk a little bit about some numbers. Do you have them stored in your?
I do. I'm a walking encyclopedia of EAA numbers.
In your nebula?
Yeah.
Okay. So we started out, let's say, I remember when Young Eagles hit that magic 10,000 mark. Well, that was a long time ago now. Where are we at now?
So I thought I had this number committed to memory. Let's see. 2,264,804 Young Eagles.
That sounds pretty exact to me.
So just coming up on 2.3 if you round up. We're coming up close to 2.3 million Young Eagles over the course of the last 30 years, which I said it at the Young Eagles dinner last evening. I said it at my forum that I just did here earlier today, that we talk about those numbers a lot. We hit 2 million back in 2016. Now I've been saying 2.1, 2.2. And because we say it so much, I think those of us within the organization, you almost become numb to it because you understand the mass of it. But I'm encouraging people, don't become numb to just how crazy impressive that is, and continue to be proud of that. And just look what over close to 50,000 volunteer pilots have done over 30 years.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's going stronger than ever. I mean, stronger than ever.
It is. We hit a rough patch in 2020, as did everybody. Our flight numbers really dipped quite low. Which, again, to nobody's surprise. But we saw some good rebounds in 2021, and we're now using 2022 and the 30th anniversary as the opportunity to really, promote the program, try to welcome in new pilots. I tell people all the time, we are always going to have enough kids to fly. There will never be a shortage of kids with an interest in aviation. But what we might run into is a shortage of volunteer pilots. So we're always trying to recruit new pilots and new volunteers.
So you and I, before the show started here, we're talking a little bit about the more recent addition to the flight program. That would be the Eagle flights. I say it's fairly new, but it's 10 years old, we were saying. But to a lot of people who have been in the organization for 30, 40 years, it's still kind of new. Where has that gone, and what's that trajectory like?
Yeah, so the Eagle Flights program has come a long way, even in just the 10 years since we launched it. So if you look at the Eagle Flights program, it was our opportunity as an organization, as EAA members, to do something to try to welcome in adults. You know, everyone's excited about introducing kids, and rightfully so, because they're at an age when you can really impact them and mold them and set them on a trajectory unlike any other. But there's also a group of folks out there that they've been sitting on the fence for a long time. They've always thought airplanes are kind of cool. You know, they drive out to the airport when they see something flying over that's kind of cool just to check it out, take pictures. So what could we do as EAA to get them on board? And that's when we launched the Eagle Flights program, which is the free introductory flight programs for folks 18 and up. Just by taking the flight, they get free EAA membership, and if they continue their aviation journey, they also have the opportunity to get their FAA knowledge exam paid for by EAA. So we'll step in and help there financially. And then 4 years ago, we also launched the EAA Flying Start program, which is an add-on to the Eagle Flights program. And Flying Start is a chapter-based program where chapters host a morning at the airport. They invite the local community out, give them a short presentation on what it takes to learn to fly, what local resources exist in the way of flight schools, flight instructors, flying clubs, and try to pair those interested folks up with an individual that might be able to help them. And then we cap that event with an Eagle flight. So they get the education up front, they get the inspiration from the flight, and then after the flight, we try to provide them with that community and mentorship.
And are chapters doing that along with their Young Eagles days, or are they trying to separate that?
For the most part, they're separate, and we do encourage them to be separate because they're very separate style of events. You know, Young Eagles rallies, you fly anywhere from 20 and in some cases 150 more Young Eagles. It's much more of a fast-paced, let's get the kids in the air, let's show them what flight's like, let's introduce them, let's inspire them. Where the Flying Start program, again, like I said, there's a lot more education built around it, and that presentation is really the key part of the day.
Well, I'm excited for stuff you have lined up for us today. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and talk to some cool people.
Sounds good.
All right, J-G on the fly. We are at the Blue Barn. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
Welcome to EAA Radio. Joining us today is Brittany McGraw from NASA Glenn Research Center, and you're just kind of here to tell us about how your week went.
Yes.
And I also hear this is your first time to Oshkosh. What did you think?
Right. It has been fantastic. You know, the start of the week was a little overwhelming. You have all of these planes that are flying in and out. You hear all these sounds, all the people, all the booths and the panels that you can go to. But this has been great. It's awesome.
Now, how was your attendance at the NASA booth this year compared to others?
It has been fantastic. On average, we've had about 6,000 people come through our pavilion every day, and yes, we have people who are counting and tracking that. But yesterday, we had close to 9,000 people who came through our pavilion because it's a really unique opportunity to be able to engage with someone with NASA. Because a lot of people they have not had that chance to talk with someone with NASA, so they really enjoy that opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah, and a lot of people think NASA is space, and they just do those.
We just do space stuff.
But you guys do so much more, and you have so many neat projects. What projects were you highlighting this year for anybody who wasn't able to come and see you?
Yeah, we like to say the first A in NASA is what? Aeronautics.
Yeah.
So here we were highlighting our work in airborne sciences. Of course, we do a lot of work in earth sciences. We're a global leader in that, and we use our NASA aircraft to be able to observe the Earth and how it's evolving. So we had people here who visitors could talk with them about our work in airborne science and earth sciences. We were also highlighting sustainable aviation and our project with the X-66, which is happening in partnership with Boeing, in which it has the wings and the braces have this long, thin design. That, combined with new technology, the goal is to be able to reduce aviation emissions by up to 30%. So a lot of people had questions about that. We're also highlighting advanced air mobility. When we talk about AAM, we're talking about drones. We're talking about air taxis. So just imagine not having to sit in traffic. You can just hop in an air taxi and get from point A to point B so that your travel is so much faster. But with all of that, you also have to look at the safety aspect of it when you're introducing, these new aircraft into the airspace. How can we do all of this safely? And then, of course, very cool project, the X-59 project. We're doing work when it comes to commercial supersonic travel over land. That aircraft rolled out at the beginning of the year in January. And again, it's about creating an impact and conveniences for people. So if you're trying to go coast to coast, instead of that happening in 5 to 6 hours, just imagine being able to get from New York to LA in about 2.5 hours. So we're just doing a lot of work in aeronautics to be able to impact people and improve their lives.
And the one that really intrigues me is that cross brace wing, just because for so long, every airliner has just had just generic wing, and they've kind of gotten a little bit longer and a little bit more efficient, but they haven't done anything like. This is just a whole new design with hopefully giving us, a lot more efficiency in the airplane.
Right. It's that, and then it will take a lot of different solutions, hitting sustainability at a lot of different angles and a lot of solutions. So, there's the X-66, but then we're also doing work when it comes to, we call it our electrified powertrain flight demonstration project, where we're looking at hybrid electric propulsion systems. There's that. We're doing work with the core of the engine. So it's a lot of different solutions to be able to get to that goal. The U.S. has a goal of net zero aviation emissions by 2050. So lots of different solutions to try to reach that goal.
Right. And, this is, something that I think there's a lot of misconception about. It's like, well, why do we care about emissions and sustainability? And from a practical standpoint, the more you can lower the cost or lower the amount of gas you're using, the cheaper your ticket gets. Because and so it's not just about the emissions.
Right. It's that real world impact.
Right.
Right. We all, nobody wants to pay $500, $600, $700 for a flight.
Yes, and if I fly some larger airplanes. We fly sometimes with 80,000 pounds of gas that we go through on a flight over to Europe, and that's a lot of gas.
Yeah.
That costs a lot of money. So if you could just cut that down by 10%. The savings is just incredible, and the things you're working on to do that are
it's pretty cool.
It is very cool. It's very cool, right? And that's again, you also do space stuff too.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
So we have had people involved with our Artemis missions who have been here, and so people have had a chance to talk with them because, yes, the S in NASA, of course, is space, and so people have questions about those missions. We're really excited about our Artemis 2 mission, which is NASA's mission to send a crew around the moon. So we are gearing up for that. We've had lots of panels and talks about that, and an opportunity for people to look at some of the models of what the Orion spacecraft will look like, because that's what the Artemis 2 astronauts, that's what they'll be in. But then they also we have some cutouts of them. That we don't have them here in person, but people have been stopping by our pavilion to be able to take pictures with those cutouts. And we did have one of our NASA astronauts here, Randy Bresnik. He was here on Friday, and it was really cool to see him engage and interact, especially with the young people, because they just had a lot of questions about, what's it like to go to space, and what's the hardest thing when you get back to Earth to adjust.
Yeah. So the Artemis mission is one that I don't know. I mean, I kind of knew we were trying to go back to the moon, but I didn't kind of know a lot of the details. And so what makes this time going to the moon different than the last time we went in a couple years ago?
Yeah, just a few years ago.
Right.
So what makes this different is we're setting the stage for humans to be able to live on the moon. So being able to create those habitats where we can have an extended presence on the moon, and then with being able to do that, setting the stage for exploration to Mars.
And the space station, you're actually going to have a space station around the moon. And what advantages is that going to give you?
Well, the really cool thing about that, so another thing that people may not know with all of this is NASA is involved with work to create a space station that will orbit the moon. It's called Gateway, and we have folks at our pavilion that they can talk with about that. But again, Gateway will provide an opportunity. It'll be orbiting the moon, and it will serve, as a resource, as an option for our astronauts who will be on the moon.
And they're looking for staffing that more long term before we actually go to the moon as kind of a staging base, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. And it's my understanding that it's not going to be manned necessarily full time.
Right. It will not be. No.
So are you going to have locks on the doors so that people don't
right. Keep people out. Keep it locked.
Right. Keep it safe.
Only a few people will have the key.
Right. Hey, don't forget it when you leave home.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because that's a long journey back if you leave it on Earth.
Right. Actually, yeah, absolutely. Yes. So when is that Gateway station being launched?
I do not have the exact timeline for it. However, people who are interested in learning more, just head to nasa.gov, and we have a lot of information about Gateway, about the Artemis missions, of course, about aeronautics, all things NASA.
And unfortunately, this show is coming to an end.
I know. I know. This has been, as you shared, this was my first time at AirVenture, and it was just really cool to be able to see things from start to finish. So to see all of the planes and all the pilots who were coming in the beginning, all the RVs that were camped out, to see all of the different exhibitors setting up, and then all the visitors who were just super friendly and super excited to be here to see, what's on the cutting edge when it comes to aviation and aeronautics. And then now, right, we're at the end of it, and so the tear down and folks heading home. But a lot of people have just said this is like a family reunion. So it's people who are here year after year who get to connect and just get to celebrate flight.
So this can't be the only place that you go to do outreach for NASA. And if for somebody who wasn't able to come here, or where are you going to be next? Where can people come and see all of these things?
Well, right on the heels of this, the next thing happening is the AIAA convention, which is happening in Las Vegas. But we do have resources at nasa.gov where you can have NASA experts reach out to you. I think one thing that people may not realize is we have NASA centers all across the country. So there likely may be a NASA center closer to you than you think, because we do lots of outreach within our communities, at schools, and different community events, because it's really important that people not only understand the work that we're doing, but also the fact that NASA is for everyone. It takes a diverse skill set to make us successful and to allow us to do what we do. My background is in communications prior to starting with NASA, so it doesn't, you don't have to be a math wizard. That's cool if you are. You don't have to be a science wizard. Again, it's nice, but it's just that curiosity. I think the main thing is just having that curiosity and that willingness to learn.
Well, and that's the great thing about aviation. It's not just the people who fly the airplanes or fly into space or whatever, but you need people to build them. You need people to, basically any job you can imagine.
Right.
somewhere in aviation, you can do that job,
right?
You know, and a lot of people are thinking, oh, it's just the pilots. No, it's I being a pilot, I can't do my job without all the other people who put in the hard work.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that we say, so I'm based at NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, and it's about 3,500 employees. And one thing that we say, that's like a small city. That's like a community.
Yep.
So anything that you would need for a city or a community to work, that's what we have at our center.
Well, thank you for joining us today. Again, we've been joined by Brittany McGraw from NASA Glenn Research Center, and you're listening to EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2023.
Good morning. Welcome to the Wednesday edition, live from the Ron Scott Communications Center. This is From the Stand. And on this morning's show, Mark Hansen from the Air Care Alliance helps us salute those who fly for the public good. Author and photographer John Slemp will talk about his book, Bomber Boys, which deals with World War II flight jacket art, and EAA's Jim Busho. We'll talk about the story of Rosie the Rocketer. But right now, one of the original Tuskegee Airmen, Lieutenant Colonel James Harvey, talks to us about being here at AirVenture. Welcome back to the show, sir.
Well, I have a serious hearing problem, and I did not get that.
Well, I just said welcome back to the show, and we're so pleased to have you here.
Okay, thank you. It's good to be here.
Good. You said you got here on Monday from, you live in the Denver area, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So have you seen much of the show so far, or have you just been
I haven't seen any of the show. I've been signing pamphlets.
Well, very good. Well, everybody's coming to see you, right?
What was that?
Everyone's coming to see you anyway, right?
I'm not getting that either.
Oh, okay.
I have a serious hearing problem,
that's all right.
and it's not fun, believe me.
Yeah. Well, you are. You just told me you turned 100 years old.
Yes.
Just a couple weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And what does it feel like to be 100?
What was it? What?
What does it feel like to be 100?
Same as 98, 97, or what have you.
Tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with the Tuskegee Airmen.
Okay, when I was 10 years old, I was standing in my yard. I lived out in the country, and with a house away from the house, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And I was standing in my yard, and I heard this noise overhead, and I looked up. It was a flight of P-40s flying in formation. And I said, I'd like to do that one day. And that was it. Here I am.
And here you are. And where did you do your flight training, and what kind of airplanes?
At Tuskegee. Everything we did, it was at Tuskegee, primary, basic, and advanced. They built a new airfield for us to get our basic and advanced. Everything was right there in Tuskegee.
Which airplanes did you fly in flight training?
In flight training, I flew the PT-19, and in basic, I flew the BT-13 Vulti vibrator. Mm-hmm. And then in advance, I flew the AT-6.
And you were also qualified in the Mustang and the P-47?
Yeah, the Mustang, the P-47, F-80, F-86, F-89, F-94, and F-102.
just a couple. You had a long career in the Air Force, more than 20 years, right?
20 years, right, in a few months.
There
yes.
you go.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the Top Gun competition that you and your teammates won back in the late 40s.
Yes. In January of 1949, got to back up here. The Chief of Staff of the Air Force sent out a directive to all the fighter groups in the United States that they were to have gunnery training between each fighter group at each base, and each base plus the pilots would have competition between each other in all the squadrons. And the weapons meet was supposed to begin in May of 49. And the 332nd, which is us, we had scores. So based on our scores, Captain Temple of the 300th, First Lieutenant Harry Stewart of the 100th, myself of the 99th, were chosen as primary members. And First Lieutenant Halbert Alexander of the 99th as an alternate pilot. In case one of us couldn't fly, then he would fill in. Well, we had scores because we had been to Eglin 7 a month prior. So based on our scores, those three, Temple, Stewart, and myself, were chosen as primary members.
Good, and we're talking with Lieutenant Colonel James Harvey. What was that competition like when you were there in 1949? What were the different areas of competition? Yes, the events. Thank you.
Okay. Pardon me. The events were aerial gunnery at 20,000 feet, aerial gunnery at 12,000 feet, dive bombing, skip bombing, rocket firing, and panel strafing. Those events.
And how did you and your teammates score on all those?
What was that?
How did you and your teammates, how well did you score on those events?
Well, in aerial gunnery at 20,000 feet, we were in there, and gunnery at 12,000 feet, we were in there. Then we went to dive bombing. And dive bombing, you come over your target about 10,000 feet, roll over, drop straight down, line up on the target, release your bombs, and pull out by 2,000 feet, hopefully. No one did good that day, no one. And the next series, that was skip bombing, let's see. Aerial gunnery, dive bombing. Then we had skip bombing.
Okay.
And skip bombing, you come in very low to the ground. You're so low that when you release your bombs, they don't have a chance to nose over yet, so they hit flat and skip through the target. That's why they call it skip bombing. The next event was rocket firing. And on this, you come in at your target. It's a target similar to aerial ground gunnery. It's a target. Each of us had our own target. And we come in, fire our rockets at our target. And as far as rocketry goes, we carried 2 rockets per mission, each one of us. So that's 6 rockets per pilot. And Captain Temple had 6 for 6. Wow. Stewart had 5 for 6, and I had 5 for 6. And on the skip bombing, Temple had 6 for 6. Stewart had 6 for 6. I had 6 for 6. Now, the next event was panel strafing. On panel strafing, they have this target set up on the ground, about a 60-degree angle, and we come in on a 30-degree angle and fire at the target. We did all right. In fact, everyone did all right on this one. But that one was the deciding factor as to who won the individual trophy. And up until this point, Captain Temple and our team was ahead. Every event that we participated in, Temple was leading. But they figured they had to get something out of this. Anyway, they took the panel strafing. They took the panel strafing award. So, however, we won the meet.
Yes.
And that was in May of 1949. 46 years later, in 95, we find out, meaning the 332nd, that the winner of the 49 weapons meet was listed as unknown in the record books. I said, no, this isn't right. This isn't right. So I started a personal crusade to get that changed. That was May of 1949. January of 2022, we finally get our recognition, almost 73 years later, but we got it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
It's just too bad the other people, other members of the team couldn't be around to realize that. Anyway.
But
we're a closed subject now.
there you go. But you're here to represent them. And I also read you had credited your ground crew. That you credited your ground crew very much for that victory as well, because they worked all night to keep your airplanes ready. So when you had to go out and fly the next day, they were good to go.
You know what?
With your ground crew?
You know what?
What?
I didn't get that. I'm serious here.
It's okay. So I was reading an article about you, and you had a lot of credit to your ground crew for helping keep those airplanes ready for the competition.
Yes, we had a very good ground crew. We had the best in the Army Air Corps.
Yeah.
And the Air Force gives out awards every year, and they go out and they check the maintenance crews at the different bases. We always came in first.
Very good.
Same thing in the Air Force. We became the Air Force. We're number one. Now, our group, pardon me, our airmen that went through Chinook, mechanic school, communications, all the systems of an aircraft, they learned at Chinook. Their scores were so high on their exams that they've never been equaled.
Wow. Lieutenant Colonel Harvey, we are so happy that you're here again at AirVenture. Enjoy the show, and I hope you get to see some of the show and sign lots of autographs for us. And then come back next year, okay?
Will do. Thank you.
This is EAA Radio.
Here's one first broadcast at AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
Well, we kick off the week at AirVenture 2024, as we do every year, with EIA's president, Jack Pelton. Jack, thank you for joining us this morning.
It's a fantastic day because we're finally open and started and ready to roll.
It's been an amazing summer so far. We'll start with the weather, because that's always the big topic. Is Wisconsin was just about flooded. May and June, it was to the point where I think I was trying to keep cutting my grass like every other day just to keep up. But out here at the airport, it got a little soggy. But things have turned around, haven't they?
Steve, it's been rough. I've been here every day from May 1 on. And I was honestly asking Brenda, my assistant, I said, I think I can see the grass grow. It's growing that fast. And then she'd be hurrying home to mow her lawn, and then because it was going to rain that night. And it got really, really wet. I mean, deeply. So when you look at the grass and you were to step on it, it would just be like a sponge. It was just so unusual for this area. Yeah. We were really concerned. So up to 2 weeks before the event, we were doing some of the pre-meetings, and I was asking Steve Taylor, so what's it look like, Steve, as far as camping and being able to park airplane? What percentage avail? Right. He says, we got 25% that's uninhabitable right now.
Wow.
And that was 2 weeks out. And here we are today with beautiful sunshine sky and dry terra firma, so that's good.
Yeah, it has been the last 10 days or so. Relatively low humidity, nice breeze. Everything's kind of dried up. Are there any areas that are still of concern, or
no?
Pretty much back to
everybody's
normal?
Back to normal, and I just received the NOAA Green Bay forecast for the week. They send out their pre-show one, and their forecast is, it looks like for Monday through Thursday, it's going to be Chamber of Commerce weather in the 70s, no rain. Thursday through Sunday, it's going to get warmer. They said that's going to get back to high, probably in the high 80s. Any precipitation will be these 5-minute pop-up kinds of things. So
nice.
I think it's going to be another great week.
What are you looking forward to most this week?
Everybody asked the exact same first question. I did a podcast just a little bit earlier, same thing. And I'm not trying to be Pollyannish or anything, but it's gotten to this point in my life that the answer is pretty simple. It's seeing my friends, the people. Once I don't even make silly promises like, we got to catch up next month, or this summer let's get together. No, it's going to be the last week of July. Count on it. You're all going to be here. We're all going to get to see each other, and that's as far as a commitment I can make. So that part's the fantastic part. I think it's amazing just the number of warbirds that have pre-registered has been really high. A lot of restorations in the vintage area again this year, and they just keep getting better and better. I mean, they're more concourse type restorations than just preserving an older airplane. I'm really excited about Burt Rutan.
Yes.
The Monday arrival of Bert is something special that he is very, very personally excited. He has been calling us literally every day, planning, reshaping, reforming, renaming the different forms and things he's going to do. And as I told him, I said, Bert, I know you're going to talk a lot about the history, but one of the things that you do such an excellent job is forecasting where things are going and what did we learn along the way. So I said, make sure you give us all those keen insights, because I've heard him on some of these unplugged discussions, and they're always fascinating. And he's had involvements in things that a lot of people aren't even aware of that he can share. So that'll be exciting.
Speaking of Bert, and that leads into home building, how are the numbers looking for home build aircraft at the show?
The pre-volunteer, we have a little cookout on before the show starts, and I was over there, and already the number of home builds that had come in, and that was on Friday night, they were over what they were last year. So that's looking very, very good. Our pre-sale of numbers for Gatements is above last year. Warbirds is above last year. It's I'm very scared as to by the end of Monday, where are we going to be putting people?
Good. With the not just at AirVenture, but give us kind of your state, the overall state of the home building community these days.
The home building community, I think we all got thrown for a little bit of a loop when Vans announced the concerns that they had financially as to whether they were going to literally survive. And they've done a fantastic job of reorganizing and pulling the company back together with a good plan to stay financially viable. The net result of that was the shocking fact that it's going to be more expensive because of inflation that they weren't keeping up with. So once we got, I think, as a community got past that, and we recognized that they're solid and the other companies are solid, that we're still in a good position going forward. But probably more importantly, in the same timing of all of that, Mosaic was being finalized. And that, for this week, Steve, I think is going to be a legacy EA can be incredibly proud of, because I think this one is the one that is bigger than anybody had ever thought. And I say that because I've been talking about it in this fashion. I say, okay, Steve, I'm going to jump right to the end, and then we'll back up as to how we got there. The end is, because this is new data, 60+% of all single-engine piston airplanes that are on the registries today will qualify to fly as a light sport aircraft. 60%.
Yes.
So there's thousands of Cessna 172s and 82s and Pipers and all various different airplanes that now will be able to take advantage of the light sport category of aircraft. And the category is changing to being really practical and really efficient and being able to do more of what I think all of us in general aviation only do, which is we don't fly hundreds and hundreds of hours.
Right.
We do fly for fun. We do occasionally take small trips in them, and those can be accommodated by these airplanes that are already out there today that are affordable. But now I don't have to have a medical. Now if I want to get that sport pilot license, it takes half the time. It's going to cost half as much to continue to fly. So our little inside the headquarters cliche is half the time, half the cost, and all the fun.
There you go.
And I think that's where we're characterizing it is LSA 2.0.
Right.
And the airplane capabilities, 250 knots, stall speeds, 54 knots clean. Hopefully the final rule will go up to 58 clean. Retractable gear, variable pitch props, any kind of power plant. So 4 seats, two people, but 4 seats, and it's going to be fantastic. I mean, I really hope it's a big shot in the arm for all of general aviation.
I can't imagine how it wouldn't be, because that was one of the things when LSA first came out, was that it was a very restricted, small group of aircraft, and it didn't do what Mosaic has done, and that is open up practical airplanes.
You were right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you were here at EA in the middle of all that, and I know we all had a stiff upper lip saying this is going to be the greatest thing that ever happened, and the limitations of the design didn't make it for a very practical airplane, and it even had, from a weight standpoint, limitations even on who could fly in one.
Right.
I like to refer to us as two grown men,
yes.
Adults who wouldn't put together the cumulative weight was a little heavy.
Yes.
Because of the plane design, not because of the human being.
Yes. Yeah, it was something. But how was the journey getting there? Is what was learned with Sport Pilot, did that help move things along?
It did. The good news is Sport Pilot's 20 years old.
Right.
And so we have a lot of data, a lot of information. It's proven to be safe, so it did not deteriorate the general aviation safety record as far as accidents is concerned. So that was good. That was behind us. And I think the having the 20 years of experience, people started to understand that some of these other airplanes who have phenomenal safety records and have better capabilities and handling characteristics and qualities, why should they not be included in that? And so that helped get them away from putting an arbitrary weight limit, so instead just putting performance limitations.
The 20th anniversary, that's something that's celebrated this year along with Mosaic, so it's kind of it's a win. It's really a win-win on for everyone.
It is, and one of the other little things that also got recognized in this is that for a ELSA, which is experimental light sport aircraft kit manufacturing, is there's no 51% rule. So that opens that up to where people might be possibly making those to be able to sell them.
Back to AirVenture, have you been through the campground at all?
Oh yeah, I was just out there last night. And one of the things I was asked the other day, what would you share with people if they haven't been here before? How to prepare and all that. You go through get a plan and follow what your particular interest is. And make sure you hit all those things, forms and workshops associated with it. But I said you got to make sure you talk to people because that's the best part of the whole thing. So I like going out to the campground and I'll see a neat airplane and wander over there and say, "I'm kind of look at your airplane and hear the stories of either where they came from or what just their own life. It's unbelievable and it's all fascinating and interesting."
I saw someone posted something on Facebook, and not to get political with this, but it's a picture, and it's a huge bonfire, and it says, "While the world is on fire," and then a picture of Oshkosh. I'm going to Oshkosh, because this is, for 1 week out of the year, I've heard it described as Brigadoon. It rises from the mist and then descends after it's over. But it really is a magical place.
It is, and your comment. I know we're all so sensitized about politics. It's not political. It's a social issue. As far as I have said for years, I said if we could all kind of live our lives in our world like AirVenture does for that 1 week, it'd be an amazing world to be in. And then of course my practical friends all say, "Jack, it works because it's a week or two long, and we park all that for a week or two. If we all lived together forever, the same stuff would come out where you don't like your neighbor because he comes his hair the wrong way or some crazy thing." But it does work, and it's very genuine too. It's the cleanliness, it's the safety, it's the looking after each other. The lost and found, anybody that loses a wallet, it comes back with more money than it had when it went out, and your cell phone's plugged in. Nobody's taking your cell phone while it's being charged, and that's just really, really what makes it special. You just don't worry about those things right here.
It is a unique environment that has not been replicated. I don't know how you could replicate it. Just looking around the grounds and this is my 43rd AirVenture, and what it looked like then compared to what it looks like now. There's more buildings, there are better buildings, more infrastructure. It's all great, but when it comes down to it, it's the people who show up every year and bring the airplanes that really make this special.
It really is. It gets down to that. I also had got asked a question as to what do you think Paul and Tom would say if they were here today and they see that it's gotten to where it's gotten. I said Paul's would be pretty predictable because he shared this with me when I first came on board. It's too big, Jack. There's just too many people. There's all that, and then he would always end. But it needed to be, because that's a good sign that we've grown the community, grown the people. But he also understood. I think ultimately what he was saying to me was, for him, he used to know everybody's name,
right?
And he was personally involved with every person. And now it's gotten bigger than that for him, and so that's tough. Tom, on the other hand, I would be convinced would be sitting down next to me, trying to convince me as to how we could make it even better and bigger, because he was quite the visionary on. Even enlarging the hangars more and putting conference rooms and just growing the whole business side of aviation.
Well, with that, we will kick off AirVenture 2024. Jack, thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to us this morning, and wish you a great week. And we'll talk again on Saturday as we kind of wrap things up.
At the end of the week we will, and let's hope that we're celebrating another wonderful, safe, happy, and good week for everybody that's here.
All right. This is EAA Radio.
Here's an EAA Radio interview from Oshkosh 2023.
And joining us now is Mark Hansen, and glad to have you here. You're with the Air Care Alliance and part of the public benefit flying that we are saluting here at AirVenture 2023.
We are, and thanks so much for having me.
Yes, tell us a little bit about your background in aviation and how you got here.
Oh, how we got here, yeah. I started flying in 2010 during the recession when I was bored, and automatically got hooked up with volunteer flying. And since then, I've done about 400 missions for a variety of organizations, and joined Air Care Alliance about 2 years ago to start promoting charitable aviation nationally.
Excellent, excellent. So tell us a little bit about the Air Care Alliance.
Air Care Alliance is a member organization. We represent about 80 different regional public benefit flying organizations. Angel Flight West is a member, Angel Flight East is a member, Lifeline Pilots up here in the central U.S. is a member, and Patient Airlift Services is another example. Also Pilots and Paws that fly animals, conservation organizations like Light Hawk.
Yeah. So, and that's one of the things I guess, me being out of a general aviation background, I knew about Angel Flight and just recently, Pilots and Paws and those kind of things. But there's a lot of organizations doing a lot of good things.
There's Veterans Airlift Command that just focuses on veterans transportation. And those are very, there's an organization, Travis Mills Foundation in Maine, that just does wonderful things, but the veterans have to get there. Right. And they come from as far away as Atlanta and go to Portland or Augusta, Maine. So those are, and they typically don't do well flying in commercial aviation.
Sure.
So, yeah, many, many good examples of ways to give back. It doesn't matter whether you have a RANS, a van, a 152, or a Gulfstream.
Sure.
Anything can help, and do one flight every other year, and you'll get hooked. It's a lot of fun.
Sure. What are some of the flights that you've participated in?
I belong as a pilot, volunteer pilot, to several organizations, and it's very, very easy again to get hooked. I flew a little girl on 1 day's notice that was going for her 8th open heart surgery, and she was only 7 months old. Wow. And her parents were driving 8 hours each way to get to this care in Boston Children's. Okay. So flew the mission, and I've flown her just about every year and multiple times a year since then. And now she's age 6.
Okay.
So you develop these interesting relationships with your passengers. The same thing with burn patients. I'm not sure if everyone understands Shriners is a national organization. They have 22 locations, and they do mostly children, burn patients, and orthopedics. Both of those classes of patients need to get back on a regular basis. Particularly burn patients, the scar tissue doesn't grow as they grow. So you get great relationships with these patients, and you just can't complain about anything personally ever again in life.
Right.
what these people are enduring, and even the conservation projects as well.
Sure. You just mentioned this one with the little girl with the heart surgery. Any other missions that just kind of stand out in your mind? I'm sure there are probably many.
There's 400 of them, but
right.
And some people have done more, and some people have just done 20 and 10 years. It doesn't really matter. I had a young guy that there's another organization above the clouds I fly for. That's a regional one in Boston, and it's a surprise flight for disadvantaged youth.
Okay.
And this was a 17-year-old that had a heart condition. Had missed 5 of our surprise events for him. So we got out of the hospital, and the next day we were going to take him flying. They said he never would smile because he was always in pain and discomfort. Put the GoPros in the plane, got him off, constant smile for half an hour. We let him fly the airplane, land, give him a bomber jacket with his name on it, but constant smiles. Yeah. So that's the transformation that I don't know how you measure. It's just one of those events that will stick with you forever.
Oh, awesome. If pilots are here, how do you discover these organizations, and how do you get involved?
It's great. So on Saturday, again, EA's been nice, and we have Public Benefit Flying Day for the first time ever. We'll have a static display in Boeing Plaza with 3 airplanes. Please come and see us. We'll give you information. Air Care Alliance has a website and a directory of all the organizations in the U.S., so you can put in your state, and it will give you a listing of who's in your particular area that you can volunteer for: conservation, medical, compassion, any number of solutions. If you need to request a flight, and that's really probably our biggest job right now, is raising awareness about this. You can go on the website, request a flight, and it will be automatically forwarded to the right regional organization. Okay. If you're a pilot and you want to volunteer, you can also go to the aircarealliance.org website, fill out a pilot application. It will automatically be forwarded to all the organizations in your area, and watch out, your phone will start ringing. So,
excellent. Mark Hansen is from the Air Care Alliance. So thinking about this, I'm volunteering, but I'm only a private pilot. Just a private pilot.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, typically it ranges from private pilot all the way up to ATP.
Right.
Most common is private or instrument. Minimum hours typically are 250, which you can get pretty quickly, but nothing more than that. And some of the conservation ones have no requirements. You just have to sign up, and you'll take someone flying doing surveys of rivers, for example.
Are there checkout or kind of things?
No, you just have to prove currency, prove that you have insurance. There's AOPA has a course, online course, that most of the organizations that are flying people require you to take, but that's about it. And then some of the organizations require an annual confirmation of currency, and that's typically 50 hours a year.
With the conservation groups that are flying, again, that's an aspect that I didn't realize was so prevalent. But what are those organizations? What are they doing?
South Wings, Lighthawk, they'll go out and they'll do fly people doing river surveys. They'll look for polluters. They'll do wildlife counts. They'll transport wolves that need to go from one location to repopulate in another location. They'll do zoo animal relocations, things like that. So, again, a lot of very fun things that you may never think about needing to do that need general aviation support.
Excellent. With the organization, and did you mention how many pilots approximately are involved?
Right now, our numbers last year, we did about 40,000 flights across all the organizations. But if there's another statistic that's kind of staggering, just for medical, that about 30 million Americans in the U.S. live more than 200 miles away from the type of care they need for their particular type of illness. And they're driving. They're driving to get there. So that can be 3, 8, 6 hours to get there. And we can do those flights in less than an hour, typically, in a general aviation plane. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that it is a need that's there, and you're really working to fill that with volunteer pilots. And again, you've made the entry pretty easy. I mean, it's pretty good requirements. Obviously, you have to have some free time to be able to do it. How do you juggle schedules and things with the pilots?
Yeah, and that's a good question. So all these organizations have different types of software, but it all sort of does the same thing. It lists available flights, and on each flight, it lists the type of flight, if it's medical, the medical condition, the from to airport, the desired date, the desired time of day. Those can sometimes be flexible, but every day, I as a pilot will go on and just look across different websites to see what's available, and I'll pick something 1 week out, 1 day out. There's also a begging process. It's kind of funny. So if a pilot comes off unexpectedly or someone calls the day before they have a need, the begging process can be a text, can be a phone call, can be 10 emails, and each organization has one of these processes, and they have a list of favorite pilots, and they'll start dialing to get people going. But otherwise, you may get an email once or twice a week with a list of all the missions, or you just go to a website.
Wow. How many organizations have you listed as one of their favorites?
I'm not sure I should say that, but probably 4 or 5. I have a unique planes that can do longer distances, so I have a small jet, but I also fly SR-22s. And I've flown DA-40s, DA-62s, all kinds of different airplanes. Any airplane can do these events, and it's great for anyone, again, to do it, because once you do it, you just have a new why you should fly. And having that excuse to fly is great. So.
Again, where are you located here on the field if someone wants to talk face-to-face?
Right now, you pretty much have to see us on Saturday. We don't have a static booth. Next year, we'll have a static booth.
Good.
And you just go to the website, and you can look us up and email or call me. I'm here all week, meeting people at different events. Today at 2:30, we're giving in Stage 11 a talk on volunteer flying. And anyone interested can meet me there.
All right. And again, that's Forum Stage 11?
11,
At what time?
2:30.
2:30 at Stage 11. All right. Everybody got it? Good. Be there.
Thanks.
Go see Mark and find out more about the Air Care Alliance. Any final thoughts or words of wisdom that you would impart to a pilot who's maybe on the fence about getting involved?
There's no reason not to do it. We're all welcome. There's a bigger need than you realize. And again, it gives you a really solid why to fly. So we'll welcome seeing you.
All right. Mark Hansen from the Air Care Alliance. Mark, appreciate it, and good luck with the Saturday events, and we'll look forward to seeing a bigger presence here next year as well.
Great. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Mark. This is EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2024. I'm Mike Morgan with EAA Radio News. In our interactions with the Federal Aviation Administration, we've come to see them as both long on bureaucracy and occasionally long on technical expertise. However, there was a ruling by our beloved Supreme Court of the United States in June that has the possibility of changing that in some fairly dramatic ways. Now, it did just happen, but it is worth talking about. And so I've invited as a guest to EAA Radio Steve Tupper, who is both an attorney and a pilot. He's also a lieutenant colonel in the Civil Air Patrol and an instructor pilot for the Tuskegee Airmen National Historical Museum. So, Steve, welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be included. I hasten to add that I do not speak for Civil Air Patrol with respect to this stuff. I have very strong feelings, but I assure you they're not necessarily those of Civil Air Patrol.
We're going to ask you to wear two hats simultaneously now, the lawyer hat and the pilot hat. And let me ask you to kind of step us into this Supreme Court decision that, of all things, could affect our friendly aviation administration.
You bet. It affects a lot of different areas, but I think we care most about it in terms of the way it affects our vocation/avocation. And it has to do with the way the executive branch and the legislative branch interact. It has to do with where expertise lies, how it is exercised, and so on. And if you don't mind, I'll just dig right into it.
Yeah, give us the flight level 300 view first.
Can do. Not only are the three branches of government, separate and ostensibly co-equal, but they kind of do different things as well. It's not just an authority thing, it's an expertise thing. For example, Congress passed the Federal Aviation Act, and then it empowered the Federal Aviation Administration to make rules under the act. I actually tried to do a word count on the FARs. Thousands and thousands of words, deep detail, and things like that. In fact, I wrote a book about just little bits and pieces of that. You wouldn't want Congress to do more than lay out the broad strokes. And what Congress did and what it does in a lot of cases, the EPA, the Food and Drug Administration, lots of others, they create the agency and give the agency power to regulate.
So we know these to be deep and detailed and very specific, and often cases the result of some kind of rulemaking where the FAA goes around and asks a lot of smart people a lot of questions. They ask their own smart people smart questions, and they come up with this complex set of code. What's different now, or what could be different now?
Set the Wayback Machine for the 1940s.
1940s.
And there's a thing called the Skidmore Doctrine. That was a Supreme Court case, which sort of begins a lot of this stuff, was that the courts only have to defer to an agency interpretation where the agency can provide persuasive reasoning. It's a view of matters that reserves to the court a lot more authority and requires that, doesn't have the requirement that the court defer to the federal agency.
So this is the way it's been since the 1940s until what happened?
Well, until the Chevron Doctrine, which is where we begin to understand what happened. That came around in 1984. And that is the thing, to spoiler alert, that is the thing that the most recent Supreme Court ruling overturned. And that is the Chevron Doctrine basically acknowledged that the regulatory agency usually had a lot more expertise in whatever it is they were dealing with. The court must defer to what an agency thinks the law is whenever both the intent of Congress was ambiguous. That's point one. And point two is the agency's interpretation is reasonable and or permissible. So as long as the agency isn't manifestly overstepping its bounds, the federal courts are required by the Chevron Doctrine to give deference to what the regulatory agency thinks the law is or ought to be. Now bring us up to speed. This year, the Loper Bright Enterprises decision that the Supreme Court just recently handed down essentially said, no, we're going to kill the Chevron Doctrine, and we are back to the Skidmore Doctrine. The opinion was delivered largely in the context of, hey, courts are smart, courts can make these decisions, and this kind of decision making belongs to the judicial, not the executive branch.
We're talking with Steve Tupper, who's an attorney and a pilot, about the Loper-Bright decision from the U.S. Supreme Court that affects administrative agencies like the FAA.
I don't have any objection. I have very strong feelings about this. The pilot hat and the lawyer hat are pretty much identical, and they're both screwed on really tight.
Yep.
Where this ends up being is that courts, frankly, are not actually better at they're smart guys and gals, but they are not necessarily better than the regulatory agency at making these decisions. We could end up with lots more challenges to those regulations now that we're back to the Skidmore doctrine and the Chevron doctrine is gone.
So who's the party that's likely to object to some kind of administrative rule, some technocrat rule that's in place, and would like to see a court decide rather than a government technocrat decide? Who, for example, might raise an objection and why, now that they have grounds to do so?
Where I see it mostly happening will be in environmental regulation, Clean Air Act, anything having to do with environmental protection. Additionally, follow the money. It is likely to be protections that are imposed by the FDA. I look at the supplement industry as likely being a big player in stuff like that and challenging the regulation. And ultimately, if they're able to overturn the regulation, then it goes to the courts, which are becoming even more partisan, which doesn't help the substantive governance. The other thing this is going to do is make lawmaking at the congressional level a lot harder. Whatever Congress's political objective might be in trying to make good law, they have to understand that they need to be unambiguous about every possible point so that inquiry into agency action is pretty easy to see as unambiguous as far as what Congress intended. You and I both know that, from having read FAA interpretations, that even the FAA has difficulty with a whole bunch of expertise, is going to have difficulty coming up with consistent and rational interpretations of its own regulations.
Something that all parties are going to see as, and I'm using air quotes here, unambiguous.
It is. And the other thing is, it is largely in the eye of the beholder here, meaning court, as to what is ambiguous. And, because now we are back to, is the agency's, it's persuasive now is the standard. It is persuasive reasoning as opposed to the agency being sort of within the four corners of the regulation and otherwise entitled to deference.
So you've talked about the courts getting busier, the need for legislation to be more precise and unambiguous, and the fact that that's going to take time. What sort of action might you expect to see involving the FAA where some party says, I don't think you guys got the regulation right, and I'm going to take you to court over it?
It's very difficult to guess. There are, for example, what is a congested area for purposes of 91.119 minimum altitudes? There are FAA interpretations all over the place about that are, frankly inconsistent, but you could have handled that under Chevron with there being, it still would meet the standard where the court could weigh in terms of what the standard ought to be. There is not going to be any further precision in the statutory law. It is just not within the ability of Congress to do that. Imagine Congress trying to write the FARs. It will not happen. It cannot happen, especially with if you look at the amount of legislative output of Congress in this hyperpartisan era, Nothing that is even the helpful stuff, whatever your view of regulation, even the helpful stuff is very unlikely to make it through Congress to be able to be the unambiguous law that the Supreme Court seems to think would be the best solution. It just won't happen. And that's why I think it has been better to rely on the executive branch and agencies that really have developed into subject matter experts.
So what do we do now? Sit and wait for this to present itself a little further so that we can see what's going to happen?
Yeah, we're going to have to, and things are going to come out of left field. There's no way, because if you look at the ambiguity, I mean, I encourage you to go look at what is I think there are like 50 some mentions of calendar months in the FARs. Go look at the recency requirement for instrument approaches and take a real close look. And ultimately, it's weird, it's sideways, and there's lots of ambiguity about how that applies. That might be a thing that comes up and goes to a court, although not very likely because people aren't going to have the money to spend on lawyers for that. But what about altitudes for drones? What about registration for those UASs? What is a congested area? We just don't know, and it's going to be weird, and it's going to be unexpected.
Sure.
And I'm a little leery of a judge who's very likely not a pilot and who doesn't understand the backing, even however well they might be briefed, trying to make decisions like this.
Steve Tupper, who is an attorney and a pilot and a lieutenant colonel in the Civil Air Patrol, talking about the Loper-Bright decision at the U.S. Supreme Court just a few weeks ago that could eventually change what we see happening in and with the FAA. For EAA Radio News, I'm Mike Morgan. From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2023.
And right on cue, we have a T-28 taking off. Yeah, that's one of the perks of working out here on the flight line is we get a great view of the airplanes, but sometimes they kind of take center stage.
Yeah.
John Slemp is joining us right now, and John is from the Atlanta area. He's an EAA member with a chapter there, and he's also a commercial photographer and now an author, published book called Bomber Boys. And, John, you've been taking pictures commercially for a number of years, but this book is a magnificent piece of artwork because it focuses on the artwork that was on leather jackets during World War II. And a lot of times we think of the nose art on the airplanes, but this is kind of nose art on the jackets. How did you get involved in this project?
Well, as an Army veteran, I suppose I had known about them for a long time, but I had never seen one. And I asked around on my chapter, 690, by the way, shout out to them, if anybody had one, I'd like to see it. So sure enough, somebody had their uncle's jacket. They brought it in. It was fantastic. I photographed it. And through one of my clients, Women in Aviation International, I had met Dorothy Cochran, who's a curator at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. Just for fun, I sent her a couple of JPEGs, email, said, hey, this is something I'm working on. 58 minutes later, I got a separate email from their curator of the Aviation Clothing Collection, Dr. Alex Spencer. He says, we have 15 jackets that'll work for your project. When can you be here? Of course, I was shocked, stunned, elated, etc. A few months later, we went up there and shot jackets, and it took on a life of its own from there.
It certainly has. And the book itself, how many different jackets are featured in the book?
There's 104.
Okay.
104 jackets, and we have contemporary portraits of 25-plus veterans. There's a section on the WASP, section on the Tuskegee Airmen. There's a section on the fashion and cultural impact these jackets have had, written by a fashion historian. There's a section on collecting the jackets, written by Jeff Schrader, who's an appraiser for Antiques Roadshow, which I was thrilled to have that. And there's several illustrations contributed by a fellow named John Mollison, who's a wonderful guy out of North Dakota. And there's an FAQ section on care and feeding of the jacket, so to speak, written by a professional conservator.
Wow.
And an index. None of the other books on the subject have an index. So and we try to include contemporary stories. There's several maps. In the front of the book, there's a section on, how they came about, a little bit of history of the jackets themselves. And I just tried to make it a book that I would like to read, to be honest with you, Steve.
So what started as a project of photographing leather jackets has really kind of taken on a life of its own. It continues to expand. And that was one of the things that struck me reading the book was, first of all, the photos of the jackets are exquisite, but then you've got stories of veterans who have a connection to that jacket or that unit, and that really kind of brings them to life.
That was one thing I wanted to do. I have some of the other books that were done 20, 25 years ago, and they're quote-unquote the standard, have been to this point. But they say, here's John Slemp, XYZ Bomb Group, but it doesn't say anything more about the guy. And I want, I'm the people person pretty much, so I'm like, well, what did he do? Who was he? Where was he from? What happened to him after the war? And so I started collecting the stories as much as I could. We have a small YouTube channel now that has several of the stories on it. And, it just, the stories, some of them have never been published before, but they're all fascinating. And they give you a glimpse into that man's experience wherever he was in the world. The book is broken down by the European theater, the Mediterranean, North Africa, and then the China, Burma, India, and the Pacific. So I tried to cover all theaters as well. And there's some differences, too, in the artwork from theater to theater as well.
How did, just looking back at it, the military is usually very possessive of their stuff.
They are.
of their items.
They are.
So how did these jackets make it back without having to be turned back in after discharge?
Well, usually, so that brings to mind an interesting point. A lot of the jackets were quote unquote customized. Mm-hmm. The liners were written in or replaced. The art was put on the jacket, that sort of thing, because the thought was that if they're customized, the Army won't want them back. And that's not always the case with military thinking, shall we say. So a lot of them were either lost or stolen, or I'm sure just flat paid for. I want to keep it and I'll pay you for it. Which can be done. And in 1943, I believe, there was a meeting at the Pentagon with General Hap Arnold, and I read that he threw it on the floor and said, I want something better. So at that point, no more contracts were let, and they developed other clothing, after that. So, but my best guess is there were about 750,000 produced. They came into the inventory in 1931, so they weren't new to the Army, Army Air Corps, whatever. And because of the Depression, records were not kept for several years, so there is no actual number on the number produced for several years during the 30s. But, asking around several people, and there are some published numbers, best we can tell it's about 750,000.
Wow. From 1931 to 43. Okay.
But they continued to issue them until the stocks were exhausted.
Right. Yeah. So with that, you also mentioned in your book that there's different variations between the jackets themselves. They have little slightly different colorations. They're all to the same standard, but they're all slightly different for a couple of reasons, right?
There were 18 different manufacturers. Most of them were in the Northeast because that's where the garment industry was located. And the way the procurement system worked at the time, the government procured the leather, the cuffs and waistband, the zippers, the snaps, the liners, and gave it to the manufacturer, and a diagram said, build us a jacket. Yeah. And for about $8 and a quarter, they produced a nice leather work jacket. That's what they were, was work jackets. And they surprisingly, they've survived. If they've been cared for, most of them are in pretty good shape.
Good.
Some I learned were lost, kids taking them to school, and they were liberated there, or lost in divorces and thrown in fires and things like that. But so people ask me all the time how many are left, and there's no way to tell.
No.
But I would like to make a plug for museums. If you have an interest in the jackets, go to your local museum. I shot the tail gunner, the Enola Gay's jacket, at the Indiana Military Museum in Vincennes, Indiana. Little tiny town, small museum, but they actually had two jackets associated with the atomic bomb mission on Hiroshima. So you never can tell where you're going to find them.
Right.
And I think EAA actually has several in their museum.
I know that there was at least one in the Eagle Hangar for a number of years. Whether it's still there or not, I don't know. But it was beginning to show its age as well. Right. And it's just part of the aging process for leather jackets and for all of us.
Right. And the one thing I discovered working with the museums in particular is that most museums only display 3 to 5% of what they actually have on hand. And so by photographing them, that allows them to digitally show them off in different manners. The 390th Memorial Museum in Tucson actually did an Adopt a Jacket campaign where folks would adopt a jacket, quote unquote, contributed a sum of money, and they used that money to create new display cases for the jackets, and apparently it was quite successful. And when they pulled the jackets out to put them in the new case, a moth flew out of one of the cases, horrifying the curator, and they went back to my pictures in 2018 and compared it to the present condition, and fortunately there was no big change, but that was a use that I hadn't contemplated.
Sure.
But each museum got copies of the files.
Exactly.
Which, again, they probably couldn't have afforded otherwise.
Right. John Slemp is our guest right now, and he has written the book Bomber Boys, World War II Flight Jacket Art. You will be at Author's Corner on Thursday at 4 o'clock and Saturday at 3 o'clock, signing copies of the book and answering questions. And you're also doing a presentation at the museum's Skyscape Theater, and that is on Friday at 11:30.
Correct.
So a couple of opportunities for people to find out more. But you mentioned the moth in the display and conservation, but if someone happens to have one of these, it's grandpa's or great-grandpa's jacket that they found in the attic, what kind of steps do they need to take to stop the degradation of the jacket?
Well, according to Rachel Waters, who has a master's in professional conservation, she said don't wear it because it's easily torn that way. The threads are pretty fragile, actually. Put it in some sort of archival box if you can. Hangers are not good because the weight of the jacket, pulls down, and eventually you'll see the outline of the hanger on the shoulders. Don't put any leather treatments on them. There's a lot of discussion online about this or that leather treatment to soften them up. And I asked her specifically about that, and she said, don't do that. And I said, well, tell me why. And she said, leather treatments are great for things that are worn every day. Ball gloves, coats, shoes, that sort of thing, because the treatment wears off. But if you put it on a jacket and then store it, she said that attracts dust over time, which then actually accelerates the degradation process. So she advised not putting anything on it. Put it in an acid-free box. One of the cool ideas she had, I thought, it's probably common in conservation world, but take a long-sleeve white T-shirt, wash it, unscented detergent, and then stuff it with some sort of generic, cotton or some sort of acid-free material in the sleeves, and then stick the sleeves down inside the sleeve of the jacket. So it gives it some form. And then put it in an acid-free box, out of light, out of humidity, normal temperature control, nothing too hot or cold, normal humidity, that sort of thing, and they'll last a long time. And it's all common sense, basically, but, it's things you might not think about immediately when you have one.
Exactly. And you had also mentioned the leather jacket and its influence on fashion. I mean, we talked, previously about Indiana Jones, of course, the famous leather jacket, which is not actually the A2 jacket.
It's a knockoff.
It's a knockoff, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they were around in the 30s, but continue to influence fashion even today.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There are hip-hop artists who have made a lot of money, creating jackets based off that basic pattern, shall we say, but they've customized it to a large degree. And, the movie impact is unmistakable. 12 O'Clock High, The Great Escape, all the classic World War II movies, Indiana Jones, and it has become an American icon, a symbol of masculinity, et cetera, And it's funny, we have two British fellows staying with us in a house this week, and I asked them the other night, I said, did the Brits paint their jackets? And they said, oh, yeah, but, I haven't seen any painted up like ours. And it seemed like a very American thing. A little bit of bravado, a little bit of chutzpah, a little bit of, I'm here and we're going to finish this, that sort of thing.
Indeed. Any final thoughts before we kind of wrap things up here today?
No, if people have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I don't know everything, but I know people who do. So whether they want to talk about the photographic aspect of it or the history aspect of it, I was always interested in military history since childhood. And we lived on Okinawa for 4 years as a child, and my dad was in the service. And please, if anybody has any questions, have them seek me out.
Good. John, absolutely a labor of love that started with one picture of a leather bomber jacket and has evolved into this book and just opened. When you read the book, there's just so much information on it. Like you said, you have an index, a lot of information about the jackets themselves, and you've even photographed the tags of the jackets because they're all different as well from the original. So it's really, really great. Come see John, Author's Corner, Thursday at 4, Saturday at 3, Skyscape Theater in the museum at 11:30 on Friday. John, thank you, and please send our best wishes to all our friends down at EAA 690 in the Atlanta area.
I will. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This is From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss on EAA Radio.
Now let's dip into the EAA Radio archives with a classic interview from 2016. Good afternoon, I'm Stuck Mike, and Paul Prydecker is here with me. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Mike. It's been a great week, hasn't it?
It has. I have a predicament, though. They have this name that they've given me, Stuck Mike, and of course, as we all know, when a mic is stuck, no one else can talk, right?
Maybe your first name should be Open.
Well, that's... why weren't you here when they were handing out these names?
I don't know.
Our first guest today is someone that I really wanted to talk to ever since June 15th. We're going to talk about why June 15th is so important. Susan Parson is the editor of FAA Safety Briefing magazine. She works for the flight standards part of the FAA, and it's been a busy part of the year for you, Susan. Talk about what happened on June 15th.
It has. June 15th was a special day because that's the day that we started implementing the new airman certification standards. The FAA replaced the practical test standards for private pilot airplane and the instrument airplane rating with the airman certification standards.
What does that mean? What is it? What are airman certification standards, and how do they differ from the PTS?
Okay, well, you can think of the ACS, is what we call it, that's easier, as an enhanced version of the practical test standards. The practical test standards dealt primarily with the skill and what you needed for the practical test. There really wasn't a standard for what was on the knowledge test. So what the ACS does is it becomes the single source set of standards for everything you need to know, consider, and do to qualify for a certificate of rating. So the reason it looks longer is that you have the standards for the knowledge test as well as for the practical test all in one document.
Do they replace then the practical test standards?
They do. We have canceled the practical test standards for private pilot airplane and instrument rating airplane, and you now use the ACS the same way that you would use the PTS.
So, Susan, as an instructor, how would my life change working with the ACS for a private pilot student?
I think you will love it because the ACS gives you a great deal more information about what you need to be teaching the student. And it's the fact that the knowledge and risk management elements are integrated in with the skill, the specific task. It pulls it all together in the context that you would actually be using the information.
So does the ACS still have the things that I'm used to seeing? For example, heading within so many degrees?
Yes,
okay.
It does.
And what else does it have that's going to be new?
Well, what it has that are new is you have specific elements for knowledge. So instead of having to read about 6 handbooks and say you have to know all of that and wonder what kinds of obscure things that you were going to have on the test, we actually eliminated a question about the height of blowing sand, for example, because that doesn't fit into the standard anyplace. So we have standards for what we would be asking you on the knowledge test. So if you are an instructor or a student or an evaluator for that matter, if you are familiar or if you have mastered or competent with all of the elements that are listed in the ACS, you are going to be well prepared not only for the certification exams, both knowledge and practical, but more importantly, for operating safely in the airspace system. And that's what we were really aiming for.
So it sounds like this is really geared to teach people how to operate in the system, how to understand some of the risks that are involved in their daily flights, and how to manage those risks as well.
Absolutely. You heard the administrator talk yesterday about risk-based decision-making, and risk management is being incorporated in all kinds of things. And it has already been in the practical test standards. But here goes back to your question, Paul, about if you're an instructor. If you're an instructor, it basically tells you that you need to evaluate the students' decision-making and risk management, and you have this long list of special emphasis items that really aren't connected to anything. Well, the special emphasis items have all now been integrated into the context of a task, a specific task.
Does this mean that the knowledge tests have been updated to correspond to the ACS?
They certainly have.
That's a big project.
It's a huge project. There are a lot of test questions that have been eliminated. Every test question that we've touched on the private pilot airplane or the instrument airplane rating, all of those questions have been revised and updated in some way. So people have said, gee, so you're not publishing questions anymore. Actually, the FAA stopped publishing test questions about a dozen years ago.
Sure.
But because many of those questions hadn't been changed, people still could read and memorize the same things. But the point is, now you don't have to do that. I've had quite a few people come up to me and say, gee, my student took the test and they didn't recognize any of the questions, but they knew how to answer them. That's the point. That's what we want to get to.
So practice tests, as they may exist in curriculum materials, not helpful anymore?
No, actually, they're still helpful. And I think those will be updated more and more as courseware providers get accustomed to what's in the ACS. But the FAA has also updated the sample tests for private pilot airplane and instrument airplane rating.
In fact, speaking of the changes that need to be made, we had a chance to talk with John and Martha King just yesterday, in fact, about some of the changes that they are having to go through as a provider of curriculum materials.
All of us who do course materials have to change our course materials. We have to bring them up to date. Martha and I just did a video demonstrating how the practical test would take place with the Airman Certification Standards. And I was the applicant trying like heck to do a model performance. All of us are going to have to change our vocabulary. We're going to quit talking about hazardous attitudes. We're going to start talking about risks, identifying risks, and mitigating them.
That's John King. John and Martha King, of course, are known as the founder of King Schools, one of a number of training materials providers who were involved in the process of migrating to Airman Certification Standards. We're talking with Susan Parson, who's the editor of FAA Safety Briefing Magazine. Susan, talk about the process that involved the collaboration between government and industry getting you to where you were on June 15th.
I'd love to. This was very much an industry-led effort. Industry has told us for a long time, training community, that there was plenty of room for improvement in the knowledge test. And about 5 years ago, we decided, yes, we agree with you, and we want to do something about it, and we need your help, because even though I fly as much as I possibly can, I'm in a flying club with a 182, I can't possibly be out as much as the people who teach and fly and work every day. So we pulled together a very diverse group. We've actually had 3 groups. It's all been done in accordance with the Federal Advisory Committee Act stuff to make sure that it's all above board. But we pulled together a group that included pretty much every group that you could think of: courseware providers, academics, University Aviation Association. AOPA has chaired the last 2 groups, including the current one. NAFI, SAFE. I don't want to leave anybody out. We have a slide online that shows exactly who all's been involved, but it's been a wide diversity of views, and that has helped us pull in all of the aspects that I think needed to be covered in the ACS.
Susan, I've heard you address the private pilot and the instrument rating program. I'm thinking there might be some more work to be done on commercial and ATP.
You are absolutely right.
So what's the plan?
Well, we're getting close to commercial, and we've got ATP probably pretty close after that. What we plan to do is publish the drafts online where we have the rest of the ACS, and let people comment on them and find things that we've missed. Because, no matter how many times you look at something, at a certain point you stop seeing it. But as soon as you put it out to fresh eyes, they say, oh, what about this? And you go, gee, how did I miss that? But anyway.
You have a network of FAA examiners and designated examiners and people who are doing the check rides for private pilots and instrument pilots. How will the FAA educate that group on how to conduct evaluations and check rides?
So we did some specific training on the ACS back in May. We have done a series of webinars. This is not just for DPEs, but for everybody. We have published a great deal of material online. It's on the airman testing page on the FAA website. And we have established what we call the ACS Focus Team, and it's a mailbox that anybody can get to. We watch it every single day, including weekends and holidays, sometimes multiple times a day. Everybody gets an immediate acknowledgement, if not an answer, but they get an answer pretty quickly after that. So we've been getting our we've actually had a very positive feedback. We've had people ask questions about what does this mean or what does that mean, but we have not had people say, I hate this, we think you're crazy. It's been, and I had a DPE come up to me last night and say, hey, I've been doing check rides with this and I love it. I think it's great.
No, I haven't done my check ride yet, so true statement. And so I'm going to need to get a copy of the ACS. Do you know if it's available for sale on the field here from some of these folks?
I've seen quite a few copies of it, yes,
okay,
indeed.
Good.
And when I was wandering around the hangars yesterday, I did. And, of course, if you don't want to pay for it, you can download it on the web. And I have downloaded the PDFs that's on my iPad, and so I can kind of search that way because I live on the iPad.
Speaking of downloads, let's talk for just a second about FAA safety briefing.
Yes.
So that's that comes out how often?
Every couple of months. It's 6 times a year.
And I saw your byline on a whole bunch of the articles for the last one that came out. Yeah,
I like writing. I'm a word wrangler.
Yeah.
So. And I love writing about my favorite subject. We have a great magazine staff. A couple of our guys are here doing photography and stories for the future. So our team is composed of people who love aviation, and we're involved in general aviation, and we're trying to be relevant. But our particular mission is to provide the FAA's policy voice to the GA community.
We're talking with Susan Parson, editor of FAA Safety Briefing Magazine and part of the flight standards portion of FAA, about the move from practical test standards to airman certification standards. Thanks so much for coming in today.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you.
This is EAA Radio. We'll be back in just a minute.
EAA Radio is supported by Auto Trim Design in Neenah, Wisconsin. Auto Trim Design offers a variety of services, including paint protection film, window tinting, and ceramic coating. Auto Trim Design has been committed to reviving, protecting, and refreshing vehicles for over 35 years. Details are online at autotrimdesignneenah.com and at theshinygarage.com.
You're tuned to EAA Radio, the voice of EAA. Streaming online at EAAradio.net.
Green Bay Austin Strabo International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes, and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Check out the EAA Aviation Museum in Oshkosh, Wisconsin all year long. With a collection of over 200 historic airplanes along with world-class galleries and displays, the EAA Aviation Museum is a year-round destination, combining the passion of aviation's past with the promise of its exciting future. Hours of operation, ticket prices, information on special events, and current exhibits can be found at eaa.org/museum.
We are joined now by EAA's Jim Busha. Jim, you are in charge of a lot of things here at EAA, aren't you?
Well,
your title just keeps expanding.
Yeah,
as
just
over
a
the
little
years.
bit. I like to tell people I just sweep floors here,
Yep.
but no, I'm the vice president of publications, membership, marketing, retail, and facilities.
And actually have time to sit down and talk to us?
I have. I'm going to give you 12 and a half minutes.
Okay.
That's it.
That's good. And for those who know Jim, he retired from the police force here in Oshkosh a number of years ago. Started writing articles for Warbird magazine, and then sort of became the editor of Warbirds in
2007.
In 2007, and things have just progressed since then. But what I wanted to talk about today was your other career, and that is as an author. And you helped write a book called Rosie the Rocketer.
Yes, this is actually my fifth book, and a little background is I consider the veterans of World War II kind of my heroes. Those are the guys that I really targeted, and I have interviewed over 350 of them. And early on, I had one individual on my hit list, is what I call it, and that was Major Charles Carpenter, who flew a bazooka-armed Piper L4 named Rosie the Rocketer. My journey to interview him was very short when I found that he had passed away in 1966.
But the story doesn't end there.
No, it doesn't. No. And ironically, in 2016, I received a phone call from a woman in Ohio who said that she would like to submit an article about her father, who had served in World War II and was a pilot. So obviously that piqued my interest, and she went on to say that he flew in Europe and was part of Patton's Army, and oh, by the way, his name was Charles Carpenter. And I think she thought I hung up on her. The phone was very silent for 30 seconds. I couldn't compose myself because I couldn't believe I was talking to his last living relative. And Carol told me that she had a few letters at home and some newspaper articles, and of course I welcomed that letter and her article, and that was published in Warbirds in 2017.
And when you say a few letters, he was a very prolific letter writer from overseas.
Oh, Charles Carpenter, from an early age, was a voracious reader and was a master of the English language. He became a high school teacher in Molding, Illinois, and was also in the Army Reserve as a second lieutenant. And then when the war broke out, he was sent to Miami to actually train officers how to become officers. He had a brother that was serving in the Philippines, was eventually captured by the Japanese and became part of the Bataan Death March, and was actually tortured as a POW and died in Japan.
But he eventually gets overseas and becomes a liaison pilot.
So he doesn't want to become just a training officer, right. So he decides to jump to gliders. Well, the glider pipeline was so long that he saw a posting for a brand new program called liaison pilot, so he signed up. He had no idea. And remember, Charles Carpenter was a little older. He was in his late 20s. He was like 29 years old. So he would actually be considered an old man.
Right.
So he becomes a liaison pilot and gets trained at Fort Sill and Aranca L3s, Piper L4s, and Stinson L5s, and eventually joins Patton's Army, is sent to Europe, and he is bestowed a brand new Piper Cub, which had been built in April of 1944, and he names it Rosie the Rocketeer in honor of Rosie the Riveters back home.
Yeah. And with a little bit of ingenuity and some trial and error, figured out how to mount the bazookas and actually aim them at a target in the field, right?
So Major Carpenter, like many and probably all the soldiers, their number one goal was to come home, to end this war. They didn't want to be there, but it was duty, honor, country, but they wanted to finish this war. He also didn't like the idea of flying an 800-pound fabric-covered tube aircraft unarmed, and he was not a guy just to say no. And he asked his commanding officer if he could mount bazookas. And, of course, they called him crazy because you'd blow your tail off. Well, he proved them wrong, and so much so he mounted 6 on there. His commanding officer says, I'm not going to give you permission, but I'm not going to stop you. You're nuts.
Yeah.
And so he became known as the Mad Major as well.
And interestingly enough, Carol, his daughter's circle into this story was she was surfing the internet one night and looking at some of the chat groups, and people were debating whether this ever happened or not, that someone really put bazookas on an L4. And she's like, no, my dad did. And that's kind of where she discovered all this information.
Oh, Carol is definitely her father. She has her father's DNA, and when she read the negative comments about this was all made up, this was all a publicity stunt. So I eventually get invited to Carol's house, and she lets me interview her and decides we will do a book together. Those few letters she talked about were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters, photographs, diaries. There is just so much information that her mother had saved. These were all in pristine condition. And again, Charles Carpenter was a prolific writer.
And through all of that research, the book eventually is published. It's now available, and you're going to be signing copies tomorrow, right, at the EAA warehouse from 11 till noon.
Yes, both Carol and I will be there, and it's titled Bazooka Charlie, and it's a great read. But it really tells, it's the only story that's ever been written now, a true story about Major Carpenter and his L4 Rosie the Rocketeer.
Did he just have the one aircraft, or did he have multiples that he flew?
This was the one that was assigned to him. Okay. I'm sure that if this aircraft was damaged, which he received many bullet holes through the wings because, lo and behold, when Carol wrote this story, an individual by the name of Joe Shield, who is a serial number hunter, just for fun looked it up and found it hanging in a museum in Austria, and eventually his best friend, Rob Collings, was able to purchase it, bring it back, and restored by Colin Powers in 2019, and Rosie flew again in 2020, and really is probably one of the last veterans of World War II to return home.
Yeah. And Carol had an opportunity to actually see the airplane after it came out of restoration. I'm sure that was quite an emotional moment.
Not only did Carol see the aircraft, her daughter, which would be Major Carpenter's granddaughter, who she missed meeting him by about 4 years, actually painted the nose art, Rosie the Rocketeer, on her father's aircraft. So it's a full circle.
Definitely, we were hoping that the airplane would be here, but as happens with 70s, 80-year-old airplanes, they sometimes get a little finicky. So,
well, the airplane is fine. Actually, Rob had another conflict with another aircraft that was finicky, and he is just beside himself. He wanted to be here, but the airplane is in Stowe, Massachusetts at the Collins Foundation. He welcomes all to come to that museum and see that aircraft. And I'll be out there in September as well with it.
Good. Were there any revelations that came out of all of this research? I mean, aside from the story itself, that kind of opened your eyes to different aspects of history?
I think I think the liaison guys are really a lot of unsung heroes. I mean, nothing against the bomber pilots or the fighter pilots. You know, they got all the glory. But these guys lived 2 miles from the front lines. They slept on muddy fields, in snow-covered fields, in tents, and they went and did their job every single day. And I don't think we can minimize the dangers they face, like many of the soldiers on the ground and the bomber pilots and fighter pilots. But again, all are cut from the same cloth, where they will say, again, I've interviewed many of them, I just did my job. I didn't do anything important. I mean, these are Medal of Honor recipients that have said the same thing. So they're truly the greatest generation.
Indeed. With all the interviews that you've done with veterans through the years, are you finding, and the numbers are diminishing, but are you finding that these veterans are now more willing to tell their stories than they may have been 20 or 25 years ago?
So when I first started doing that, it was interesting. Each veteran I talked to, I said, I wish I would have talked to you 20 years ago. Yeah. And they said, I wouldn't have talked to you 20 years ago. The only reason I'm doing this now is so my grandchildren know what I did during the war.
Yeah, it's amazing that they're sharing their stories, but it's also a little bit heartbreaking of so many veterans who didn't share their stories before they passed on, and many of those memories are just lost to the sands of time.
So with that said, I encourage any family member, if their loved one served and is deceased, but there's letters and photographs, don't throw them away. Preserve them. Do your family history, or at least donate them to a museum. That is history, and we cannot afford to lose it.
Thank you very much. Jim Busha, the author. And again, you and Carol will be at the Author's Corner tomorrow in the warehouse, 11 till noon. Come by and check out the book. That's going to wrap up our show for this morning. Tomorrow, F-18 Rhino pilot Lieutenant Wes Perkins will drop in. He's going to share his Oshkosh story. General Jackie von Ovost will provide insights into the U.S. Transportation Command, and will meet the great-grandson of Ensign Jesse Brown, the subject of the movie Devotion. That is all tomorrow here on From the Stand. I'm Steve Buss, and this is EAA Radio.
Hi, my name is Mike. I've been coming to Oshkosh now for 7 years.
Been coming to AirVenture for 30 years.
Off and on since 1975.
I'm Tom. It's our 6th year.
This is my first day of venture. It is just absolutely fabulous.
You're listening to EAA Radio.
Support for EAA Radio comes from 88.1 FM KVSC in St. Cloud, Minnesota. KVSC provides yearly support through its production facilities, equipment, human resources, and consultations. For over 50 years, KVSC has provided alternative music and educational opportunities to college and community members. More information can be found at kvsc.org. Thank you to KVSC for their continued support of EAA Radio.
Love aviation? If you love aviation as much as we do, you've got to check out EAA's podcast, The Green Dot. The Green Dot brings you personal experiences from hosts and guests, along with EAA news, general aviation topics, and history. They also cover all kinds of fun, interesting, and cool things happening in the world of flight. You can find The Green Dot on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, and other popular podcast channels. Or visit inspire.eaa.org and click on podcasts for The Green Dot.
Let's take a listen to a classic interview from 2019.
Good morning. Welcome to From the Stand. This is Wednesday, if you're keeping track. They start to all run together. But this is day 3 of the show, and we've got a great show lined up for you. We're going to talk a little bit about the 75th anniversary of the D-Day invasion with some folks from the D-Day Squadron who helped shepherd a number of C-47s and DC-3s across the Atlantic to participate in the festivities over in Normandy. We'll also be talking with Colonel Kim Campbell, who's an A-10 pilot and here for Women Venture, and Kirk Fetland will bring us the latest information on the EAA B-25 Berlin Express and that multi-year restoration that has been going on here at Oshkosh, all with the help of volunteers. But right now, Mikey McBrien is joining us. Good morning, sir, and welcome back to Oshkosh.
Oh, morning. Thanks for having me, Steve.
So, Mikey is probably, you burst onto the television scene with your dad and ice pilots a number of years ago. What was the genesis of that whole series?
The genesis of that series is they'll pretty much put anybody on television. And so up in northern Canada, flying the DC-3s, right. DC-4s, Curtiss C-46s, and all that fun stuff. And that was, just throw a camera in. You don't have to make anything up because the adventure happens.
It certainly did. We watched it unfold for several seasons, mm-hmm. But now you've moved on to something different and really leveraging the technology of today to get that story out, using social media to tell a pretty interesting story about a DC-3 and a restoration YouTube show called Plane Savers.
Yes, correct. So, I bought it. It's all social media. I bought a DC-3 off of eBay.
Okay.
And I thought, how am I going to pay for this thing? Well, let's start a YouTube channel and start earning ad revenue and follow the process of everything. And it grew. Like, I didn't know anything about editing. I didn't know anything really about anything. And so as I was making the episodes, daily episodes, 156 of them, we got a DC-3 flying at the end of it. So it was awesome.
Tell us a little bit about the history of that particular airplane.
So the DC-3 that we got was Charlie Foxtrot Delta Tango Delta. It was a D-Day veteran. It was made in 1944 as a C-47A. And then after the war, it was converted by Canadair to a TCA, Trans-Canada Airlines passenger ship. And then it went to the Department of Transportation. And then it was given to a museum, sat in the bush for 27 years, rotted away until we showed up with a GoPro.
Wow. What was the airplane like when you got it?
It was basically stripped. It was the aircraft, all the flight controls were rotted off. The engines, of course, were being gone for decades. All the doors and everything were open. There was a squirrel living in the cockpit. And we had to evict the squirrel.
Right.
We had to find him a new home. And
very good. And some birds in the overhead compartment?
Yeah, generations of birds. I felt bad because they've probably grown up there their entire lives.
Now their home is gone.
Yeah, homeless birds.
So you did most of this restoration right out in the open?
Yeah, we did. We hands on the aircraft, it took us 56 days.
Right.
There was a lot of prep work, getting the parts ready. But, it was 95% volunteer work and just grabbing people walking by, saying, hey, do you want to work on an airplane? We need your help. So
that's amazing. And I forget his name, but one of your lead volunteers actually was there almost every single day, but missed the first flight.
Yeah, Bobby, he took off work for 56 days, and right the day we're going to fly on June 6th for the 75th anniversary D-Day, his daughter had a guitar recital, and he skipped our event to go support his daughter. Which, that's I say, if he doesn't win Father of the Year, he should.
Definitely. Well, but you of course had it on video, so it was okay.
Yeah, it was okay, and then so you can relive it over and over again.
This is what you missed.
Yes.
So, what were some of the challenges that went into getting the airplane flying? And as you mentioned, your goal was to fly it before or on the anniversary date, June 6th of this year.
Everything was a challenge. Okay. Everything. The aircraft had no C of R, C of A data plates, or any of the parts. So everything from a paperwork standpoint, a physical standpoint, and a mental standpoint, it was all different challenges, but it was the people. Airplanes are awesome, of course, but people are 10 times more amazing. So it was all about having the work ethic of the people working with.
And that's something we hear many, many times here at AirVenture. It's the airplanes that bring us together, but the people that keep us coming back and involved.
100%.
Yeah. So as the channel and the episodes were posted, did you see an increase in the number of people and support that was coming?
100%, yeah. Like I started, it was like 800 subscribers, and right now I think we're at 3,600 or 36,000.
Wow.
And the support is just being amazing, and running into people throughout the event here has just been nice. And in hearing a guy came from Tokyo to come see us, a lot of people from California and all over, just specifically to see us, and of course everything else here is amazing too.
Sure.
But that feels very special. That's something that didn't exist 6 months ago. It can help bring people together.
Along with the volunteer support, was there monetary support that came?
Yeah, so with the YouTube and sales of merchandise and the new way of how the internet works, we were able to be basically cost zero. So all the money that was spent, you spent $5,000 on pizza, $3,300 on Tim Hortons. So if there's any Canadians, you know what Tim Hortons is. So coffee and pizza. Pizza is the most efficient way to feed people. By the way, I learned that.
Okay.
So,
and one of the episodes, I think there was a comment that one of your volunteers that was asked how many pieces of pizza they had, and he had the exact count, 146.
Oh yeah, because when you're working that hard, like we were all doing 12, 14-hour days every day. You just eat anything. So it was great. But yeah, and who would deliver? We're in the middle of nowhere, so pizza, and where was it? Like hamburgers too. A lot of hamburgers. But.
So who did deliver the pizzas, or did you have to go get them and bring them back?
Uber Eats. Huge shout out to Uber Eats. They really saved the day.
Again, we're going back to the internet and social media to get things done. That's just incredible. As I was researching the story of the airplane and your journey to get it flying, how much technology has changed the way we interact. It's from the ice pilots, which was, okay, I'm going to have to watch this once a week or DVR it at that time, to something that I could sit down and watch as many episodes as I had time to watch, and then go back to it when I had time to watch it again.
Yeah.
It's simply amazing how that technology has brought us so much content, and also brought us together in such a unique way.
Oh, huge. Ice Pots, there was 40 people. So there was, I'd be talking on camera, and 40 people until it got to you through networks and editing and everything. And now it's literally just my GoPro, me and you.
Yeah.
It's an interaction and on a personal basis. And there's no gate guards anymore.
Right.
If you like it, watch it. If you don't, there's a million other things to watch.
Yeah. So going from, as you said, you had no experience with editing or producing or anything, but all the episodes are entertaining and they're well done. It certainly is something that anybody can pick up and do if they have a passion for it.
Anybody. Again, you hear that old stupid thing where it's like, if I can do it, anyone can.
Yeah.
It's true. And anybody that wants to, restore an airplane, just film it, and people will help you, and you can find parts, and you create a little community. It's absolutely the best thing you can possibly do. So anybody out there looking to restore or save an airplane, just watch Plane Savers and copy copy as much as you want.
And I've done some research on C-47s and DC-3s. I'm certainly not an expert, but I never knew about the hamburger door.
The old hamburger door. That's a number. Anything with an interesting name, people just hyper focus on it.
So tell us the story. What is the hamburger door?
Oh, there's a million answers for the hamburger door. But if you look at the DC-3s, and there's many good examples here. There's a little door that's right close to the left-hand prop, and if you were to use it, you'd become hamburger. So
if the engine was running.
Yes, correct.
See, now I always thought that it was the hamburger door because when they loaded the mail and everything in there, then the ground crew would hand up a sack of hamburgers to the pilot and co-pilot before they took off.
That's one of the stories too, which is everything is all equal in the land of the internet.
It's sort of like our air show announcers talk about during the Warbird show when they try to say how many of a specific aircraft has been produced. It's like, this is the number I have, but if your number is different, your number's right.
Yeah,
so stay with that story. So what's ahead for you?
Season 2. So I've been keeping this under wraps. I haven't mentioned what aircraft it is, but August 1st, check it out on Plane Savers. We're doing something. It's going to be completely different and a bigger challenge in a lot of ways than what we did.
All right. For those who may not know how to do it, how do they subscribe to your channel?
Very simple. There's this little site called YouTube, and you just type in Plane Savers, and then you see my goofy face, and you hit subscribe.
It's as simple as that.
That's
it truly is.
Look for the green glasses.
There you go. Is Buffalo Airways still going strong?
Oh, yeah. Buffalo's doing amazing. Our Electra air tankers and DC-3s. Curtis C-46 is flying 1,000 miles a day, every day, delivering groceries to the fine people in the Mackenzie Valley.
Wow.
So Curtis C-46 is still living strong in the land of forgot up in the Northwest Territories.
One thing, speaking of large aircraft, how were the mosquitoes when you were doing the restoration?
It was so cold, all the mosquitoes luckily were hibernating.
Very good. So if folks are on the field and they want to see the airplane, it's parked in vintage right now, but we might be moving?
Yeah, we're way at the very, very end of the runway, to the right, I guess, of us.
Yep.
And, we're hopefully going to move it, but it is still kind of wet there. But just look for a hand-painted DC-3, and that's where we'll be.
All right, what's the tail number again?
Charlie Foxtrot Delta Tango Delta.
Very good. Mikey McBrien with Plane Savers. We look forward to the second season coming out August 1st. It's right around the corner. And wish you best of luck and have a great time here at Oshkosh.
Well, thanks for having me, Steve. This is the best seats in the house.
It certainly is. You're listening to From the Stand on EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2025.
I'm Fast Eddie.
I'm Digital Dave.
This is EAA Radio, and with us, we got a special project. We have Patrick, how do you spell sound? Yep.
How do you make sound?
Yes.
It's Mahalik.
Mahalik, okay. And you guys are with the Sandbar Mitchell.
Which is a B-25.
B-25 that we pulled off of a sandbar off the Tanana River in Fairbanks, Alaska back in 2013. So it's a pretty unique story all along from the start of this project to where we're at today.
So are you guys in the Alaska area?
No, we actually are in Michigan.
So how did you even find out about this airplane?
Well, when I was actually in college, I started drawing pictures of B-25s for my grandfather when I was about 9 years old, even before what I knew what B-25 was. And as time went on, I kept doing research, and I said, I went through 4 years at Air Academy here at EAA, which really ignited my passion more for aviation. Went to Western Michigan University to get my bachelor's in aviation maintenance technology, and then I always wanted to work on warbirds. But I didn't come from a wealthy background. I just had the determination and a dream. And basically, I found out about this B-25 that crashed in 1969 up on a sandbar in Fairbanks, Alaska, and it sat for 44 years. It was abandoned. It was vandalized. Parts were cut off of it. And I basically had an opportunity to acquire some parts that came off of another B-25 and basically sold my car, sold everything I had. I just got out of college and had enough pieces that I said it might be worth actually trying to get sandbar. So I wrote a letter to the Thorsrud family asking them if they would be willing to, part with the airplane, because it was actually still registered in their name. They never deregistered the aircraft.
Oh, wow.
And about 2 weeks later, I got this really nice long note stating that, the airplane was basically never recovered. Their dad never wanted it to go anywhere because it was waiting for you, and they sold the aircraft to us for $1.
Wow.
Nice.
So then we went ahead, did a Kickstarter campaign. Never anything like that was ever done. We raised the funds. We went up there, and in basically a week's time, completely removed everything that was still on the sandbar. And
now, nicely removed. I mean, it's not going to come apart after 44 years in a wet environment.
No, but I mean, it's an Arctic desert up there, so everything's very well preserved. But it was all that. There's so much this story of all like I could say lucky breaks that we got. I mean, originally, since we're doing this on a ramen noodle budget, we were going to put the main center section on a skid and pull it down the Tanana River. And literally 2 weeks before the recovery was going to happen, our story got out, and the local helicopter company, Construction Helicopters Inc. out of Howell, Michigan, was transitioning their Sikorsky S-92 through Fairbanks up to Burrow and basically donated an airlift. And because it was the holiday weekend, was able to do this all on base property because the sandbar was actually on the property of Fort Wainwright. And
Wow.
So they actually airlifted the center section off. And basically July 14th, it arrived back in Michigan and it started. And actually Logan, who's with us right now, he was actually our student number 1 and actually was 15 years old when he went up to Alaska to recover the B-25.
Now that's a story.
Yeah, a lucky break for me as well.
Yeah.
It was not every day that, you can imagine being 15 that you go, not only get to go to Alaska and get to go hang out and
Right.
check out all the stuff, but make a real opportunity out of it and, have a chance to work on a B-25, let alone with, this fabulous crew.
Yeah, I can imagine when you got back to school and they said, "Well, what'd you do last weekend?"
Ooh.
Well, I went up to Alaska and rescued a World War II bomber, and they were all like, "Yeah, sure you did, kid."
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that, when you were working on it, how easily did it come apart?
Well, you had to fend off the mosquitoes first.
Well, yeah.
Weren't they trying to help you lift it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they were carrying us away.
The Alaskan Air Force.
Yes. No, as for coming apart, we had already had some experience with the B-25 parts that we had recovered earlier from around the country, and we were able to optimize how quickly and, the least amount of work to get the most amount of parts off. And so the goal was to lighten it up, and as Patrick said, we were going to put it on a skid. We had to lift it out of the sand and silt that it was there, and then whatever we could carry off, with a crew of 8 to 10 people, we were able to take it. It was
When you say carry, you mean physically lift?
Physically carry,
Yeah.
yes. And so we were able to run it the 300 yards or so to a big flat-bottom barge boat, and then get the rest out of there.
Start
and then
stacking.
And then the rest of it, we were able to just pick it up right on the lift points that was intended to pick up for B-25 and prep it for the airlift later in the week.
Now, as a person who's a newly minted aviation mechanic, but not necessarily experienced, and then you team up with a bunch of high school guys to go drag an airplane off a sandbar in the middle of nowhere and fix it. Did the word crazy ever pop up in there?
Yeah, probably a lot of people that started looking at this said that, this airplane can never be fixed. It was too far gone. But I saw a piece of history out there, and not only that, it's a classroom. The most important part about our project is that once the airplane was actually brought back to Michigan, we actually formed the nonprofit Warbirds of Glory Museum. And then Logan said one day, "Hey, I want to bring my friend over from History Club." And then next thing you know, I had 15 kids knocking on our hangar door wanting to work on the B-25. Now, once again, fresh out of college, we just started a 501c3, had no real, idea on how to run a nonprofit. So it was not only building the airplane, but it was building an organization from the ground up. and we have done that. And we basically were 10 years at the Brighton Airport in a private hangar. Tours were by appointment. You know, the kids would come over after school, and we just kept making progress. And we'd come up to Oshkosh air shows, do local events, do fundraisers to raise the funds to start building the airplane. And as funds came in, it allowed us to buy the materials, and we'd make a bunch of progress, and then we'd hit a roadblock because, you know, we need these materials that are, you know, $10,000 to $20,000, and then we'd go back to raising. And then eventually, finally, in 22, we say flew the coop of the Brighton Airport. We actually moved to the Oakland Southwest Airport to an actual commercial hangar that now has all the proper power and everything. So we teach the kids when they come in. We've had now over 50 kids come through that work on this aircraft. They've all pursued careers in aviation maintenance technology, gone off for flight science, gone off to become engineers. Logan actually is an engineer now at Williams, and actually 2 of our other students just started there as engineers.
That's fantastic. I got to ask this. Is there a spot on the aircraft where you had them sign it?
So they have not signed it. Basically, we kind of have a wall that kind of talks about what they've been doing. But I mean, one of our goals is to try to make this the most realistic flying B-25 in the world. And we're kind of going to an Air Corps, like Air Corps Aviation's been big in helping us. You know, we make our students do all the CAD/CAM work. We cut all of our blanks out, all of our dies in the shop. We make all of the parts that we can, the stuff that we can't press form. We actually go up to Bemidji, work with Air Corps. They allow the kids to come in. We press stamp everything, do all the heat treating there, all the certification of the parts, and we bring it back, and then we actually start assembling it. So Sebastian, who's actually with us right now, who's one of our younger students, he's actually 17, just getting ready to go off to college. And I kind of would like Sebastian to talk a little about the project and how it kind of has impacted his life.
I actually haven't been here that long. So I started volunteering February of last year, and it's been really fun. I've been into, well, I guess military aviation specifically for a while. I've been wanting to actually design aircraft, and I've started getting into military aviation history, you know, looking at just how did they solve all these problems to meet the requirements they needed to, and, you know, get these aircraft to be viable defenders of their respective nations. And so when I was in high school, I found out about the Warbirds of Glory Museum from a friend of mine, Connor Primov, and by the time I joined, he had already left. But it was still pretty incredible. I didn't think I would actually, from the first day, be getting to work on the spars for the B-25 that would actually be going on a functional flying aircraft from that time. And so I've learned a lot there from working with sheet metal, CAD, CAM, just stuff with CNC cutting and all that, and preservation and whatnot. And it's just been really, really useful experience.
Now, when you're talking about CAD and CAM and machinists, I'm assuming that you are using the designs off of the original drawings.
Yes, so we have all the original North American drawings, and everything we do, we basically take the drawings before we actually work on the assemblies. We actually do all the CAD modeling of the aircraft. So we actually have full 3D renderings of most of the fuselage. From there, we design all the fixtures. Another local company, Automation Modular Components, they actually then build the fixtures our students design. And then working with Faro Technologies, they come out with all the high-tech scanning equipment and let the kids actually learn how to use it. And they go ahead and actually, we scan our fixtures, our parts, before anything is riveted together to make sure that it is correct to the CAD models and to the original drawings.
Yep. I'd like to add that it's a neat broach because we do, you know, obviously we're learning the old school machining skills and, you know, hand skills working on it, but we're also trying to apply some of the new tech and whatnot so we can directly apply it to whatever, you know, college program or trade school program that we're to, that, you know, out in the real world outside of just a little B-25 hangar, you know.
Well, and you also get to see your design from electronic to finished.
Absolutely.
And you hold it in your hand. Have you been contacted by other B-25 groups that know you've got these parts and you can make parts and
yes,
stuff?
so we're the B-25 community absolutely love us. Actually, we're very proud that a lot of the airplanes that are flying actually have parts that our students have made that are not, you know, structural parts of the aircraft, but parts that make the aircraft more detailed, like radio racks, ammo racks, that kind of stuff. You know, like one of the things we like to say at the museum is that, you know, this is really what happens when mentorship, history, and STEM collide. You know, here at the museum, we don't just restore an aircraft, we restore purpose. We don't just educate, we ignite curiosity, and we don't just remember the past, but we empower the future.
That's good.
Nice.
They spent some time on that one.
What kind of condition was the airplane in when you first got it off the bank?
Sadly, a lot of people the original top of the bomb bay was completely cut off. Someone cut part of the rear fuselage off. Someone actually cut the cockpit off. But over the years, a lot of the original parts started coming back to the project. We ended up with the original glass nose, which we went through fully restored using parts from the other airplane.
Wait, you actually got the nose that had been cut off?
Yes, we got that back. So we took the framework from that and used a tub from another as actually a new old stock tub that we ended up getting from another aviation collector, and between them we're able to build a beautiful glass nose, which we've brought to Oshkosh many years, and the students have displayed it. We just actually got back from Alaska, bringing back the original elevators from our airplane that were taken off back in '69. We found out where the original cockpit ended up. It was being used as a movie prop, and we made a deal where we swapped all the stuff that we had that was bolt-on with that, for all of our original stuff, so we have all of our original controls. But since the recovery, the spars have been completely inspected and are airworthy. The rear spar assembly is all riveted together. The front spar assembly, everything's painted, ready for basically Faro to come out and help us, just check alignment, everything. That's going to get done. All the internal structure for the center section's done. The bomb bay, which was highly damaged from the accident, the side panels are pretty much done. The whole roof section has been completely restored and basically scratch built by the students. So.
Okay. I'm not meaning to cut you off, but we're out of time. Where can we find out more quickly?
So it's warbirdsofglory.org. You can go to our website, like us on Facebook. We always update, and the big thing is if you can help us out. Like I said, we're a 501c3. Every dollar helps. As long as we have the materials to keep the kids going, we keep making progress.
All right, great. This is Digital Dave,
and I'm
Fast
Fast
and
Eddie.
Thanks for joining us, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you.
Here's an interview from 2025.
Okay, this is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. We're sure living up to that.
Yep, we're going to keep that myth alive. Anyway, we are joined with Paul McVitie, all the way from down under.
From down under. That's a heck of a flight.
Yeah, I bet his arms are really tired.
I'll bet they are, too.
I better say g'day then. How are you?
G'day, yes.
Yeah. G'day,
I can't do that. I won't even embarrass myself. How have you been?
I've been well.
And you're building LEDs. LED lights are cool.
Yeah, they're nice and bright, and yeah.
Nice and bright, and they don't vibrate and burn out.
Correct. They last forever, pretty much, so...
They last longer than us pilots.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're going to last a lot longer than he and I on the radio.
Nice. Okay. Everybody thinks LEDs, you just throw them together, they work. It's got to be more than that involved.
Yeah, there's a bunch of manufacturers out there making LED lights, so I haven't reinvented the wheel completely, but LEDs are awesome, but they still generate heat, so the biggest part of working with LEDs is actually managing that heat away. Your average light bulb used to convert 98% of its power into heat and 2% into light, but LEDs we work on, say, 60% heat instead, so
right,
far more efficient, but still have to manage that.
Right, but the thing is, you can't radiate it out like a light bulb. You have to conduct it away through mass or something.
Correct, and we have some big heat sinks on the back of our landing lights that do that exactly.
So, as an airplane person designing, do we have to take that into account? Do you have to expose the heat sink to some sort of airflow, or is there just enough ambient movement around that it's fine?
Yeah, that's a little point of difference with my lights. I designed them for Van's RV range, and they're being put inside a wing tip, or inside a wing, which has got a nice big cavity to allow that heat to dissipate. There's some other lights on the market there that were designed for a Cessna, and so they're really space constrained, and that's what they have to deal with.
Constraint.
So, yeah, that gives me a little bit of an edge because it means I can put brighter lights in mine, and they can stay at full power for longer. So
okay.
I was going to say that's one of the big advantages of the LED lights, the fact that they're more powerful, which means you can see further down range with them. And, you make them so that they'll burn the hair off a deer at 100 yards.
That's our standard. Yeah, you need to be able to burn the hair off a deer.
Or in your case, the hair off a kangaroo.
That's exactly right. That's one of my lines. You stole it already.
Sorry. The check's in the mail.
Yep.
You know, that must be different because usually we do a low pass to clear the deer, but there you have to clear kangaroo.
Yeah, and don't kid yourself. They can cause some real damage.
Well, I imagine they get larger than I think.
Yeah, there's some big deer. I think a kangaroo is about the same sort of size, and it would inflict the same.
Pounds. You don't want to. You don't want to hit it.
You don't want to hit it.
And the kangaroo has a nastier attitude too, from what I hear.
Yeah, and I think they're just as stupid as a deer as well. They'll just, you think they're going to go left, and then they'll decide go right instead. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So you designed why specifically for vans? Because
my story is I helped a friend build his van's RV10 about 12 years ago. So I got to have all the fun without the expense.
Nice.
There you go.
That's the way to do it.
Yep. I had no idea what a Clico was or how to squeeze a rivet, and I had an absolute ball with that process. And I've been an electronics technician or engineer for literally since I was a 5-year-old kind of thing. I've always loved electricity and electronics. So,
how many times have you been shocked? Lost track.
A couple of times, and we work on 240 volts as well, not 110.
That's right,
so
you do.
It really does throw you across the room.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to get thrown across the room? Hit a 600-volt line one time.
We're both electronics as well. So
there you go.
We could talk vacuum tubes all day.
They're all yours. They're all yours. So. With healthy respect, I open cabinets with vacuum tubes and I put my hands in my pockets.
Well, that's
and then
not
I close
a bad
the door.
practice.
Good move.
Yeah. So after building the plane and having, the whole idea of building a plane is that the educational and aspect of that, and I just figured, all right, people are afraid of electronics and soldering, so
I'll do that for them.
Yeah, make them a kit and teach people that it's not that scary. It's
so what you've done is you've designed kits for vans, RV airplanes. That's plug and play essentially.
Well, not quite, because actually, the position and landing light part is that I actually sell the customer a circuit board and a bag of LEDs and a bag of resistors and get them to solder it together.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And then, then they can fit it to the plane, and then, the landing lights were something that came a couple of years later. But, the position and strobe part is, a very basic, heat kit for us oldies.
There you go.
But
however, for us it's basic. For other people, they're looking at a box of parts and they've never built anything electronic in their life, and they're scared to death. You make it easy.
The second question I ask the customer is, do they have a soldering iron? And if they say yes, I say, do you know which end gets hot? And if they say, yeah, and I go, well, you're an expert. It's
you know everything you need to know.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about doing soldering is that you can make the first couple of joints look a bit average, but by the time you get to the other end of the board, you've got your groove on.
The idea,
you can go back to the other ones and just redo them. So unlike having to drill out a rivet and make a mess of it, it's very easy to go back and fix it.
Reflowing is easy.
Yeah.
How long does it take to build one of these things? About 20 minutes?
No, it takes me. Well, I've done a few now because sometimes customers ask me to build them for them. But I'd say the average, 1 or 2 nights, 3 or 4 hours. So,
okay,
and it's
that's
something,
not bad.
And it's something that can be done at home. So a great winter project. You don't have
there's
to be
a
in the
lot
hangar.
of wives happy to hear that one.
Yeah,
there's the
that's
dining
right.
room table.
And in fact, for those customers that don't blink when I say it's a soldering kit, and they go, "Oh yeah, okay," and I say, have you got a disinterested teenager or your better half that would love to solder teach them how to solder it as well? It's,
women are great. They're very, very meticulous.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's they get to claim credit as well. So
there you go.
We get lots of customers that come back and say, I landed the other day, and not unusual, they say, yeah, nice plane, and tell me about those lights. So they're almost like bummed the fact that they don't get to talk about their plane as much as everyone wants to hear about the lights that they have. So.
Well, I guess they're unusual.
Yeah.
And blinding.
And nice and bright.
Yeah. I got to go look at one of these.
You've got to be seen these days, especially around Oshkosh here. You've got to have those landing lights on.
Yeah.
It really does make a difference.
We have a couple of other products as well, which are wigwag modules that we can fit to pretty much any plane with a light switch. And I have a toggle switch, a 3-position toggle switch that has a wig-wag module bolted to the back of it as well. So
Does this
off
come
on wig-wag?
Correct.
Does this come as a kit too, or is it pre-built?
Those ones are pre-built.
Okay.
And they're under $100 each, and
that's not bad.
Very easy to retrofit. But we quite often again get customers saying, that approach Fisk, and the comment is, the RV with the silly bright flashing lights, rock your wings, and
hey, make it easy on them.
Yeah,
make it easy on them.
Yeah,
that's interesting. So the third switch setting is sun.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You have on, off, wing wag, fry.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. How many lights do you typically put on an RV? 2 landing lights? 6 landing lights?
There's usually, or it's easily enough, put in a light bay in the leading edge. I also make a kit that puts landing lights out in the wing tips as well, so it's an all-in-one. A lot of customers, or potential customers anyway, start trembling when I talk about cutting into those leading edges. But so we have a product called the Works Kit that has position and strobe and landing lights in the
so you provide them a template to cut the hole and then a lens, a clear lens to put behind it?
Vans already puts the clear lens on the plane.
All right.
Yeah, so I just fill in the gap with the kit.
Okay. So then you don't have to worry about the scary cutting part because Vans has already got that nailed.
Correct.
You just have to do a couple extra sets if they want to light up the entire leading edge with lights.
Yep.
How much power is your landing light pole?
We start off with a single landing light module that draws 1 amp, and it puts out 1,200 lumens of light. In comparison to the old incandescent lights that would have drawn about 5 amps and would have put out about 500 lumens of light. So
that's really good.
A fifth the power and twice as bright. And so we have a 1, a 2, a 3, a 5, and 7 light modules. So just for those that can't get enough.
Are you using TIR optics?
Wow. Yes, I am.
Wow, he said.
Yeah. So
did I impress you?
You did.
I read that on a cereal box this morning.
There you go. So instead of a lot of LEDs will have a basic reflector, which has been used forever, but that allows an awful lot of. You lose a lot of light off to the side.
Right.
With a total
lot of glare.
TIR stands for total internal reflection.
That's right.
So every single last bit of light that leaves the LED goes straight out the front of the thing. So it's bang for buck.
And it makes it even easier to fry those kangaroo.
That's it.
Even they're going, wah!
I mean, in all honesty, it lets you see the kangaroo or the deer, a second or two earlier. So
Yeah, it lets you see the kangaroo or the deer 6 miles away.
That's
it.
We'll get him
That's
out of the way. We'll honk the horn on the way in.
Yeah.
That's the next thing he's working on.
There you go.
You press a button, it says, get off the runway.
How many of these kits have you sold?
I was hassled to start selling them as a kit. Hassled by Andrew, and I thought it was going to be about a dozen, and I've sold 1,500 of them in the last 10 years.
So you've been pretty busy.
Yeah, that's for the position and strobe kits, and I've more than 10,000 of our light modules across all of our different products. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I was going to say, where can we find you?
I'm at the Fly LEDs booth, or Fly LEDs booth. I am about 100 yards to the north of the EAA radio site, or more for easier for people.
Pick a landmark that people actually know.
The Vans Aircraft booth.
There you go.
We're diagonally across from the Vans Aircraft booth.
Very cool.
Landing light kit, how much?
Landing lights, the single light module starts at $55. We go up to $339 for the 7 light module.
How big is the single module? Is it like a 3-inch diameter lens?
It's a 2-inch diameter lens.
2-inch. Okay.
And we have some unique landing lights for tail dragger aircraft as well, that have a combined landing light and a tilted taxi light as well. They're complete game changers for people with tail dragger aircraft.
All right, well, Paul McVitie, we've been speaking with you, and I want to thank you for coming. Real quick, website?
Flyleds.com, FLYLEDS.
Very good. This is Digital Dave.
And this is Fast Eddie. Cheers. You're listening to EAA Radio.
Cheers, mate.
Here's an interview from AirVenture 2011.
And we're back at the IAC Pavilion with Doug Bartlett, the IAC president, and a couple of really performance-oriented aerobatic pilots We have Jeff Bourbon, the current U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, with us, and Rob Holland, a past World Advanced Aerobatic Champion, joining us again this year. We talked to you last year, Rob. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Yeah, you can use that one. That's fine.
It's good to be here.
Anyway, hey, guys, tell us about competition, especially in the advanced levels. Tell us what it's all about.
What it's about? Well, it's about a lot of work. That's the number one thing. We work hard here at the IAC to build up a good foundation with the lower categories. You have a primary, sportsman, intermediate, and then you get a great foundation in many different airplanes, learning this skill. And then as you move up to advanced and unlimited, you really get to let that shine.
Now, typically in aviation, big airplanes, high-performance airplanes are actually easier to fly than low-performance airplanes, although you start in low-performance airplanes and work your way up. Would you say that a high-performance aerobatic airplane is much easier to fly than, say, a super decathlon?
In a lot of ways, I would say it is easier to fly. However, you learn so many of the basics of how to fly an airplane flying the lower-performance airplanes. You understand energy management better. You understand the use of the rudder and when to use the rudder, and how to manage a lower-powered airplane really gives you a good foundation to be able to fly the higher-performance airplanes to perfection.
Rob, tell us about getting into the upper levels of competing and what it takes. A lot of work, like Jeff said, but to get into that world competition, what do you have to do?
Well, like Jeff said, it is an awful lot of work, but at the same time, it's an awful lot of fun. And at the end of the day, if it's not fun, what's the point?
Right, exactly.
So you got to enjoy doing it. But it's just a long road, and a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of practice, a lot of commitment, and there's no plan B. You got to go for plan A and not have any alternatives.
So, you take your own airplane over to Europe to compete, right, in Russia, and so do they containerize them and send them over, or how do you get your airplane over there?
Some people put them in containers and put them on boat. My airplane's actually going on cargo locks onto a 7-4 and getting shipped over. So there's different methods to get them over there.
Wow, so they just remove the wings and put them in wing racks and slide them into a big box?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. So is it important for you as a world competitor to have your own airplane?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you show up and you fly somebody else's airplane. I mean, you're grateful to have access to it, but you're automatically flying with a handicap.
Yeah.
It's like golfing with somebody else's clubs.
Because I know that in the sailplane business, a lot of the competitions, they actually borrow airplanes. They don't really ship them over to Europe. And I would think that'd be a disadvantage.
On this level, actually, a lot of people borrow airplanes, too. Like, when we go over there, the South African team, 3 of their members are going to be borrowing my airplane. So there's a lot of camaraderie with that, and it's nice to do. But it's definitely kind of a handicap to not fly your own plane.
What kind of airplane do you have, Rob?
I have an MX-2.
And how about you, Jeff?
I'm flying the latest single-seat extra 330 SC.
Difference between the two?
Mine's black.
Mine's better. No. I think they're both top-level unlimited airplanes. That's all I said.
Well, and Debbie was saying they're just not making that many high-performance competition airplanes anymore. MX and the extras are pretty much the only.
That's about it, right? I mean,
yeah, the MX is making aircraft still. Extras making aircraft, and that's for the top of the line stuff. That's pretty much it.
Tell us a little bit about when you're over in Europe. Are the courses, are the programs the same, or do they vary and change by competition?
Well, the Q or the known sequence, that's same throughout the year here and over there. There's the freestyle, which you design your own program and has to meet certain criteria, and you submit it and you fly that. And then there's the unknowns, which are made up on the site, and everyone's kind of on the same page flying them for the first time.
Jeff, tell us a little bit about your routine.
Well, this year I'm flying a brand new free program. I worked really hard with Sergei Rachmanin, who's our coach this year, to get something that you always want something that you fly really well, but you also want to have something that the judges are going to grade really well. So that's what we worked hard on this year, to get something that looks spectacular and the judges are going to appreciate as well.
And how about you, Rob?
Pretty much along the same lines. And you also, I think, you try to design a sequence that shows off the best attributes of your airplane. And that's kind of how I tailor mine.
Do you guys both, what's your favorite maneuver?
Oh, boy, I don't know. Snap rolls.
Snap rolls?
Yeah, because I think I've done more snap rolls than any other figure because they're the most difficult. So by default, they're just my favorite.
What about Lumshavaks?
Of course.
Who doesn't like a Lumshavak after lunch? Rob, how about you?
I like all the tumbling maneuvers, all the gyroscopics. I mean, it's stuff you don't really do in competition, but you do in air shows and a lot of the wow factor stuff.
Doug, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to identify. There's a lot of people are working their way up the line, and they see these the unlimited pilots, the sky gods or whatever. But I'm telling you, these two ambassadors we have here of our sport, anybody can approach them and talk about entry-level aerobatics, and obviously with the UND program. And I'd just like to thank Jeff and Rob, not only for all the hard work they do, but just for all the support they give, not only to the IAC, but just anybody who walks up and talks to them and wants to introduce themselves and ask a couple of basic questions. These are the best guys, and AirVenture's full of them from one side to the other. But when it comes to the IAC, boy, these are two of the best representatives that the IAC's ever had. Debbie's another one. And guys, just thanks a lot for supporting the IAC and all you do for us. And please, anybody who wants to come out and talk to them, it's a great opportunity.
We have about 8 more minutes. Let's talk about whatever you guys would like to talk about.
Well, I'm sure Doug's already touched on this, but one of the really cool things about the IAC is the end goal does not have to be unlimited world level competition. I mean, if you want to do some weekend flying or you just want to become a safer pilot, I mean, there's so many areas of aerobatics you can explore, and this is really the place to get into that. So.
And it doesn't have to be that expensive either. I owned an S1C for a while, and there's also other avenues. You can go race at Reno. There's all kinds of things that you can do within the sport. It's not always just about aerobatics.
Well, it's not always just about the flying either. We have many people in our sport that come to a contest that aren't even pilots. And that's another great thing about the IAC is you can not even be a pilot and still be a great asset to the IAC. And those of us that go out there and fly, we need those volunteers on the ground. And there's a lot of other opportunities with judging or assisting or contest organizing. There's a lot of things that you can do to get involved in an IAC contest.
Or even just hanging out with cool people and having a fun time.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us a little bit about the judging process. Either one of you, it doesn't matter.
I'll let Jeff talk about that one.
Well, the
Jeff
judging
knows the rules better than anybody.
Yeah, no. Well, the judging is a fine art. We have a very detailed book of how to judge aerobatics, and when it comes down to it, you have 5 judges on the line, and the bottom line is it's subjective. And so it's always interesting to me when one judge sees a line 45 is steep, and then the other judge calls the 45 line shallow. It's all perception, and the judging is difficult in that respect. But I think at the end of the day, at the end of the contest, the guy who flew the best is at the top of the ranking. So, although it is subjective, the way they've designed the rule book and with the 5 judges and the scoring programs, it all comes out to the way it should.
I kind of hate to make the comparison, but if you watch figure skating judging, it's kind of along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay. We have 5 minutes to go, and I like to dedicate the end of the show every day to safety. So let's talk about safety a little bit. I think, and I'm sure you'll agree, that every pilot, no matter what they fly, should do a little bit of aerobatic training. Don't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, spins and upset training, you can read about the stuff till you blue in the face, but you've never seen it. How do you know how to deal with it? So, yeah, every pilot should have that sort of training. And if that's just it to become a safer pilot, then that's well worth it.
It is. Jeff?
But when you can experience not only to the envelope, but well beyond the envelope in either slow speed, high speed, G-forces, I think, like Rob said, it's going to help every pilot to have experienced that wide envelope, whether you're flying a Cessna or flying an extra 300.
Talk a little bit about your safety practices, things that you do to make sure that you have a safe aerobatic performance.
Just yesterday I was over there pre-flighting my airplane, and I heard Chris Rudd, I talked to him because he was looking at the David Martin solo biplane over there, and I thought it was interesting because he said, the engine quits, you can, your pilot skills will probably be able to get it back on the ground, but if you have a control failure, this is not going to be good. So it was good for me also because he said, he was taking all the panels off the airplane to look at the controls and make sure that the control functionality was all proper. I know from my experience, I've had a jammed elevator before in an airplane that I was flying as a newcomer into an extra with somebody else, and it nearly caused a big deal. So having control functionality in these things is very important in any airplane, but especially what we do, going upside down and tumbling, it's important to make sure the airplane's clean and well pre-flighted.
Yeah. Rob, you want to add anything to that?
I mean, obviously, going to make sure the aircraft's mechanically sound. I do air shows for a living and flying pretty close to the ground, so obviously it's utmost importance to make sure the airplane's working properly. I got a great crew in the road with me who helps take care of the airplane. And then the other side of it, just looking at yourself and making sure you're safe and ready to fly. If your head's not in the game, you shouldn't be in the cockpit.
Well, and it's true, and it's not just in aerobatic airplanes, but everybody should be checking flight controls every flight to make sure they have freedom of movement, that their passenger maybe hasn't got something that's blocking a control. It's so easy to have a problem with flight controls, and it's so basic a thing. My Cub was annualed a couple months ago, and I showed up after the annual, and there was a box sitting there next to the plane. And he said, "Are you missing anything?" And I said, "Well, I didn't think so." He said, well, check out that box. That's all your stuff." And I said, "Well, I don't think I left that in the plane." He said, "Oh, yeah, it was all in the tail." So it's really important to be sure that stuff in your airplane is secured, whether you're flying aerobatics or not.
And it's one of the things of the IC. We talk about these safety issues, but for people that look at what's being done out here and they see this this type of flying, it's not a mystery. It's not magic. It's a series of small incremental steps that Rob and Jeff have been talking about. And the IAC is a wonderful platform to go through, and a lot of that's because of the safety. We're a very, very safety-oriented organization. We police each other. We're inspecting each other's airplanes, and there's a very strict set of rules that we follow. And if early on you fly too low, you get disqualified from the flight, maybe disqualified from the contest, and people sit you down and talk to you. So it's a very step-by-step, safe way to progress through aerobatics. And again, we're open to not only the aerobatic pilots or the aerobatic enthusiasts, and so safety is job number one in the IAC.
Rob, anything to add? We have just another couple minutes. Anything you guys would like to add, talk about, stress, whatever?
Have fun.
Have fun.
Come
Have
out.
fun.
Let's check out the IC.
Well,
have a good
here at
time.
Oshkosh, I've been to Oshkosh 25 years, since 1976, and this is my first year performing here. And I got my start flying model airplanes, then UND, and then the IAC, and this is what's brought me here today. And to be here all this week and just enjoying this dream, it's just really fantastic. And I'd like to thank Doug at the IAC and everyone that's helped me along the way. It's really been a great ride.
Yeah, it's funny. Jeff was talking. I says, "Well, Jeff, what do you think?" He says, "Just pinch me. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm here." And if you're watching the air show, flying Thursday and Friday, and Rob, you're flying. Next year. That's right. Yeah, he's been flying the championships. But boy, I've watched both these guys fly here. You're going to see some incredible stuff. And but I just get a kick out of me. Says, "Pinch me. This is my dream."
Okay, guys. Hey, thanks so much for joining us on EAA Radio.
Thank you.
And good luck to you this week. We'll look forward to your air show, Jeff and Rob. Good luck with the championships. Are they finished now, or are you still competing this year?
The championships, they'll be the end of August, beginning of September over in Italy.
Okay, great.
We'll be in Italy for the World Championships.
Where in Italy are they having those?
Foligno.
Foligno.
Yeah, there.
That one? Okay.
Just north of Rome.
Grazie. All right. We are on the fly. We're going to wrap up this segment tomorrow. We're going to head down to Warbirds. We'll be at Warbirds at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2. A great organization down there as well. And then on Thursday, we'll be down on the farm at Ultralights. And Friday, we'll be over at the Light Sport Mall. And then on Saturday at the Seaplane Base. So stay tuned to EA Radio. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Jay Mont G signing off. We are on the fly.
From the back corner of the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2025.
This is Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie. And with us in the studio, we have Olivia Fowler from the NTSB. And you are a flight data recorder specialist?
That's right. I do flight. I download flight data recorders, cockpit voice recorders, and any other electronic devices that record data. We get them from the crash scene and take them all the way through the recovery process, and then my product is a report at the end.
Wow.
So you get a mangled orange box, and you have to figure out how to plug in it and get it to spill its guts.
That's much, right, yeah.
Now, you're working with the digital ones. Have you ever worked with anything that's, ancient?
Not digital?
Yeah, so there's actually no requirement to retrofit recorders yet. And so any recorder that was ever in existence may still be flying on aircraft today. So we get tape recorders. We don't really get foil recorders anymore. But we have the equipment to download tape recorders, and we get those a couple times a year. We also get a lot of them from international cases where the country, wherever the plane crashed, doesn't necessarily have the equipment to download it, so they bring it to us in the DC lab.
So you might have been involved with the Air India accident, the Dreamliner.
Yeah, we did send a team over to help with the investigation there.
You know, the most important question is, these boxes are designed to survive crashes. Why isn't the whole airplane made out of the same stuff?
Well, there's this thing called weight.
Oh, okay.
That we're always battling in aviation.
Yeah.
Sure, it's always gravity.
Bring reality into the picture.
There you go. Well, and that's the one interesting thing. They have to be designed very robustly in order to survive an accident.
Yeah, so the recorder itself is usually a pretty big box, and the majority of that is just the electronics and processing that interfaces with the aircraft. The actual memory chip is contained within what's called the crash survivable memory unit, which is a smaller, usually like a cylinder or kind of a bread loaf shape, and that's the part that's crash hardened. So the majority of the box can be completely destroyed, and as long as we can still just get, there's a stack of circuit boards with memory chips on them, and as long as those chips are intact, we have the capability to either dry if it got wet, or we can take the chips off the boards and solder them onto fresh circuit boards and basically rebuild the entire recorder to get it to a state that we can actually download the data.
Okay, so in other words, those circuit boards don't always survive the crash.
The circuit boards are within the protective, the CSMU.
Right.
But usually the recorder comes in pretty destroyed.
Yeah, well.
So I have to clarify.
That's par for the course.
If it's been through a substantial accident, but a lot of what we get is also things like runway overruns, where maybe the aircraft wasn't destroyed, and so the recorders are in pretty good shape, and we can just plug them in and download them normally.
So, and like a guy drives his airplane off the runway and drops the nose wheel in the mud, you guys still have to be involved. You still have to look at the flight data recorder.
We have levels of severity, and if it causes substantial damage to the aircraft, or if there's a fatality or a serious injury, then we will investigate.
Okay.
You also do the cockpit voice recorders as well. That's got to be horrifying at times.
It can be really hard to listen to the CVRs, but we just remember that we're doing this for safety, and we are learning everything we can so that people can avoid those situations in the future.
The slogan is never again, right?
Right. You just mentioned the future, okay? Are there going to be video cameras in cockpits on commercial airliners sometime in the near future?
So that's actually something that NTSB has been recommending since 2000, so for the past 25 years. There are some, like 135 operators. The U.S. Forest Service, for example, has video recorders in all of their aircraft. The commercial 121 carriers, there's definitely a lot of pilots union pushback. So I don't know if or when exactly that will happen. But from an investigative standpoint, video recorders are incredibly helpful because that can often be what really shows us that maybe there was an instrument failure or there was something that went wrong with the aircraft that we wouldn't necessarily see on the CVR or the FDR. So video recorders really are
So you're not necessarily
helpful.
talking about cameras that are watching the pilots. You're talking about cameras that are watching the instrument panel directly.
Mm-hmm. And the way that those, like I mentioned, the ones for the Forest Service and a lot of the recorders we get, they mount to the roof of the aircraft behind the pilot's head and just have a view of the instrument panel and the, like, out the windshield of the aircraft. So we don't really need or want to see the pilots themselves, except for possibly hand movements. The other thing I should say is that the Vehicle Recorders Lab has several layers of security, and we very carefully guard all data, all images, video, and voice recordings that we get.
Well, you mentioned pushback from the airline pilots associations and stuff. Why would they push back on that? You've already got a cockpit voice recorder. The video is just there to show, for example, the Air India accident. There's being questions raised about the fuel cutoff switches on that. A cockpit video recorder would have shown clearly what happened. Right now, everybody's just guessing.
Yeah, that's definitely a good example of a case. There was also the Atlas air crash where we think the pilot's wristwatch may have hit the toga button, but all we know from the FDR is that the toga button was pushed. We don't know exactly what pushed it. So video recorders would be very helpful from an investigative perspective.
On the average, how many parameters is the flight data recorder actually recording?
So the requirement is 88 parameters, but modern aircraft have so many systems that are so instrumented that the 787 actually has over 2,000 parameters recorded.
Oh my goodness. That's a lot of data to plow through.
Yep, we're always busy.
Yeah. When you say you prepare a report, are we talking a written transcript or are we talking an actual audio file if it's a CVR?
I'm glad you asked, because the NTSB will never release CVR audio. That's one of the protections. It's protected by law. The CVR audio will not and has never been released. What we do is we produce a transcript. So we'll get a whole group of experts in the room and write down exactly everything the pilots say, and then everything we hear for like alerts or switches or alarms in the cockpit. And that's what we release. Now, sometimes TV shows, for example, will hire actors to recreate the audio in the cockpit, but that's never the actual CVR audio that gets released.
Okay.
That's good. Well, the CVR has come in handy, too, in investigations because it's not only listening to the pilots, but it's listening to everything else going on as well. And engine noise has been a significant factor in the investigation, finding out what actually is going on with them.
We can actually tell how fast the engines were spinning. We can tell if they're going down a grooved runway, the speed that the aircraft was going down the runway. There's a lot we can do with audio data.
It's a lot you can do with background noise is what you're saying, because that's what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have an actual microphone on the engine or anything like that.
Right. No, we have ambient audio
right.
In the cockpit.
So you can hear we've run out of coffee. Oh, no. How many recorders do you look at per year?
So the lab gets 350 to 400 recording devices. For CVRs and FDRs, that's about 25% of what we do. We also do, so NTSB also handles other modes. So we do rail recorders, voyage data recorders off of ships. But aviation is the majority of what we do.
See, now, I didn't know they had them on ships, but it makes sense. It's another thing where you can't quite figure out what happened.
Yeah, definitely. The crash module, the memory module in the black box.
Orange box,
black box, same thing. The equipment to download that, is it just a laptop with a special cable?
You can get
and
it on
software?
Amazon, yeah.
Get it on Amazon.
Yeah.
No, it's very specialized equipment. It comes directly from the manufacturer, and they pretty much only work with government agencies and operators.
How portable is it?
We do have some equipment that we can take to accident scenes and we can deploy with, but for the most part, the recorders come to us in the lab in DC.
How many manufacturers of recorders are there?
There's several around the world. There's 3 or 4 that we work with primarily that we see on U.S. aircraft, but there's also a lot of other smaller manufacturers of like GPS units and engine information systems that we also work with on a regular basis.
Okay, so I'm sure the interfaces are not standardized.
Not at all.
Yeah, I need that other adapter you left on the desk.
Now there's another point, because a lot of the glass panels, they have SD cards in them that are used kind of as a flight data recorder. You're able to check those as well.
Right, and that's something that we also encourage pilots to download their own data, and like those are great for us as investigators, but they're actually meant for pilots to be able to review their flights, to check the health of their engine. We don't need more crashes and more data to deal with. We would love it if you keep track of how your aircraft is doing so that you don't get to the point of having an accident.
Oh, I thought you were going to recommend we write all our crashes down.
No, thank you.
All right, well, we've been speaking with Olivia Fowler of the NTSB. Thank you for coming. We've learned a bit more about flight data recorders.
We sure have.
And what they need to do with them.
And it's a good thing that EAA Radio doesn't
have one. Yeah. This is Digital Dave. Go
And
ahead.
I'm Fast Eddie.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm Olivia Fowler from the National Transportation Safety Board.
Yes. This is EAA Radio.
Now here's another classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
This is the morning pre-flight, the internship with extra steps.
Your intros never get old.
No.
Holy cow.
They don't. Somebody put together a supercut of us for an intro this year. I heard it yesterday.
I haven't heard it come up this morning.
No, it reminds us just how awful we are at radio. So.
I love you guys.
Oh, man. It is 7:34 on day 5 of AirVenture Oshkosh 2021, and joining us right now is Josh Bixler of
Good
Flight
morning.
Test. Morning, Josh.
Oh, good morning.
Thanks for coming in again.
Oh, I'm going to come back. I told you guys, I'm like a stray puppy you guys feed. I'm going to come back any chance you guys give me.
You have to stop apologizing. We enjoy having you here in the morning.
Right. We've been talking a lot of business the last couple of mornings, which is cool because there's a lot of good business things going on with Flight Test and the new Flight Test community. And today, though, I want to talk about kind of the gateway drug of
the carnage.
Flight Test. Yeah,
we can say it. We break things.
Yeah. So many people want to watch NASCAR because they want to watch the wrecks.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys, as Flight Test, actually do test things in flight, and build some things that should never fly, and just to prove a point to say, can we do this? And sometimes the answer is no, you cannot.
No, and sometimes it's maybe we shouldn't have.
Right.
So we always say we do this so you don't have to, but we really want to show you how we did it.
Yeah, but there's some things to learn in failures.
The toilet immediately comes to mind. But
my goodness, yes.
Do we want to start there?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? So I want to talk to you about some of your crazier builds and projects and things like that. And you brought it up. You launched a flying toilet.
Yeah, we made a toilet fly. We have some really good friends at the King of Random. They are a YouTube channel that's similar to us, but they take on everything random in the world. They'll make a 10-pound gummy bear one week, and then the next week they'll test out, Flex Seal. They gifted us with a 1-to-1 replica of a toilet that they carved out of foam and like decoupage and glass, and it was beautiful. It borderline looked functional, and they're like, "Hey, Flight Test, here you go, make it fly." And we stepped up to the challenge. I mean, everyone wants to see a toilet fly. We had to make it happen.
Clearly,
so, yeah. And so this is a really cool thing, is you can go back into history and you can look at weird contraptions like what looks like a flying toilet, and immediately my heart went towards. Remember that plane in Mad Max? With the crazy crop duster. I forget what it's called, but it's like a beautiful specimen of versatility.
Mm-hmm. I think it was a Cessna Mixmaster or 336, 337s. If I remember rightly, wasn't that what it was?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. So immediately my heart and mind went right towards that, and it's like, okay, let's figure out. And the hardest thing is how do you get wings to stick on a toilet? And that was the biggest feat. So immediately, typically we start in small, prototypes. Well, if we can make it fly small, when you make things bigger, they fly better, and we can dial it in from there. But we immediately started with a classic Clark Y airfoil, and the biggest thing with the back tank is it's going to blank out that airfoil. And we're like, okay, how do we address this, and how far do we need to get it back? Because we don't want to just put long gimbly wings on it and just kind of work out the parameters. It has to look like something that you see in wacky races as a child. And so we proceeded to get aluminum channeling, some foam board wings, and then just overpowered as much as possible. There's never such thing as too much power to overcome a bad design, and we use that to our advantage.
And by the way, I looked it up, and that plane is a Transavia air truck. And yes, it does look like a flying toilet.
That's awesome.
I am 100% there.
So with STEM, we always tell our kids to start with research. And so when we do research, we laugh because history is full of opportunities to bring it back to life. And that plane was awesome. So the toilet, we went out. We bought Edgewater. We still hadn't dropped any trees, and we're like, okay, this is a perfect location to send this thing into flight. And just imagine the poor golfers when you come out with a trailer and a toilet and you're putting these wings on it. We powered it with a couple monster motors, and first flight, I should say, was a failure. And we put it on the side of a hill, quickly grabbed some hot glue and some tape, and from that point on, history is made, and we got a good solid number 2 flying in the air.
Nice. So one of the other favorites is with the Flying Star Destroyer. And again, things that you would think, oh, we're just going to make this thing fly, but like the logistics of, that's not an airfoil.
No, it's not. And the Star Destroyer was a great example of where you start small scale, get proof of concept, and you go bigger. And our best friend is Lowe's or Home Depot. Whenever you kind of go big, we actually, I don't know if you guys knew this, we had to cut the Star Destroyer in half. We built it, Peter Schriepel built it in our main workshop area, but it was too big to get out the door, and no one really thought about that. And I think there's been a lot of pilots that have done this in their basement.
So many EAAers that have had that problem.
Bring out the backhoe. Well, we had to cut this thing in half just to get it, and I think we even had to cut it some more to get it in the trailer to get it to the place where we're going to fly it. And then finally, John Fury, our dear friend who lets us have Flight Fest in his backyard, he rolls up with a big old dump truck and some 2x4s, and we just started cutting and hacking, and we built a big old saddle for the top of it, and 1.5-inch foam, and you know how we got the back end to actually control the pitch is we used thrust vectoring, similar to what you had on the blimp, and so we had motors pitching up and down, and then the way that the elevons worked, it only worked in the drag portion, not in the inside, I don't know if you want to call it slipstream.
Sure. So beyond just creating things that fly, but okay, now we can get, you prove your point, you can get the thing in the air. All right, let's start doing some things like your battle, battle machines. Like let's make a tank buster. Oh, and by the way, let's make a tank so we can blow something up. Right?
So every morning when the week starts, we're like, okay, what are we going to do this week? What are we going to do this month? And it's the funniest thing because we get to go back to our childhood with our best friends and say, okay, what would be the best weekend ever? Okay, let's recreate the A-10 blowing up a tank, and then of course, like you said, it's like, okay, we got to make a tank for it, and then we're flight tests, we're not tank test. We got to make the tank fly, and that was one of the most special episodes because everybody had a piece in that. There was the designing process of the A-10 to make it repeatable and something that could be made out of foam, and then over here there's our good friend Chad Lewis that was designing a 3D printed to make an automatic minigun for airsoft. That could actually legitimately throw some airsoft pellets really fast. And then over on the other side, we had the tank getting designed by me. And then it was just this beautiful collaboration of good friends coming together. When it all came to the head, it was a pretty magical moment because the first flight, we had a DJI Mavic up, and it was one of the newer ones. Well, we didn't realize that the frequency setting could step on our FPV. So the second this thing lifted in the air, I lost all video feed. And I just crushed it. I saw the tops of 2 crowns of trees, and I put it right in the crack of that, and all you heard was this crunching noise, and I was like 200 feet away. We had to rebuild the thing in like a week, and then we came back again, and that time it was 5:30 in the morning, the sun was rising, all the stars aligned, and that thing flew and performed just like the real thing, and it was amazing how you could center up on this big 12-foot tank and just blast it. It was wonderful. So that was the kind of the key thing. And then we said, you know what? If we hit 1 million subscribers, we'll make it fly. And people must have really wanted to see that tank fly because we hit 1 million really quick.
Very nice. So those are some of my favorites. What are your favorites, though, of all of the crazy things that you've tried to throw in the air?
Oh, my goodness. Well, recently, maybe it's because I'm getting older, but I really want kids to see history come to life. And that's with, like, the ME-262 and Chucky Yeager's Glamorous Glenna. I have a real heart to honor, especially our World War II vets, because they're just a priceless commodity that's going further and further from our reach. So we got to keep their memory alive. And what cool way to do that than to recreate a battle, recreate a story. And so we built a monster ME-262, and everyone's seen us, use airsoft, and now with all the regulations kind of frowned on, it's like, well, how do we get the carnage, but in a way that's not shooting a projectile? And, of course, laser tag comes into mind. So we partnered with a good friend from Video Aerial Systems. He had a laser tag system, and then we started playing with some relays. And it's the first time we've ever had to actually blur out electronics and Arduinos and stuff to kind of hide this, because we don't want people doing that. Right. And we got to recreate the Chuck Yeager versus 262, and thank God it followed history a little bit, because I would have hated if I got shot out of the air. So I was flying the P-51. My good friend Dave Jester was flying the 262, which, by the way, that thing was so loaded up with so much gear. Hats off to him for flying it. It was amazing, but sure enough, it was a lot more difficult. All of our plans and practicing went out the window the second we took off, and we were both at the end of our battery, and sure enough, he ran out of battery first, and I got the shot at him. And to see like two models recreate a piece of history, but then also to see history unveil itself, where, oh my gosh, a nacelle blew off and that plane just rolled over just like you would have seen in the movies or in real life.
Sure.
It was awesome.
So I don't want to bring the conversation down, but I got to know. So Jim asked you what your favorite was. What was the build you got partway through and thought, why the heck are we even doing this?
The battleship. The battleship. Okay, Monday morning, I'm feeling feisty, and I took like this paper crab battleship and I blew it up to 16 foot, and I just wanted to put something in the water. I love our waterproof foam board, and we're like, first we put it in the water, and that was a lot of fun. We're driving it around, we're bombing it. And then we put our good friend Stefan, and we actually reinforce it, and we shove Stefan in this battleship. And next thing you know, there's miniguns. Well, of course, it has to go fly. And that's where we kind of took some inspiration. Like, what do we see in the comic books? What do we see in that artistic, flying things? Well, lots and lots of wings. And I realized, I think is it the Caproni? Was that, what am I saying that right? The Caproni back in history that had like way too many wings. It was a big flying.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. So it was like, let's do that. Well, that plane took 3 years off my life, because we built it in small form. It flew fantastic, and it's like, this is going to be awesome. We started scaling up and adding detail. And next thing you know, this thing is barely getting off the ground. And when it finally did, I had to make a long left-hand turn, and part of it was like looking through the trees, and then finally it turned back around. Well, second flight, it was awesome because we got to the top of the trees, and that's where it stayed.
Goodness.
Yeah,
Josh,
that was a fun one.
I hope you come back tomorrow. I would love to talk to you some more. I have so many more questions.
I'm back.
This is the Morning Pre-Flight on EAA Radio.
Here's an interview from 2013.
Well, I tell you what, one of the fun things about doing live radio is you never know what's going to happen next. And our next guest is not quite here yet, so we'll fill in a little bit here for a moment. Jim Gray from EAA Radio is joining us. He's been producing behind me for just a moment, so now we're going to put him on the mic and talk a little bit about AirVenture. Now, you've been coming to the show for a number of years.
34 consecutive years.
All right. And what do you see as the biggest change in all of these years?
Well, given that I've always been camping, I mean, I was here in the days when it was like, where are you camping? I'm all the way back at the Red Barn, man. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Now you have to get here weeks in advance to try and get up there.
That's right. And as far as the scope of the show, the size, I've been here. 81 was my first year. So
yeah, it's exponentially. And the idea of this being all-inclusive of aviation, as aviation has grown, so has EAA and so has AirVenture.
Right.
And this is reflected in what you see before you today. We have a Ford Trimotor going by behind us, and the Aeroshell team, and innovations like Jetman and things like that. Jetman, who thought of that 2 years ago, that was going to be a thing here.
And the Terrafugia.
Yeah,
the transition.
Is that coming in today?
They are scheduled on the air show
scheduled to fly today. Yes.
So that will be the first, if everything goes right, if the conditions are right and everything, that will be the first public flight of the Terrafugia. And they've been coming here to AirVenture for probably the last 5-6 years,
right?
And telling people about how wonderful the airplane is and how it's going to work out as both a car and as an airplane. And now they're actually here proving that concept is a reality, and we'll look forward to that. That'll be part of the air show this afternoon, and again before the night air show on Wednesday night. So it's pretty cool. And Jim, just let you get a plug in here for EAA Radio if you'd like. You guys have worked. Your team has worked very hard in the last 2 months to construct basically a radio station out of the dust.
We did that. It was EA provided some of the raw materials. We put in thousands of hours of things and called in some favors from some sponsors and some parts, and the university, St. Cloud State University that I work for, put forth an awful lot of extra things from their station, which I also manage, and we pulled together a mighty fine operation that we're very proud of.
Good. Well, and if you get a chance, stop by. It's number 85 on the map.
It's still number 85, but we're now in a new location.
That's right.
So, we're between the Sky Shop and the First Aid Station.
All right. We know where to find you now.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Jim. And joining us as well here on the announcer stand is Lee Walton. Lee, good to meet you. We've emailed back and forth and talked a little bit about the 50th anniversary of the Thorpe T-18. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with it, obviously designed in 1963, two-place, all-metal, plans-built, home-built, which really took off in popularity in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we're here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of that design. So tell us a little bit about some of the activities that are surrounding the 50th anniversary.
Okay, well, this week, today I'm obviously speaking with you, and later at 3:50 we've got kind of an exciting flight demo going on. We've got 4 T-18s doing a little bit of a formation flyby and then a little performance demo in the airplane. And so let's see, Wednesday we're doing a home-built review over in the Home Builders Hangar, where I've got my friend David Reed's airplane is going to be showcased there. He's got an interesting story behind his airplane. He's one of the aircraft that was damaged at Sun and Fun. He has his airplane here now, rebuilt and flying again, so he'll be telling us all about that.
Wow, that was that really quick turnaround.
Yeah, he worked night and day getting that airplane back in the air.
Excellent.
And it looks beautiful.
Good.
Let's see, Thursday we've got a luncheon out at the Nature Center, and we'll have a little forum after that. And Friday we have a dinner at the Roxy Supper Club downtown. But when those events aren't happening, we're all down by our airplanes on row 365, and we are anxious to speak to anybody. We're all very proud of our aircraft and very proud of the design, and we're all big, happy groups that come down there and look at our airplanes, please.
All right. How many Thorpes are down there?
I believe right now we're just shy of 30. I'm expecting about 35.
And overall, do you know offhand how many sets of plans were sold or have been sold through the years, and how many are actually flying?
Well over 1,000 sets of plans and sold. It's a little confusing because we reset the plans number when the S-18s came out, which was another story altogether. But I would say well over 1,000 sets of plans. In the 80s, it was quoted that we had 500 flying. Currently, I would say there's more close to 300 actively flying right now.
Excellent. What really made this design so popular?
That's a great question. The Thorpe T-18 was not the first all-metal aircraft, home-built aircraft by any means, but it was designed by John, or the premise by John Thorpe in 1962 was in response to the EAA design contest in 1957, which was judged in 1962, and also a response to a series of articles written by a man named Joe Kirk that he proposed a simple home-built aircraft. And John Thorpe's response to that was, I will design a all-metal aircraft that's even simpler than your tube and fabric aircraft. And what happened later in 1963, at the equivalent of AirVenture, at that time in Rockford, they put together a Thorpe T-18 fuselage from raw materials in 3 days. Wow. So that caused quite a sensation, and that's what spawned the Thorpe T-18 movement.
All right. Has it always remained plans built, or are there any thoughts of kits as the home built, evolution has gone through from, scratch built, plans built, now kits? Is it following that?
Throughout the years, there's the T-18 itself has always been a plans built product, but through the years we've always had parts providers. Back in the 70s and 80s, we had the ability to just walk in and say, give me one everything, and that was a kit. Now we have another variant of the T-18 called the S-18, which is 2 inches wider and has a convertible wing for traveling on the road. And that is offered in a kit form.
All right. We're talking with Lee Walton, who's kind of helping to head up the 50th anniversary celebration of the Thorpe T-18. I guess we couldn't really talk about the T-18 without mentioning one of the most famous flights of the T-18, and that would be Don Taylor's Around the World flight.
Correct, yeah.
1976. Yeah.
Yeah, so that started here at Oshkosh in 1976 and ended right here in Oshkosh. He still holds many speed records for that flight, but it was the first home-built aircraft to fly around the world. And in my opinion, that's one of the great moments in home-built history. It was one of those eye-opening moments for people that thought, oh, I don't want to tinker around with that. This is a real airplane that can fly over oceans and across international borders, and it really defined home-builts at the time.
Exactly, and you hit the nail right on the head. That was one of the defining moments of home building, as you said, to really show the general public that, and the flying public, that these airplanes are for real. They're not just something that someone's tinkering with in their garage. These are airplanes you can go, you can do things with, have fun with, but you can also get across country if you need to, or in Don's case, around the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, have you had an opportunity to meet Don?
I did. He was like Lindbergh to me as a kid.
Really?
I greeted him on his. Many don't know he also flew down to Australia and back.
Right.
And then when he donated his airplane to the AirVenture Museum, he flew. He wanted to do one last first for a home built, so he decided he'd be the first to fly over both magnetic and geographic North Poles. And when he arrived here on the last day of AirVenture, I believe it was 1986. Let's say it's 86. Might be wrong on that. He was wearing a Santa Claus hat. And he got out of his hand, and he was the first guy. I was the first person who shook my hand and handed me it was a spark gap checker for some reason, and I carried that thing around for years. It was really neat. That was kind of my little good luck charm.
And an inspiration for you to go on to build a T-18?
Well, my inspiration was my father. I grew up in here in Neenah, Wisconsin until I was about 10 years old, and we built the T-18 that I flew up here today is the T-18 my dad and I built, and I started in 1973 and finished in 1980 here in Neenah, Wisconsin, and later in Houston, Texas.
Great. And still flying well.
It's in my mind, it's the best T-18 in flying out there.
You might have some folks who want to debate that point, but they're all in row 365, right?
Yes, all 365 and if it goes down this way, it'd be 364 or 366, depending on how you look at it.
All right, so if you're interested in the Thorpe T-18, a historic home built who's reaching a milestone this year, the 50th anniversary, but still a very viable design.
Absolutely.
What kind of power plant is normally in the T-18?
Yeah, the Thorpes go anywhere from the 0290 up to the 0360. Most commonly nowadays, it's going to be an 0320 or an 0360.
Okay. And what kind of cruising speeds are you getting from that?
My friend Dave here has an 0320 up an 0360. He probably, I'd say he has 175. I'm around 185. Depending. It's a little gain on the 180 horse motor, but not much. I never feel like I'm waiting on them.
Okay.
Top speeds on both of them are either right at 200 or a little over 200.
All right. And again, if you'd like to check in with the owners, see some of the T-18s that are down there, rows 365, 364, right in there in the home-built area. Go on down and see them. Plenty of activities going on throughout the week. It's great to have you here and to remember some of the early flights, especially Don's around-the-world flight in 1976, which, when you're looking at the history of home building, it seems like only yesterday that flight took place, and that's 37 years ago already, and so it's just amazing, and it really is a wonderful design, and has inspired a number of people, including yourself, to pursue home building. Any thoughts, or I'll give you a chance to put in a plug for T-18s. If someone's here today and they're thinking about building an aircraft, why should they build a T-18?
Well, I'm not going to say the T-18 is better than anything else. It's all relative, but in my mind, the T-18 is one of the greater bangs for your buck in the home-built movement. If you're willing to take the time to build something from scratch, and keep in mind that the airplane was designed to be built from scratch by somebody with average mechanical skills, you get an airplane that'll keep up with any of the other more commonly RV-type aircraft out there, and have considerably less money into it. And in my opinion, like I say, it's better, but that's just me.
All right. And if you just want to run through the schedule of some of the things that are happening surrounding the T18's anniversary, just so folks can mark it down. There's lots of things going on at AirVenture this week, and if you're interested, what should we put on the schedule?
Okay, well, I would definitely, today at 3:50, I'd be near Air Center to see the Thorpe Formation demo. That's kind of be the highlight for all of us. Also, Wednesday at 10 o'clock, there'll be a Thorpe review in the home build hangar. And if you'd like to join us out at the Nature Center on Thursday at noon, we're having a brat lunch and a forum following about the airplane and new upcomings on the design and supplies and things like that. But most of all, come down to Row 365 and have a look at our airplanes. We're all really proud of them. We'd like to talk to anybody who's interested in talking about them.
Great. And Lee, for those who are maybe have not been at AirVenture the past couple of years or brand new to it, how do they find the home build hangar?
The home build hangar, it would be if you can find home build headquarters, head due west, and home build headquarters is on towards the north end of the flight line with a big sign that says home build headquarters on it.
Excellent. We thank you for joining us today, Lee Walton, who's helping to head up the 50th anniversary of the Thorpe T18. Are you going to come back and narrate for us this afternoon, or?
I will be here at before 3:50, hopefully.
Sounds good. We'll look forward to seeing those airplanes in the sky this afternoon. About 3:50 or so make sure you get a good spot on the flight line and take in the formation flight of the T-18s. Again, celebrating its 50th anniversary. Lee, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy day today to come and talk to us.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. And from the stand, you are listening to EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2025.
Well, good morning, and live from the Ron Scott Communications Center. This is From the Stand. Glad that you tuned in this morning. Today we're going to find out more about this year's Willa Brown Aviation Academy in the Madison area. Catch up with Esther Aubie from Air Corps and find out what's new in the Air Corps library and maybe what's new in the workshop. And we'll also splash in with Seaplane Pilot Association Steve McCaughey. But right now, we are going to talk a little bit about an effort to honor the legacy of a local air racing legend, and that being Steve Whitman. Joining me is Jim Cunningham and Mike Butler. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Steve.
Steve.
Let's up here.
Yeah. Well, people who may not be from this area might not recognize the name Steve Whitman, but if you know anything about air racing or aviation in general, you do know that name. And Steve used to live just basically across the runway from where we are right now. And he was really influential not only in air racing and aviation, but also in the creation of the airport that we call Whitman Regional Airport today. But with him, one of his proteges is Bill Brennan. And Jim, you had the opportunity to meet and spend quite a bit of time with Bill through the years, and even wrote a book about it.
Yes. That was pretty amazing. And sometimes you'd just be sitting at a restaurant with him, and he'd say, one time, and he'd start on a story. It was like, geez.
How did you strike up that friendship with him?
I was doing research on Steve Whitman
for
some biographical stuff, and somebody said, you have to meet this guy named Bill Brennan. And actually, it was over at Whitman's former house, and it was Betty Monette of Sonic's Aircraft saying, there's Bill Brennan over there. I said, yeah, I know who he is. And she's like, well, are you going to talk to him? I said, I can't just walk up to a Cleveland Air Race pilot and say, hey, how you doing? And she rolled her eyes, grabbed me by the arm, and pulled me across the lawn and said, this is Jim. He wants to talk to you about some air racing stuff. And I didn't know what to say. But he's a very down-to-earth guy, and we miss him a lot.
Yes, definitely. Let's talk a little bit first of Steve Whitman's career in racing, and then transition to Bill, because Bill's kind of overshadowed a little bit by Steve, but he is a great air racer in his own right.
Yeah, Bill was, and it's one of the reasons we wanted to build the Buster replica. The original's in Air and Space Museum. Right. Which they have a tent here. Go talk to them. I freaked them out because I showed them a picture of our replica, and they're like, wait, this isn't at our museum. I said, no, that's not your airplane. But Bill was, he was born on, we can see the silos of his family farm from here up on the announcer stand. Born here at the airport pretty much, and went to work for Steve and became a good pilot. He flew the National Air Races in Buster in 1947. Whitman had him fly that airplane. Bill was lightweight. They had to add 15 pounds of ballast to bring the airplane up to the minimum. Okay. And he flew against all the pilots, the race pilots that he'd read about growing up in the 30s, including, for example, to give you an idea of who he was competing with, Tony LeVere, who was test pilot on the P-38, the F-104 and the U-2, which we had here earlier this week. He was all that. And he was flying a custom-built race plane by Lockheed. Buster was rebuilt from a wrecked airplane that Whitman had built, Chief Oshkosh.
Right.
And then Bill won. He beat all those guys. And then had a very successful air race career and started an airport, which still exists to the north of us here, Brennan Airport.
Yeah. I've been in and out of Brennan before. It was kind of revamped when it was a 15-foot wide runway.
Yes.
It's a little nicer now.
A lot nicer.
With you mentioned that Chief Oshkosh was the original airframe that Buster is built off of, and it crashed in 1938.
Yes, at Oakland after an engine failure.
Okay, and so it was in storage for a while until Steve kind of brought it out and decided to create something new with it, which is something he did quite often.
It hung up here in the Whitman hangar north of the airport during World War II. Whitman was running the War Service Training Program and civilian pilot training cadets. Right. And Brennan was working for him as a mechanic and general helper. And after the war, air racing was on hold during the war. It came back out, and they had the new category of class, which we now call the Goodyear Racers, or Formula One, small light airplanes. And they realized that if they took the wreck of Chief Oshkosh and rebuilt everything pretty much from the cockpit forward, put a brand new, at that point, Continental engine on it and everything else, it could fit those characteristics for the National Air Races. So that's what they did. They originally rebuilt it just to play around in for about a year. And then they said, if we refine this, it can be a good, and it did. It beat the pants off of everything else. Like I said, even those professionally designed race planes, this rebuilt wreck was faster.
Amazing. Mike, how did you get involved in this project?
Well, I met Bill. He's big at the seaplane base, and I had a seaplane. I live in the lake here and had a float plane. Got to know him through that and through QBs. And we got to be fairly close, and we would talk about Buster often. And, when he started to really push for it, actually we started in 2015. And Jim Casper and I worked on it and a few other guys worked on it Tuesdays and Thursday mornings for a few hours. And then we didn't get very, it was slow. Okay. This year we went on it full time from the first of the year on, and basically there wasn't any plans for it. Okay. Dave Broadfoot, who did the restoration for the Smithsonian Buster, made a couple sketches, and we had the wings were original, the canopy was original, a couple of the cheek cowls over the wings were original, wheels and tires are original. So basically, we built the fuselage and the tail surfaces. And luckily he had some basic dimensions, and then what he did on the tail surfaces, he traced them because he wanted to build an airplane, a replica of it for himself. And thank goodness he did that, because it gave us, it wasn't specific dimensions, but with the tracing I was able to make the entire tail group. And in the fuselage, he had the overall length and some basic dimensions. The hard part, it was just, there was a couple pictures where it was, the cover was off when he was updating it in 49. And it allowed me to get a picture of what the elevator controls were like and the aileron controls were like, and where the attachments were for the landing and flying wires, because there was no dimensions. And I used, as an example, I used the canopy scratches that from over the years. Some of the early pictures, the canopy was scratched, and I used that location, that scratch, in relation to the flying wire and the landing wires. So I didn't give me a dimension, but I was able to get it pretty close. You'll never notice the difference. Right. And same with the elevator. That took a little different because of some of the internal tubing, getting the tube proper so it would work. All the controls work just like they would normally, but it took a little bit because we didn't have the dimensions for it. But it turned out fine. It was, and the canopy we had for the turtle deck, we had the canopy, so that gave us the shape and the height. So because that dimension wasn't there, so stuff like that, and the engine mount, that was, I had all that on a. He had a dimension in the cowl from the firewall to the nose bowl, so I was able to construct the cowls. We did have the nose bowl built by Mark Kinnison. Yep. He was running the metal fabricating seminar, so he made that last year for us. So that was we had to have that look. If that didn't have the proper look, the whole airplane wouldn't be right. And he did a beautiful job on that, and that made the whole airplane.
Good.
So
where did the original pieces come from? How did you obtain those?
The wings were given to Dave Broadfoot by Steve Whitman, and probably as a thank you for restoring the airplane for Air and Space. And the other parts were here, and there's a lot of Whitman stuff in various locations and storage areas around here, and EAA very kindly did that. And I also need to give a shout out. A lot of folks were involved in this. Shout out to Charlie Becker for getting us all the supplies. And even when we said that's plenty, and it turned out not to be plenty, Charlie would go and say we need more, and he'd get it for us. So.
Charlie is the one that welded the fuselage too.
Okay.
I got it all tacked together, and again, we couldn't have done it without him.
Yeah. We want to put one more thing about Jim Casper, who couldn't be with us today up here on the stand. He did a lot of work on it. He did that because he can't be here because he is volunteering up in the North 40. This is his 50th year, 50 years of volunteering. That's incredible. He's amazing.
He certainly is, and he's been a fixture at up at the North End. Well, for 50 years, and doing a great job as well. But with this project, it's not going to be airworthy, or is it? It won't. So it's going into the museum at here, the EAA Aviation Museum.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so Buster will be in two major aviation museums.
Yes, that's right.
And it's at the Air and Space. Is it at the Hazy, or is it downtown?
It's downtown. In fact, they just got done renovating that. It's just now going back on display. I was talking to those folks. So,
And then for the EAA Aviation Museum, I'm sure that'll go in the Air Racing Gallery?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what's the projected finish date on this?
It's done.
It's never done. Well, there's always stuff we want to do to it that we're never going to have time for. But we might. We'll see.
Yeah. Wheel pants.
Wheel pants.
There you go.
There's always stuff in the car. There's a lot of little details that we'd like to do, but eventually you have to call it done.
Okay. Well, good. And I'm sure there will be some sort of ceremony when it gets put into the museum.
Could be. I don't know.
I think
the museum staff.
This fall, I think they're talking about something this fall. November.
Yeah, we might do a museum series speaker on the airplane. So
All right, we'll look for that on the EAA website. Jim Cunningham is also a volunteer at the Vintage area and the bookstore. Helps raise money for Vintage. So if you have any, aviation books that you don't need in your library anymore, Jim will take them off your hands and recycle them into support for vintage aircraft.
Yep.
Jim, Mike, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and good luck with the Buster project. We'll look for the unveiling coming this fall.
You bet.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
All right. This is EAA Radio.
Now here's another classic interview from the 2019 EAA Radio archives.
Joining us now and from the stand, two pilots who have the distinction of having flown some very historic aircraft in a very historic event. Steve Rose with the C-47 D-Day Doll, and Eric Combreck with C-47 Miss Montana. And gentlemen, you were part of the D-Day squadron that helped commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Normandy invasion just a little over a month ago. And welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to Oshkosh as well.
Glad to be here.
Have either of you been here before?
Once.
Once?
So yeah, we were here last year for 3 days to meet up with Eric Zipkin of the D-Day Squadron to start planning this mission. So that was the first for me.
Well, and that's where we're going back to. The very start of this drive to get C-47s and DC-3s across the ocean and back for the 75th anniversary of D-Day. As you said, it started a year ago. What was the idea behind the whole process?
Well, it's actually started in Europe. Some guys said, hey, wouldn't it be great to do this? But they started, actually the idea came up on the 70th anniversary. They said, wouldn't it be great the 75th? Because, all the veterans are 97 years old, 90 years old. They're, dying by the thousands. And wouldn't it be great to have one mass celebration at the end? So they started 5 years ago. They broached the subject with our group about 3 years ago, and we're going like, yeah, right, sure, no chance.
Yeah.
But then people got more and more serious, and they really wanted us to come. So, okay, let's look into this. And the biggest thing, obviously, with them too is raising money to get over there. Fuel costs, over there like $11 a gallon.
Wow.
And in our Sarsarek, Greenland, we actually had a pre-positioned fuel. So all that logistics planning, and then parts. What do you need to take with you? What can you leave behind? And, if you get stranded somewhere. So, it was a huge effort. And then, fundraising, as our friend John Goldenbaum from Flabob Express says, not one major corporation in the United States supported us.
Right.
It was all small donations and people and little companies.
It was all a grassroots effort
Yes.
to make this happen.
Yep.
And, you're from the Riverside, California area with the Commemorative Air Force. And Eric, where's Miss Montana
So
based?
our airplanes, we're kind of a little different story. We're coming at this with about 3 years behind schedule.
Okay.
So our airplane's owned by the Museum of Mountain Flying in Missoula, Montana.
Okay.
And she's been sitting there as a static display for 18 years. So the first inception of this came 12 months ago. So
Right.
the good news is we had a year to do this. The bad news is we only had a year to do this. So we had to put it in high gear to be able to pull something of this magnitude off.
Sure.
And that's the real story behind our airplane and our group is how we came together in a short period of time with hundreds of volunteers in order to join the A-listers and airplanes that have been pilots and crews and jumpers and everything. We had to not only put the money together, but we had to find pilots and mechanics, and so we were just honored to be able to join in with these guys and let us tag along, and here we are a year later in Oshkosh with the airplane, so we're tickled.
So before this all came to be, if you thought about flying from Riverside to, say, Oshkosh or Missoula to Oshkosh, that's kind of a long flight that would you'd have to think twice about the logistics and the money involved in getting here. But so the initial reaction to flying to Europe, that had to be sort of, well, I'm not so sure about that.
Well, our guys were saying, oh, yeah, we're going to get to Europe, and then we got invited to the Paris Air Show at the end. We're going to do all that stuff. My idea is the PIC is I got to do it from day to day and, and flight to flight. I can't worry about I got to get there first.
Right.
You're making all these wonderful plans, and you have to have that. But my goal is to get to the next stop.
Good.
So, and it's funny, just put into perspective, the flight time we put on the airplane so far is almost 3 years worth of normal flying for us. And that's quite an accomplishment.
Sure. So what is that flight time that we're looking at?
114 hours so far.
Wow, so far.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that includes all of the training crew qualifications, jumpers, and the flights there and back?
Yeah.
Wow.
And, we're one of the only, there's like 6 of us, I guess, or what they call anchor airplanes for the jumpers. So we were busier than most, at least in the Normandy section and stuff. So, it was just incredible. And then, the thing is, these airplanes seem to fly better the longer,
of course,
5 hours instead of a 20-minute hop or stop and go, all that kind of stuff. It seems like everything tightened up. Little oil leaks kind of dried up and stuff, and they just hummed. I mean, our airplane just turned 76 years old in July.
Right.
The 1st of July, or 6th, I guess. And, it made it all the way there and all the way back. So I have a lot more appreciation for it, too.
Sure. And, of course, for the original builders and designers of the aircraft, that it's still flying 70, it's more than 70 years later.
Yeah, right.
That's amazing. How many airplanes ultimately made the trip?
Well, from the
States?
15 airplanes.
15.
It was funny because, we're all on this WhatsApp program. Right. That's how we communicate with each other. And these guys were going like, is Miss Montana going to make it? Are they going to make it? Instead, because they were, like I said, at least a week behind, right? Yeah. And then they got stuck. You got stuck in some place for fog or something. But anyway, so 15 of us made it all the way there. 15 made it all the way back, which is an incredible story, really.
So when the initial assembly came together of the 14 aircraft that left at once, where did you assemble? It was somewhere on the East Coast, right?
Oxford, Connecticut.
Okay.
That's where Eric Zipkin is based, and he flies Placid Lassie. He kind of, as he says, he was the first one. Everybody else stepped back, and he forgot. So he got designated as the head guy. But he put together a great program for us. We got there, and we got to fly formation together, learn each other, and really got to respect all the other crews and stuff. And plus, it was fun.
Well, and part of that, getting to know each other and everything, was the flight around the Statue of Liberty.
Oh yeah, that was incredible.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we had 13 airplanes, if I remember. Yeah, 13 airplanes, and it's kind of a gaggle, and you fly Vic formation, so 3 airplanes and 3 airplanes, and some guys weren't formation qualified yet, so they kind of were just in the back trailing and stuff. And we flew to to the Hudson River and then down. And we had T-6s with us, and we had, the thing is, we thought they'd kind of clear the airspace for us. They said, no, it's a beautiful day. There's going to be lots of people out there. So we had people everywhere, and they're all taking pictures of this formation because they had heard that we're doing this. Right. And we came down the Statue of Liberty, and they put us at 1,500 feet. We said, no, we want to be at 1,000 feet. So as we got closer, they said, okay, you guys can go down to 1,000. And Eric was lead, and I was on his right wing, or I guess, and Bitsy's biscuit bomber, I think, was on the left. Anyway, and, when you're flying formation, I'm missing most of all the fun stuff. But I got pictures of everything, and, there's diagrams. And, it's great for us. But there's a video on New York Times had a videographer somewhere on the airplanes, and it's all us. Yeah. The D-Day doll and the smoke trailing out behind us and the Statue of Liberty. So that was pretty cool for us.
Excellent. And Eric, you got to do that flight as well.
Yeah.
Just in a different
scenario. We got to do it on our own a week later with Richard Schlesinger of CBS as he was filming a morning talk show or morning show for us. So that was a huge honor. And one of the best things I think for us is another one of our pilots, Nico von Prony. He's born and raised in Germany. And it just so happened to fall on his 14th year of being a U.S. citizen. Wow. That he was able to be the captain of Miss Montana, do the circles around Statue of Liberty, and so I think for all of us as a crew, that really, was important and sank home to us. What an honor. So,
well, and that was the honor stateside. Now you end up in England, and eventually doing the flyovers at Normandy. Describe what that was like.
Well, unfortunately, our main drop turned out to be kind of a gaggle because we went to the wrong drop zone and all sorts of things, but it turned out to be probably almost as accurate as the real thing.
I was going to say, it's very reminiscent of 75 years earlier.
So, but the thing is, it's when you're flying formation, you're concentrating so much on the guy ahead of you, and when the paratroopers go out, you have to be a little bit higher, and your guys are going out, and you can actually feel each guy go out the door because they interrupt the air over the tail. So I can actually almost count how many guys are going out. And then afterwards, it kind of hits you afterwards. Like when you finally land, it's like, gosh, I can't believe we did that. How many people get a chance to do this? Right. I mean, it was incredible.
How many flights were you able to make over Normandy? Just the one?
No, well, we do multiple. We got slowed down. There was a rain day. The beauty is we did the 5th because the 6th was, VIPs and stuff. Yes. But we weren't supposed to fly, but we ended up doing the American Cemetery flyover. Okay. 13 of us, DC-3s, which was really fun. And then the next day was a rain day, and then there was a little bit windy the next day. So, but the 9th was the last big lift and stuff. So, flew from Cannes down to Cherbourg, dropped, different drop zones and stuff. So, I mean, it's incredible to see those guys get on board, and then and it's just like World War II. All the movies you see, sure. Stand up, hook up, check your equipment, and they do the same stuff.
And these are round, folks know, these are round chutes. These are not the parachutists that you see today at air shows and things with the square canopies where they can steer. It's basically once you're out the door, you're out the door.
Right. Yep. And we're at 800 to 1,000 feet. Yeah. Which is really incredible.
Right. So, just for perspective, for the air show today, they'll probably jump from 6,000 feet.
well, yeah, a parachute. But in a normal air show, we got between 1,200 feet and 1,500 feet, just because it's a little bit more safety factor for the air show
for the jumpers. Mm-hmm. And also, then after the Normandy was done, you got to go to the Paris Air Show.
Well, but before that, we did Germany, too, because we were celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Berlin Airlift. Okay. And you can't believe the reception we got in Germany. I mean, they were just thrilled, and they remember the airplanes.
50 to 60,000 people at the air shows turned out, everywhere we went there, and thanked us, and they still remember what we did there for them, too. So that was a major part of this trip.
And then Gail Halverson was there.
Oh, yes.
The original candy bomber. Yep. So we got to meet him, and it just incredible. I mean, it was just great. And, and flying with people like these guys, we really got into it's just a great organization and stuff. Right. Give credit to Eric Zipkin for putting this all together.
So before we wrap up, some lasting impressions that you take away from this experience?
Well, for me, we had one day of rain, so I took that opportunity to go tour because we saw everything from the air, nothing from the ground. And we got to finally go to St. Mary Glees. Right. And the impression of it, almost every house had an American flag hanging from it. Yep. So it's just that reception made it all worthwhile.
How much for you, Eric?
Well, I think it's just, for me, it's dreams can come possible for all of us. Who would have thought a year ago we'd been able to pull this off, get all of these airplanes, all of these crew over not only once but 2 Atlantic crossings. Everybody gets there safe. Everybody comes home safe, and it's just been a great ride for us. Every one of these airplanes has been busy flying and promoting aviation and getting young, men and women inspired in becoming pilots and sharing this piece of history that I think a lot of people probably forgot. Yeah. And so that's what I think our goal is to remind everybody what these people really did for us and think of the logistics and how brave they had to be, and they were getting shot at, So.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you taking some time to share the stories of the D-Day Squadron, and both aircraft will be here all week long.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, where D-Day Adele is in the Vintage area.
Yep, right there.
Yeah, we're right in front of the Vintage there.
We're both right next to each other.
Come see us. We'd love to show you the airplanes.
Yeah.
All right. Steve, Eric, thank you very much for joining us this morning. This is From the Stand on EAA Radio.
Here's one from AirVenture Oshkosh 2024.
I'm Fast Eddie, and
I'm Digital Dave.
That's good. We got it right.
And we have with us Mr. Curtis Petrick from the United States Air Force. And you guys are hiring?
We are, and
I wouldn't think you'd have any trouble getting people to want to go Air Force.
Well, to believe it or not, we hire both on the military side of the house and we hire on the civilian side of the house. And so one of the things for us in Air Force Material Command is the featured command. We are about 80% civilians. And so I think there's a lot of people out there that don't realize how many civilians that we have in the Air Force as civilian airmen. And matter of fact, our 80% is about 41% of all the civilians in the Air Force. So as we're out here, you're going to see recruiting on the military side, but you're going to see recruiting on the civilian side. And so this is a great opportunity because you have people that are already interested in flying, and that's what we do in the Air Force.
So these guys obviously aren't flying combat missions, but they're doing logistics and all the behind-the-scenes stuff.
That's correct. And so one of the benefits of having civilians is all that behind-the-scenes stuff we can do, and it frees up our airmen to do those combat-type missions. And so what's unique about Air Force Material Command is that we're the ones that we deliver systems for the entire Air Force. And not only do we deliver them, but through the life cycle of those systems, we provide the support to sustain them and to keep them operating and the spare parts that need to go for that entire life cycle.
Okay, so you're talking about maintenance of machines, things like that. I'm wondering if you're flying toilet paper around.
Hey, that's important stuff.
Darn right it is.
No, we don't necessarily fly that around. So within Air Force Material Command, we do have aircraft that belong to us.
Okay.
But we're a little bit different than most other commands as far as the airplanes that belong to us, because our aircraft primarily are in test. And so when we bring on a new airframe, we start out with an idea. Somebody says that's a good idea. Let's develop it. And so then as we develop it, we want to make sure that we do the proper testing before we go and buy in large scale quantities. So we have all the testing apparatus in Air Force. And matter of fact, the Air Force Test Pilot School belongs to Air Force Material Command.
I never knew that.
Me neither.
Now, you're not talking about combat aircraft at this point, though. You're talking more about transport aircraft.
No, I'm talking about all of them. So like the B-52 that you saw come in here yesterday, that's a test B-52. So we flew that out of Edwards.
You think they'd be done testing it by now?
Well, so even though the outsides of the airplane often look the same years after year after year, what makes those airplanes relevant is that we continue to redo the insides, new electronics, new capabilities, new radars, all those type things. And so as we bring those into the airplane, we got to have some way to test it to make sure it does what we want it to do, and it integrates with those older systems that will still be in the airplane.
So is the career path to your type of pilot similar to the combat pilots?
It is. I mean, it absolutely is. So when we start out in the initial pilot training. So everybody goes through initial pilot training. Oftentimes what will happen is they'll go on to an individual system. They may go on to a transport. They may go to a fighter. At some point, they'll decide, hey, I would like to be a test pilot. And then they apply for test pilot school. And then just like any other school, we have a pretty stringent selection criteria. And then we select those test pilots. And then we make sure we have test pilots that cover all the gamut of airplanes that the Air Force flies.
That sounds pretty daunting.
Actually, it sounds like it's very interesting because you've got to have so many programs going all at the same time.
We do, and so you look back to the B-52, been around forever, and we're still testing it. We have the B-21 that's currently flying now, and that's being flown by test pilots from Air Force Material Command. We're looking at bringing on a new trainer, the T-7. That's being flown by test pilots from Air Force Material Command. So it's just the whole gamut. Any older system that's doing an upgrade, we're the ones that do the testing, and any new system, we're the ones that do the testing.
Interesting.
It could be, it just sounds like you've got a lot going on. There's a lot of plates in the air at this point.
Well, there is, but so we are organized within our command, I think, to do it right. So within our command, we're about 88,000 people, and Air Force is structured with what we call major subcommand or major subunits, which we call major commands, and we're the second largest of the major commands. The way we're set up is that we have what we call centers, and they're based on function. So I will have a center that does research. And so I get that little nugget of an idea that a warfighter wants and said, hey, can we develop this so that maybe it become a weapon system? And then I got those smart PhDs that work on that. At some point, we decide, hey, this will scratch the itch. And a warfighter says, hey, I want to go further. And then we'll make it a program of record. And then I have two centers that concept is transferred over to them, and then they work to actually buy that system with the requirements the warfighter needs. So that's two of my centers. And then after we buy it, we have to test it just like I said. So we have an entire center made up of testers. And then I have a large organization that sustains those weapon systems throughout their life cycle. And we have the large Air Force depots where we'll take those airplanes in and completely refurbish them. And then we got to put them at an Air Force base. And so we own the organizations that equip all the installations across the Air Force, make sure that they have all the services they need, make sure that they have the security they need, all those things to keep the lights on at the base.
So as a pilot for you guys, you could be doing all sorts of crazy things. You never know.
You can. And if you're a member of the we call it the test center, the Air Force Test Center, you may, this may be your primary aircraft, but as different things develop, you may transfer over to other aircraft and fly those as well.
Okay. I want to go learn to fly from you guys. Is it similar to a signing up to be in the Air Force?
Yeah.
I got to be 7 years and all this kind of stuff?
It is. So if you want to fly for us, if that's your end goal, you got to go through the initial pilot training. You probably have to go through some follow-on, develop your skill set in a follow-on aircraft. And then at that point, then you would apply for test pilot school. So we're looking for those people that are already seasoned, experienced, and have showed that they're pretty darn good flyers.
Okay. So it's a similar career path to an active duty pilot, except for the military side, the boot camp and all that kind of training.
It is. It's the same career path, and then at some point you'll say, this is what I want to do.
Okay.
Well, what are the qualifications that you're looking for with people? If you wanted to apply, what are you looking for?
Strong arm muscles.
Well, so let me just talk a little bit about on the civilian side of the house, since we have so many civilians. Our Air Force Sustainment Center is almost 40,000 people, and we have those huge depots where we bring the airplanes in and, like I said, strip them down. Well, in order to do that, we have to have electricians. We have to have, sheet metalists, fabricators, all those type of skills. So we can use those skills, right? On the other end of the spectrum, we have the Air Force Research Lab, where half the center is probably PhDs, smart individuals. So we run the whole gamut of skill set, and all of them are equally important.
So you guys are also developing the request for bids on a new program, a new device, a new system.
We do. So we have the program offices for those new systems. They're the ones that develop the structure, that bring the bids in, develop the structure on how we down select, and then end up actually selecting a particular contractor to develop a system for us.
Wow, that's huge.
It is.
That's an arm we'd never see.
It sounds very challenging, too.
Well, it is,
I can only imagine.
Well, systems integration and computers being what they are, you guys got to be up to your eyeballs in them.
Well, yeah.
So it is pretty challenging. One of the things that is very critical for us as we're bringing on new systems and trying to make sure they meet the requirements, and also to make sure that we're picking the right, down select. So we have a large core of engineers in our command. We have maybe the most engineers in the Air Force that belong to Air Force Material Command, and they are part of those program offices that they understand those requirements, they work those requirements, they refine those requirements, and when bids come in, they can they understand what that bid says and whether or not, from an engineering perspective, it'll meet what it says it's supposed to meet.
Do you guys also deal with unmanned systems?
We do.
Okay,
we
so
do.
Everything. Wow.
Yeah. So basically, if I had to put it in a couple short sentences, so we will develop things for the Air Force, and then we'll deliver it to the warfighter, and then once we deliver it, we'll sustain it and we'll support it. And so the whole supply chain, once it's out to the warfighter, we're the ones that make sure that they get the equipment they need to keep those airplanes flying.
So they're the brains behind the thing that develops, comes up with all the ideas.
Not just the brains, but the service behind it too, because we all know everything breaks.
It does, and so, but it's a team effort, because all the other commands that those weapon systems go to, they have their own maintainers, but those maintainers are pretty good. But part of what they can do, it depends on the things that we provide them. We have to provide them spare parts. We have to provide them equipment. We have to provide them tools. And so it's like a team effort between us and the maintainers there at the actual airfields.
Well, I want to thank you for joining us. We've been speaking with Curtis Petrick of Air Force Material Command. I'm Digital Dave.
And I'm Fast Eddie.
And this is EAA Radio.
From the EAA Radio archives, here's an interview from 2009.
You're listening to the voice of EAA, EAA Radio, EAAradio.net.
Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport is proud to sponsor EAA Radio. They look forward to visiting with you in Hangar C while you're here. GRB is just 50 minutes north of Oshkosh. 2 FBOs with 280,000 feet of hangar space, fuel, and maintenance on site. 5 major airlines serve 11 nonstop routes, and all major car rental brands. Enjoy EAA and explore all that Northeast Wisconsin has to offer. FlyGRB.com.
Here's a program note. For 51 weeks out of the year, EAA Radio replays the broadcasts from that 52nd week, AirVenture Oshkosh. Our radio archive dates back to 2004, and we play a few historical interviews from that archive every hour. So occasionally you'll hear a bit of history that has changed since it originally happened. Maybe a federal official who's gone to another job, a future product that turned out not to be, or a company that's no longer in business. We'll always tell you which year the interview was recorded before it plays. So don't be thrown off when you hear from FAA Administrator Blakey or the proposed Eclipse 400 single-engine jet. Aviation's always changing, and EAA Radio streams those programs from the past to make you smile when you recall that that was one of the years you came to Oshkosh.
Hey, I have it on good authority that it's Wednesday. Did you know that, Rob?
Have you verified that, though?
I have verified it. Here's why. I want to give a big shout-out to the women over getting their picture taken at the plaza right now, because I wish I was there. I really wish I was there. But I'm here because we're live radio, and that's how that works.
Well, we'll note that in your annual review.
Yeah, well, we note it every year ever since I got this time slot. Today we've got Keith Chatton. He's the CEO of Superior Air Parts. He is a mechanical engineer, and he's a pilot. He's flown everything. Is that correct? At least a piston-powered everything. Keith, thank you very much. Welcome to Attitude Adjustment Hour.
Thank you very much, Amy. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, you are here with us today because there's a lot of people on this airfield that use your parts, and we want to know how the supply chain is maturing after what has been kind of a bumpy couple of years.
Yeah, it definitely has been a couple of bumpy years, Amy. The supply chain obviously got interrupted with COVID, as did the entire world in one way or another. And we've struggled to keep up, but Superior Air Parts has done a pretty good job of staying ahead of the market and being able to keep things there. Some of our competitors have had struggles also, and that's left a little bit of lack of supply in the market, and that lack of supply has led then to the demand actually going up because of I think sometimes just because of panic.
When did the supply sort of start to get back together? I mean, because people keep saying, gee, it's been a couple of years, you guys aren't caught up yet. I don't mean you, but I'm saying the supply of part world, they haven't caught up yet.
Well, that's somewhat accurate that yes, the supply hasn't quite caught up yet. Some of these products take literally years to go from raw material to finished. As for instance, a crankshaft in an engine starts as a raw forging. You have to buy steel for the crankshaft. You have to create a forging. Then it gets machined. Then it gets heat treated. Then it gets some finished machining at the end. Well, at one point, the supply chain for specifically the chromoly material that's for the crankshaft took about 1.5 years to get.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll mess you up.
And once you have that raw material, it's probably about 6 months till you actually have a final crankshaft. So because of that, even though you say the supply chain has caught up, the process of actually manufacturing parts takes that much longer.
Wow. I think we probably both have aircraft owner friends that have been waiting for some parts, but I have one that was looking for a crank, and they told him, maybe 6-8 months, and he went, how can that be? And so I promised I'd ask, but that's a very good explanation of that.
Yeah, so things are catching up. As for instance, people ask us on a regular basis, when are you going to have this cylinder? When are you going to have that cylinder? Right now we're in weeks, a few weeks, 6 weeks. Some, if a new customer orders a new cylinder today, that supply is about 6 months out. But we sell through distributors, as does most engine manufacturers and parts manufacturers. And those distributors are now starting to have parts on the shelf or close in the pipeline. So the panic is, I'd say, somewhat over.
Through pure dumb luck, we actually replaced an engine in late 2019, November 2019 to be exact. And one more time, through pure dumb luck, we've had an engine that's been pretty solid, I would say. And that was just good for fortune. Nothing else. Yeah, because it was January, February 2020 already where those things were starting to be disrupted.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in early 2020, we all got the news that hey, we're gonna. I think we're going to have 2 weeks to flatten the curve, if you remember that correctly. That 2 weeks took a little longer. It was a little more like 2 years, but at that time, at Superior Air Parts, the management team actually stood around the table and looked at each other and said, "What are we going to do?" And we were considered vital to the manufacturing sector, so by law we could go to work, and we did. And we never stopped. So we're fortunate because then when things started going back again, we were ready with parts. But then the demand just kept rising and rising.
We're speaking with Keith Chatton. He's the CEO of Superior Air Parts, and he's explained to us how you really gotta figure how long things take from the raw material side when you're thinking about aviation parts, because we have very specific needs. Everything has to be tracked, right?
Absolutely. The material all the way from the raw source through the forging, through the machining process is tracked, and we know exactly what lie it came from. We have tested the material. We know exactly what's in the material and that it meets specification. And that additional tracking and additional requirements narrow the field of what you're looking for. So it's not like I can just, go to my Home Depot and pick up a piece of steel and melt it and turn it into a crankshaft.
I was wondering, we spoke about engine parts, engine cranks and all that, but what are the parts today that are kind of still really out of sight in terms of demand?
Cylinders have been very high demand. Of course, cranks and cases have been very high demand. Really, almost anything though. Even gasket sets. As soon as we put a gasket set on the shelf, it's gone. It's the demand is there, and customers need these parts. You need every part to build an engine. If you're short one gasket, it doesn't matter. If you have everything else, you still don't finish the engine.
That just says it right there. I'm stuttering.
So imagine